Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. We moved into this house about 3 years ago. It wasn't old and creaky like the kind of places you see in horror movies. In fact, it was relatively new, clean, and simple. White walls, new carpet, normal windows, modern kitchen. From the outside, it looked like any regular family home in a quiet neighborhood. I remember thinking how nice it was that we wouldn't have to deal with weird plumbing, old wiring, or strange drafts the way some older houses have. It felt fresh, like a blank page we were all going to write our lives on. For the first few months, everything was normal. We unpacked, argued about who got which room, put our things where they felt right. I slowly got used to which floorboards squeaked, which doors didn't close all the way unless you gave them an extra push. It was just life. I went to school, my parents worked, my sister did her own thing. It didn't feel haunted or creepy at all. It was just home. Then, about 3 months after we moved in, something happened that I still remember very clearly, because it was the first time I ever saw anything I couldn't explain. That morning, I was home alone, getting ready for school. The house was quiet. My parents had already left, and my sister wasn't there. The light in the bathroom was bright and steady, the mirror clear. I was doing normal things, brushing my teeth, fixing my hair, moving around in that half-asleep way you do early in the morning. Nothing felt strange. I glanced up at the mirror. In the reflection, I saw a young girl standing behind me. For a split second, my brain decided it had to be my sister. The girl looked so much like her, about the same height, about the same build, just a simple, normal-looking girl standing there. My heart gave a little jump, not from fear but from surprise. I hadn't heard anyone come in. I hadn't heard footsteps in the hall. I hadn't heard the door. I had been sure I was alone. I turned around quickly. No one was there. The bathroom doorway was empty. The hallway beyond it was empty. The house was as silent as it had been a second before. I stared at the spot where the girl should have been and felt my skin prickle. Then I slowly turned back to the mirror. The reflection showed only me in the room, no girl. Just my own slightly pale face and wide eyes. For a moment I couldn't move. It was like my body forgot how. My heart started beating hard in my chest. I felt a wave of cold rush through me, even though the bathroom wasn't cold. I sat down on the closed toilet lid, hands gripping my knees, and just stayed there for about 5 minutes, trying to calm down and think of anything that made sense. Maybe I was tired. Maybe my mind played a trick on me. Maybe a light or a shadow flickered at just the right time. It was the first time I had ever seen anything like that, and I didn't want to jump straight to ghost. So after a while, I took a few deep breaths, told myself it was nothing, and forced myself to go on with my morning. I ignored it. At least I tried to. But after that, I started seeing things in the bathroom mirror upstairs more than once. It wasn't every day, and it wasn't always clear shapes. Sometimes it was just a flicker, like someone moved past the doorway behind me even though I knew no one had. Sometimes it felt like a figure was there in the reflection for a second, and then gone before I could focus my eyes. The bathroom started to feel different to me. I still used it, but I did it faster. I avoided staring into the mirror for too long. I didn't like the idea that something might appear over my shoulder when I was alone. For a while, it was mostly small things like that. Strange glimpses, odd feelings. Then something happened in the basement that wasn't small at all. One day, I was downstairs watching TV in the basement. It's the kind of room where you go to relax, softer lighting, a couch, some shelves, the TV set up on a stand. It was just me, alone. I had the remote in my hand, flipping channels, watching whatever was on. It was a normal afternoon or evening, nothing special. Then the remote stopped working. I pointed it at the TV, pressed the buttons a few times, and nothing happened. No volume change, no channel change, nothing. I checked the batteries, shook it a little, tried pressing harder. Still nothing. It was annoying, but not a big deal. I decided to just get up and turn the TV off manually. I stood up, walked over, and leaned down toward the power button on the front of the TV. As I bent down, my eyes glanced at the dark screen. It was reflective enough that I could see myself in it, faint but clear. And standing behind me in that reflection was a very tall man. He towered over me, easily. He wasn't just tall like a normal tall person, he looked like a giant, like his head almost touched the ceiling. He was all shadow, completely dark, no features that I could make out. Just the shape of a man, long and large and standing there, the outline of shoulders, a head, arms, but no face. It was like someone had drawn a man in black ink on the world behind me. For a second, time froze. Every sound seemed to disappear. I couldn't hear the TV, the hum of the house, or even my own breathing. The only thing that existed was that reflection, me bent over near the TV, and behind me, that huge shadow man standing so close that if he had moved even a little, I would have felt it. My body tensed. I didn't want to turn around, but I had to. Slowly, my hand still out near the TV, I turned my head. No one was there. The space behind me was completely empty. Just the basement, couch, shelves, the doorway. No tall man, no shadow figure, nothing. I stood up straight and spun around fully, my heart hammering in my chest. I looked into every corner. I listened for any sound. The room was silent and still. But I felt something. It's hard to describe. You know that feeling you get when you're sure someone is standing behind you, watching you, even if you can't see them? Like a pressure on the back of your neck or a weight in the air? That's what I felt. Even though I couldn't see him anymore, I felt like something was still there with me. I felt eyes on me. The hairs on my arms stood up. Suddenly, I didn't want to be in the house anymore at all. I ran. I didn't walk, I didn't calmly climb the stairs. I ran up them, my heart pounding so hard I thought I might be sick. I bolted out the door and didn't stop until I was outside, the air cool on my face, the sky open above me. I didn't even care at that point if anyone saw me acting ridiculous. I just wanted out. Not long after we had moved in, a girl around my age moved into the house across the street. We became friends quickly. It was nice to have someone nearby who I could talk to and hang out with. We played together a lot, at her place and at mine. Most of the time it was normal kid stuff, games, TV, jokes. But I started noticing that the strangest things still only seemed to happen when I was alone. One time, I was in the house by myself again, playing darts downstairs. It was just for fun, not seriously. I stood in front of the dartboard, threw a dart, and completely missed the board. It thudded into the wall instead. As the dart hit the wall, I suddenly heard someone laugh. It was a girly laugh. Light, kind of high, and definitely not mine. It sounded like someone had just seen something funny and burst out with a quick giggle. The sound came from somewhere behind me or off to the side, not from inside my own head. It was clear enough to make my skin crawl. I froze. It gave me chills immediately. I spun around, expecting to see my friend or my sister standing there, but no one was there. I was completely alone. The laugh still echoed in my mind even though the sound itself was already gone. My heart started racing. I didn't want to hear anything else. I didn't want there to be any more noises that didn't have a person attached. I quickly went and turned on the TV. The noise and voices coming from it filled the room and made me feel a little safer, like the silence had been pushed back. I focused on the show, on the sound, on anything other than the memory of that laugh. After a while, me and my friend decided to stop pretending nothing was happening and actually acknowledge how weird my house felt. We were being silly one day, talking about ghosts, and we thought, why don't we do our own ghost investigation? It was half a joke, half serious. We wanted to scare ourselves a little, but we also kind of wanted proof that something was really going on, and it wasn't just my imagination. So we grabbed a couple of flashlights and took them down into the basement. We turned off all the lights down there so it was completely dark except for the beams of our flashlights. The air felt heavy and thick. Our breathing sounded too loud. We walked around, shining the lights into corners, behind the couch, near the TV. At first we giggled and whispered dramatic commentary, like we were on some ghost hunting show. Then one of the flashlights went out. It didn't flicker. It just died. 1 second it was working, lighting up a patch of wall, and the next second there was nothing but darkness on that side of the room. We both went very quiet. I remember my friend saying something like, "That's not funny," even though neither of us had done anything to it. We shook it, tapped it, tried the button over and over. Nothing. The other flashlight still worked fine. We were suddenly not having fun anymore. We decided to go back upstairs. We left the dead flashlight downstairs on a table, not really wanting to stay long enough to figure out what was wrong with it. Our little investigation ended there. We went back up, turned on the lights, went on with our day as if we hadn't just freaked ourselves out. The next day, I went down to the basement again. The lights were on this time. Everything looked normal. Then I noticed the flashlight we had left there the night before. It was lying where we'd put it, but it was on. The beam of light was shining just like nothing had ever been wrong with it. I picked it up and checked it. It worked perfectly. No flicker, no dim glow, just a steady bright light. I knew it had been completely dead the night before. A few days later, I was about to leave the house. I had my things, my shoes on, hand on the door. The house was quiet, no TV, no one talking, no one else moving around. Just that still, normal hush that houses have when everyone has gone out. Then I heard someone say my name. It wasn't shouted. It wasn't whispering either. It was spoken in a normal, clear voice, like someone was in the next room or just behind me trying to get my attention. The way you'd say someone's name if you didn't want to scare them, you just wanted them to turn around and look at you. The sound froze me in place. For a second, I thought it was my mom, maybe coming back inside or calling from another room. I turned around quickly, half expecting to see her standing there. The house was empty. There was no one in the hallway, no one in the rooms nearby, no sound of footsteps fading. Just my name hanging in my mind and the sudden rush of fear that followed. Without waiting to think about it anymore, I opened the door and left the house as fast as I could. I didn't want to stay and see if whoever had said my name decided to speak again. It wasn't just me, though. That was one of the scariest parts, realizing that other people were starting to see things too. One night, my friend from across the street came over for a sleepover. We stayed up late, talking, laughing, watching movies. At some point in the night, everyone had settled down. I don't even remember if I had fallen asleep or was just half asleep, drifting in that hazy place between waking and dreaming. The next day, my friend told me that while she had been awake in the night, the TV turned on by itself. She was lying there, the room dark and quiet, when the TV just flicked on, the light from the screen filling the room with that bluish glow. No one had the remote. No one had gotten up to press the button. It just turned itself on. While it was on, she looked toward the hallway. She said she saw two people standing there. One of them was a really tall man, and the other was a young girl. They were standing in the hallway, visible from where she lay, just watching. She described them clearly, and the way she described them made my skin crawl. The tall man sounded exactly like the shadow I had seen behind me in the basement. The young girl sounded exactly like the one I'd seen in the bathroom mirror, and heard giggle at me when I missed the dartboard. My friend hadn't known all of those details before. She knew some things I'd told her, but not everything. And yet, she gave the same descriptions I would have. The same tall man. The same young girl. Standing there in the hallway at night, while the TV turned on by itself. That shook me more than almost anything. One day, I was sitting in the house when I started to hear a noise. It sounded exactly like the stereotypical ghost sound people make as a joke. That long woohoo sound. At first, I almost laughed. It really sounded fake, like someone trying to imitate a ghost in a silly way. It was so over the top that my first reaction was to roll my eyes a little. But then it didn't stop. It went on just a bit too long, and something about the way it echoed through the room made it less funny and more wrong. My skin started to crawl. I picked up my phone and called my friend. I told her I was hearing a weird noise and I was scared. She told me to get up and see if it was still happening. So I did. I stood up, listened carefully. The sound had stopped. The room was quiet again. I told her it was gone and sat back down. We kept talking, trying to joke about it, trying to act normal. Then she suddenly said, "What was so funny?" I said, "What are you talking about?" She said, "You just laughed." "What was so funny?" I hadn't laughed. I had been sitting there, tense and scared, talking to her about this strange sound and how it had stopped. I told her again. "I didn't laugh." She said, "Well, somebody laughed." She had heard it clearly through the phone, a little burst of laughter on my end of the line. But I was alone in the room. I hadn't made that sound. Someone, or something, had laughed while I was on the phone with her, just like someone had laughed at me when I missed the dartboard.
My sister, who doesn't lie or make stuff like this up, had her own experience too. One day, she told me that she had been in the living room when a movie came off the shelf by itself and flew across the room. Not slid. Not tipped over. Flew. As if someone had pulled it out and thrown it. She was scared and upset when she told me, and I believed her because she isn't the type to exaggerate or try to scare people for fun. Another time, I was in the bathroom again. I was standing there, maybe washing my hands or brushing my hair. Out of the corner of my eye, in the reflection of the mirror, I saw something crawling out of my room across the hall. It wasn't walking. It wasn't standing. It was down low, moving in a way that made my stomach twist. I turned quickly to look directly, but by then there was nothing there. Just my room, my doorway, and that lingering sense of something not right. One day, me and my friend went to my house for lunch. We made something simple to eat and sat at the table. When we finished, I left a wrapper on the table. It wasn't special, just a normal crinkly wrapper from food. We were talking, not paying much attention to it. Then it started moving. It began crinkling by itself, folding and shifting without anyone touching it. The sound was sharp and clear. We both stared at it, watching it crumple and straighten as if invisible fingers were playing with it. There was no breeze. No fan. No one's hand near it. Just that wrapper moving on its own, as if it were alive. The next day, we went to her house instead. She had this pen that could record audio and then play it back. It was just a fun gadget, something she'd gotten and wanted to mess around with. We decided to start recording random things, our voices, little jokes, the sounds in the room. We pressed the button, talked, laughed, and then eventually stopped and played the recordings back to hear how silly we sounded. But mixed in with our voices, there were whispers. They weren't ours. They weren't clear enough to fully understand, but they were definitely there. Strange, low whispers riding underneath everything we said, like someone was trying to join in but didn't want to be heard properly. We looked at each other, the pen in her hand suddenly feeling less like a toy and more like something that had picked up something we couldn't see. And it's not just these single events. There are occasional times when chairs move by themselves, scraping a little across the floor when no one is near them. Objects shift places. Doors seem to have minds of their own. Little things happen that don't make big noise or show off, but they add up. They make the house feel busy, even when no one is around. Sometimes I tell myself that maybe all of this could be explained somehow. Maybe the chair moved because the floor is uneven. Maybe the wrapper moved because of static or a draft. Maybe the pen picked up some weird interference. Maybe my eyes saw what they wanted to see. But then I remember the tall man in the TV screen. The girl in the bathroom mirror who looked like my sister when my sister wasn't there. The laugh that my friend heard over the phone when I know my mouth never opened. My sister's movie flying across the room. The two figures my friend saw in the hallway, matching my own descriptions exactly. I think about all of it together. Not just one strange thing, but many, over months and years. And I know that something is going on in this house. Something more than just old pipes and creaky floors. Something that watches, and sometimes laughs, and sometimes moves things just to remind us that it's there. And that, more than anything, is what keeps me lying awake at night, listening for sounds I don't really want to hear.
Ever since I can remember, there has always been something a little different about the women in my family. It's not something we talk about openly with everyone, because a lot of people wouldn't understand, but inside the family it's kind of known. My mother, my grandmother, some of my aunts, even a few cousins, all of them, in their own ways, have had things happen that can't be explained with normal logic. Dreams that come true. Knowing who's about to call before the phone rings. Feeling something bad is going to happen and then watching it unfold like they'd already seen it once before. Little things, big things, warnings that come in the night, or in that strange place between sleeping and waking. Nobody ever sat me down and said, "You're psychic." But I grew up knowing that these things existed, and that somehow they ran through us, like an invisible thread tying the women of my family together. For me, it started when I was very young. At first it was mostly small bursts, moments that could almost be brushed off as coincidence, except they happened a little too often. I'd be sitting at the table, coloring, and suddenly I'd get this strange feeling, a quick flash in my head of dropping my glass of juice on the floor. A few minutes later, without even doing anything different, I'd knock the glass over and watch the juice spill exactly the way I'd seen it in my mind. Or I'd be walking down the street and feel that weird twist in my stomach that meant I'd been in this exact place, this exact moment before, even though I knew I hadn't. Déjà vu wasn't just a sometimes thing for me. It was like a shadow that followed me around, stepping out in front of me every now and then just to remind me it was there. Dreams were another part of it. I would dream about people I hadn't seen in years and then bump into them unexpectedly the next day. I'd dream about conversations that hadn't happened yet, and then hear the same words later, almost word for word, from someone's lips. Sometimes, in my dreams, something would break or go wrong, and when I woke up I'd find out that, at around the same time, somewhere in the real world, something similar had happened. It wasn't always big or dramatic. Sometimes it was just my cousin's bike breaking, or a neighbor's dog running off, or a sudden argument in the house. But the timing and the details would line up in a way that made it hard to ignore. When I was little, I didn't know this was unusual. I thought everyone had weird moments like that. I would mention them sometimes. "I dreamed this last night," or "I knew you were going to say that," and most people just brushed it off or laughed. My mother, though, didn't laugh. She'd give me a look that was half worried, half resigned, like she already knew this was coming. She had her own stories, though she didn't like to tell them. She believed in these things, but she didn't like them. To her, they weren't some magical gift to be proud of or shown off. They were something heavy and complicated that she carried, something she wished she could put down. Whenever I told her about déjà vu or dreams that came true or that strange feeling of just knowing something before it happened, she would listen quietly, nod, and then tell me the same thing. "Pray it away," she would say. It wasn't that she didn't believe me. If anything, she believed me too much. She had been through enough herself to know exactly what I meant. But instead of encouraging it, she asked God to take it from her. She didn't see it as a blessing, she saw it as a burden. Something that made her feel different, haunted, and sometimes afraid. So when I came to her with my own experiences, hoping maybe for understanding or explanation, what I got was a kind of warning. "Pray it away, baby. Don't let it get stronger. Ask God to take it from you." When I was still a child, I tried to follow her advice. I didn't fully understand what I was praying about, but I closed my eyes and whispered the words anyway. "Please make it stop." For a while, it did seem to quiet down. The dreams didn't feel as sharp. The déjà vu episodes still came, but less intensely. The knowing things, feeling faded into the background. I thought maybe that was the end of it. Maybe I would grow out of it as I got older. Then I hit puberty, and everything changed. The shift wasn't gentle. It didn't creep in slowly. It felt like someone had thrown a switch. One day, I was just me, awkward, growing, dealing with the usual mess of emotions and changes that come with that age. And the next, it was like the air around me had thickened. I started to feel as if I was being watched, not all the time, but often enough that it became impossible to ignore. It wasn't the simple feeling of someone looking at you from across the room. It was a deep, suffocating sensation, like invisible eyes were fixed on me from all directions at once. Sometimes I would be walking through the house, or sitting in my room, or brushing my teeth, and suddenly this heavy, panicked feeling would pour over me, like a wave crashing down. My heart would start to race, my palms would get clammy, and every instinct in my body would start screaming that I was not alone. I tried to rationalize it at first. Puberty is anxiety, I told myself. Hormones. Stress. Growing up is weird. Maybe everyone feels like this. But it kept happening. In the middle of the day. Late at night. At school. At home. The worst part was, it didn't feel like it came from inside me. It felt like it came from somewhere outside of me, pressing in. I went to my mother again. I told her about the thick feeling, about the sense of being watched, about how sometimes I would turn quickly, expecting to see someone there, and find nothing but empty space. She listened, her face serious, and then gave me the same answer as always. Pray it away. She told me, again, that she had experienced things like this, that she had seen things she never wanted to see, and that the only thing that brought her peace was asking God to take the ability from her. She didn't call it a gift. She called it something to be laid at God's feet and walked away from. So I tried. I really did. I prayed with all the fear and confusion I had in me. Please make it stop. Please take it away. Please don't let me see anything I don't want to see. For a little while, it helped. The panicky moments grew a bit farther apart. The feeling of eyes on me softened. I started to think that maybe I had done it, that maybe God was answering those prayers and pulling whatever it was out of me, smoothing over the sharp edges. But then, one day, it got much worse. It was the middle of the afternoon. Nothing special was happening. The sun was up, the light was normal, not creepy or dim. I was home alone. It was the kind of time when you would normally feel safest. Daylight, familiar walls, the quiet routine of a house in the middle of the day. I walked into the living room with no particular thought in my head, just moving from one place to another like always. Then I stopped. I didn't stop because I heard something, or because I physically saw anything with my eyes. I stopped because the air in the room felt different. Thicker. Heavier. My mind suddenly filled with the overwhelming awareness that someone else was there. The living room itself looked empty. The furniture was in its usual places, the couch, the coffee table, the TV, the carpet. No one stood in front of me. But in my mind, behind my eyes, inside my head, there was a clear image, as sharp as if I were looking at him with my physical eyes. A tall black figure standing in front of the couch. The only way I can explain it is to say that he was invisible to normal sight, but I could still see him with my mind. It was like there were two layers of vision inside me. One showed me the room as anyone else would see it, a normal living room, empty of people. The other showed me something overlaid on that, like a ghostly image, except it wasn't ghostly at all. It was solid, distinct, and absolutely there. A figure that didn't belong in the world I was used to. He was very, very tall. Sickly thin. Everything about him was long. His arms hung down farther than they should have, his fingers nearly reaching mid-thigh. His legs were stretched and unnaturally slender. Even his face, though I couldn't see any features, seemed elongated. It was like someone had taken the idea of a person and pulled it up, stretching it out until it became something that looked wrong, even in the strange place where I was seeing him. He was completely black. Not like someone wearing black clothes, but black all over, head to toe, as if he were made of shadow or ash. His fingers were long and narrow, and they almost looked like claws. Not in an exaggerated cartoon way, but in the way the darkness around them tapered and curved as if they were sharp. His arms, too, were too long, hanging like heavy ropes by his sides. His feet weren't normal either. He didn't stand like you or I would, flat-footed and steady. His feet seemed hooked, like the ends of them curved forward or downward, and he stood on his toes. The pose made him look like he was always just a second away from tipping forward, except he never did. When I picture him, even now, I see him standing there on those strange hooked toes, balanced in a way that doesn't look possible, like gravity doesn't apply to him in the same way. I had the strongest impression that if I touched him, he would feel like sand. Dry, rough, and abrasive. The thought came out of nowhere. I never got close enough to actually find out, but in my mind, his surface felt like it would scrape my skin, grainy and harsh, like pressing your hand into a pile of coarse dirt. The shock hit me so hard that for a moment, I couldn't breathe. I knew instantly that this was not a normal person. Not a living human who had somehow walked into my house. This was something else entirely. Something I couldn't explain away as imagination or anxiety. There was nothing dreamy or vague about it. It was clear, solid, present. After that day, he never really left. He doesn't appear all the time, but he has been a constant presence in my life since then. I don't always see him with that mind vision, but I can feel him. There's a specific, heavy, thick feeling that comes with his presence. It's different from the general anxiety or fear I might feel over everyday problems. It's like the air gets denser, thicker, like it's harder to move through, harder to breathe in. When he is far away, that feeling is faint, like a distant weight. When he's closer, it grows stronger, pushing down on me. When he is in the house, I see him. Over time, I've come to understand his distance in a strange way. If the feeling is faint and light, I know he's somewhere far off, not close enough to see. If it starts to build, to thicken around me, I know he's coming nearer. When it reaches a certain point, I can close my eyes, or sometimes even keep them open and simply let my inner sight take over, and I will see him again, somewhere in the house. Standing in the corner of a room. By a doorway. Near the couch. He never moves, never walks in front of me. He is simply there, like a statue that appears wherever it wants. At first, his appearance terrified me every time. I would gasp, freeze, sometimes even flinch away as if he might reach out and grab me. The first few weeks after that initial encounter, my sleep was awful. I would lie awake, feeling that heavy sensation and wondering if I would open my eyes and see him looming over the side of my bed. During the day, I'd turn corners slowly, afraid he'd be waiting. As the years passed, I got a little more used to seeing him, in the way a person might get used to living near a busy road. You never fully stop noticing the noise, but you learn to function around it. That doesn't mean he stopped scaring me. It just means I stopped collapsing every time he appeared. He never speaks, never gestures, never reaches out. Whenever I see him, he is just standing there, impossibly still. I never catch him halfway through a movement. It's as if he only exists in finished poses. One moment he is not there, the next he is, as though he simply decided to be in that spot. His long arms remain at his sides, his head slightly tilted sometimes, as if he's listening. I can't see a face, no eyes, no mouth, no expression. When I picture him, I see a long, blank darkness where a face should be, and yet I always get the sense he is looking at me. What unsettles me the most is that I don't know what he wants. I don't feel random malice from him, like he's trying to jump out and scare me for fun. It's not like the feeling I'd get from a bully or someone glaring on the street. It's different. He feels focused, intentional. The impression I get is that he is waiting. Waiting for something, watching, observing. I can't tell if he's curious, angry, hungry, or something else entirely, because with no face and no voice, there is nothing for me to read. All I have is that pressure in the air, and the image of him standing there, still and silent. What I have noticed, though, is that he changes his distance depending on how I'm doing. In times of pain, sickness, or stress, he gets closer. If I'm sick, feverish, exhausted, weak, the feeling of his presence grows heavier. I might suddenly sense that thick weight in the room and know, without having to look, that he's in the house. If I close my eyes, I'll see him standing in the doorway or near the bed. If I'm hurt or overwhelmed, if something bad is happening in my life and I feel fragile, that's when he's most likely to be near. In those moments, it feels like there's almost no space between us. The mental picture of him looms larger, closer, more defined. When I'm stronger, physically, emotionally, spiritually, I can keep him at a distance. It's not perfect, and I don't fully understand how it works, but I've noticed that when I'm taking care of myself, staying grounded, feeling confident, or simply not drowning in pain, he tends to stay farther away. The heavy feeling thins out, becomes more like a faint echo instead of a shout. I might go days or weeks without really sensing him at all. It's as if, when I'm strong, I can push him out of the house, keep him beyond some invisible line. But when I'm sick, hurt, tired, or broken down, he crosses that line easily, stepping inside and standing where I can't ignore him. I still have other psychic experiences besides him. Déjà vu is still a big one. Sometimes I'll be in the middle of a conversation and realize I've dreamed it before, down to the way someone tilts their head or the exact words they use. Sometimes I get a feeling about a situation before it happens, good or bad, and it turns out to be right more often than it should if it were just chance. Those things, while strange, don't scare me as much anymore. They feel almost familiar, like background noise in my life. He is different. He is like a constant question mark, standing in the corner of my awareness. I've thought about telling other people everything, but it's hard. Most people don't believe in anything beyond what they can see with their eyes. Even some who do believe in ghosts or spirits still don't really know what to do with a story like mine. My mother still doesn't want to talk about it deeply. She listens, tells me to pray, tells me God is stronger than anything, and asks me not to invite anything in by focusing on it too much. I understand her fear, because I share it. But ignoring him doesn't make him disappear. Pretending that I don't feel that weight in the room doesn't actually make it lighter. Sometimes I wonder if he is connected to the psychic ability that runs in my family. Maybe he's drawn to that sensitivity, like a moth to a flame. Maybe he sees me as some kind of doorway or anchor. Sometimes I wonder if he's always been around us in some way, but I was too young or closed off to notice. Other times I worry that I did this to myself by trying to push my abilities away. Maybe shutting down the small, gentle experiences opened a door to something larger and more intense that didn't want to be shut out. I don't have the answers. What I do have is the reality of my own experience. The tall black figure, the heavy feeling, the way he inches closer when I'm weak and drifts farther when I'm strong. I have nights where I fall asleep praying, asking for protection, asking for light to surround me, asking whatever is good and holy to stand between me and him. Those nights, I sometimes sleep better. Other nights, I wake up and feel him nearby anyway. I am afraid. Not every second of every day, but often. Afraid of what he might do if I ever get too weak to keep him at a distance. Afraid of what he wants. Afraid that he's waiting for something I don't yet understand. In the middle of all that fear, I still try to live a normal life. Go out, laugh with people I care about, watch TV, eat junk food, scroll on my phone, worry about ordinary things like bills and responsibilities. But underneath it all, there is the steady awareness of him. The silent, watching presence. The long fingers. The hooked feet. The rough, sand-like darkness. And the worst part is not that he's there. The worst part is not knowing why. I was about 13 the first time I really understood what it meant to be on my own, even though I was still just a kid. I had run away from home and ended up in Saskatoon, trying to survive in a world I didn't really understand yet. I can't pretend that the people I fell in with back then were good, in the way adults like to use the word. They all had their own problems, their own histories, their own reasons why life hadn't gone the way it was supposed to go. Some were on drugs. Some had been in and out of jail. Some were just drifting, half lost, half looking for anything that felt like belonging. But for some reason, they took me in. I still think about that sometimes. I was younger than all of them, just a skinny runaway kid, angry and hurt and pretending to be tougher than I was. They were much older, almost all of them, and if anyone had really looked closely, they could have gotten into serious trouble for letting me stay with them. They could have turned their backs and told me to go home, told me they didn't need the hassle. Instead, they shared food, couches, blankets, and little corners of their lives with me. However messed up they were, they gave me a kind of family when I didn't feel like I had one. My best friend in that group was a guy everyone called Sea-Dog. He had just turned 18 and had recently gotten out of juvie. On paper, if you only saw his record, he probably looked like trouble. On the street, if you only saw his clothes or the way he moved, you might have thought the same. His face was rugged, worn in a way that didn't match his age, like life had already thrown too many punches at him. But the first thing people noticed about him wasn't his scars or his rough edges. It was his smile. He almost always had one on. No matter what was going on, no matter how little we had to eat, no matter how bad the weather was, no matter who was yelling at who, Sea-Dog would somehow find a way to grin. It wasn't a fake, forced smile either. It was warm, lopsided, and real, like he was determined to keep a little piece of light alive even when everything else was dark. He looked out for me the way a big brother would, even though we weren't related by blood. He'd walk me places, make sure I had something to eat, stick up for me when other people got too loud or too high or too mean. In a world that felt dangerous and unstable, he was one of the only people I trusted. Everyone around us was going a little crazy at that time. There were drugs everywhere, pills, powder, bottles passed around, smoke in the air. People were numbing themselves, trying to quiet whatever pain they were carrying. I was young, and way over my head, surrounded by things I didn't fully understand. It felt like spinning in a circle without being able to stop. Eventually, it caught up with me. One day, I ended up being picked up and put into a low-security home for runaways. It wasn't exactly a prison, but it wasn't freedom either. It was the kind of place where adults tried to keep kids like me safe and under control, even though none of us really wanted to be there. Still, there was a roof, there was food, there were rules. Part of me hated it, and part of me was tired enough that I gave into it for a while. Not even 3 days after I was placed there, I saw his name in the newspaper. Someone had left a copy of the local Star Phoenix lying around. I wasn't really paying attention to it at first, just flipping pages mindlessly, letting my eyes pass over headlines and pictures. Then one title grabbed me by the throat. 3 caught in kidnapping plot, 2 still sought. My eyes froze on the words. My heart started pounding before I even saw the details. I read the article line by line, the world around me going quiet. The 2 people they were still looking for were Sea-Dog and his girl, Denny. Everything inside me went cold, and then hot all at once. I didn't think about what was smart or safe or legal. I didn't think about what the staff in the home would say, or what the police thought, or anything else. All I thought about was Sea-Dog. My friend. My street brother. The one person who had always looked out for me. All I could think was, I have to find him. I have to help him. I have to get him out of town or do something, anything, to keep him from getting swallowed by whatever was happening. So I took off. The first place I headed was the apartment, the one where we had all spent so much time. When I got there, the scene didn't look anything like the noisy, messy place I remembered. The door was battered, the frame torn up, and bright yellow crime scene tape was stretched across it like a warning. The sight of it hit me like a punch. This wasn't just some little arrest. Something serious had gone down here. It didn't take much to get the door open. Maybe it should have been harder, but it wasn't. I slipped inside, my heart racing, half expecting someone to jump out at me. The apartment was quiet and heavy with that feeling empty places get after something bad has happened. Things were scattered. There was a sense that people had left fast and rough. I wasn't there to linger. I was there for 2 things, my journal and my tarot cards. The journal was more than just paper. It held pieces of me, thoughts, secrets. Bits of days I didn't want to forget or couldn't tell anyone out loud. The tarot deck was a gift from Sea-Dog. He'd given it to me like it was something special, something I should have. The cards were worn at the edges, the images familiar and strange at the same time. They were one of the only real gifts I'd ever been given just for me. I found both and grabbed them quickly. The silence in the apartment felt alive, like it was watching me. I could feel my pulse in my throat as I stepped back out into the hallway, my hands tight around the things I'd come for. Outside, I didn't even make it very far. A cop who recognized me happened to be nearby. Maybe he was watching the place. Maybe it was just bad timing. Either way, he saw me and knew exactly who I was. He picked me up, no yelling, no fight, just that tired, resigned way cops sometimes handle kids they've seen too often. He put me in the back of the paddy wagon. I sat there, the metal cold beneath me, the smell of old sweat and steel filling my nose. I was angry and scared and clutching my journal and tarot cards like a lifeline. Then I looked up. On the other side of the divider, in the same vehicle, was Sea-Dog. I hadn't expected to see him there. For a second, I just stared, my brain not quite catching up with what my eyes were seeing. He looked different. The rugged face was the same, but his trademark smile, the one that never seemed to leave, no matter how bad things got, was missing. Instead, his expression was heavy, sad, weighed down by something bigger than both of us. We didn't have long to talk. Moments like that, inside little cages made of metal and rules, never last very long. But in the short time we had, I tried to reassure him. I told him everything would be okay. I promised I'd visit, of course. I told him we'd figure something out. Underneath my words, there was a rising panic that I tried to hide, an understanding that the situation was bigger and darker than either of us could fix. He told me what had happened. He said he had walked in on a kidnapping already in progress. The 3 friends we used to hang out with were in the middle of committing something terrible. He hadn't planned it. He hadn't agreed to it. He just stepped into something that was already happening. But once he was there, they'd forced him to stay. Maybe they threatened him. Maybe they made him feel like if he left, things would get even worse. Either way, he ended up caught in it. And now, the law didn't care about the details of how and why. All it cared about was that he was involved. A long jail sentence was now waiting for him. As he told me this, I could see how much it hurt him. Not just the fear of what was coming, but the feeling of being trapped in something he hadn't wanted. The sadness, the frustration, the unfairness of it all, it was written on his face in lines deeper than any his age should have had. I wanted to reach through the metal divider and grab his hand, pull him out, somehow drag him away from all of it. But all I could do was sit there, caught too, but in a different way. Eventually, they took him off to court. They dropped me back at the home. The door closed behind me, the walls of that place closing in like a dull echo of the prison they were sending him to. On the surface, that might have been the end of it, 2 paths splitting, one going back to a runaway home, the other going deeper into the system. But it wasn't the end. About 4 days later, something happened that I still can't fully explain. That night, I fell asleep to the sound of rain tapping softly against my window. The world outside was blurred by water, streetlights smeared into pale streaks. In my room, the radio was playing The Doors. Riders on the Storm. Jim Morrison's voice rolled low and dark through the room, and the lyrics just blended into the sound of the rain. I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep with that song still echoing in my head. Then I wasn't in my bed anymore. I found myself standing outside of a prison cell. The light was dim and cold, the air heavy with that particular stillness that only exists in places where people are locked away. Metal bars stood between me and the inside of the cell. Beyond them, sitting on a narrow cot, was Sea-Dog. He looked smaller somehow, even though he was the same person. He sat hunched forward slightly, shoulders slumped, his hands holding a rope. It wasn't a normal rope, the kind you'd buy at a store. It was made from ripped and braided bed sheets, twisted together into something strong enough to use for one terrible purpose. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. They shone in the dim light, tracing thin paths down the roughness of his face. I tried to speak to him. I tried to tell him I was there. I don't remember exactly what words I used, but the feeling was clear. Don't do this. I'm here. You're not alone. We'll figure something out. I wanted so badly to reach him, to break through whatever wall had closed him in tighter than the bars. But he didn't respond. He didn't look up. It was like I wasn't there at all. I watched, helpless, as he stood up with the rope in his hands. Time felt strange. Every second stretched out, heavy and slow, but I couldn't move. I couldn't get the cell door open. I couldn't step inside. I couldn't put my hands on his shoulders and pull him back. I could only watch as he tied the rope off and put it around his neck. My chest ached with the worst kind of fear, pure panic mixed with heartbreak. I kept trying to shout, to make him see me, but it was like I existed behind a wall of glass. Then he stepped off. He hung himself right there in front of me. For a moment afterward, his body swayed slightly, then stilled. The rope held. The bedsheets had done their grim job. It was only then, after it was too late, that it seemed like he finally saw me. His eyes, whether in his body or in something beyond it, I don't know, looked toward where I was, like he was really seeing me for the first time in that whole terrible scene. Then I woke up. It was morning. Light was already filling the room. The rain had stopped. The radio was off. I lay there for a minute, my heart pounding, my mind reeling with the nightmare I had just had. It felt so real. So detailed. So specific. But I told myself it was just that, a nightmare. I was shaken up, yes, but I tried to push it away. Dreams can be awful and still mean nothing, I thought. This is just my mind worrying over him. That's all. About 10 minutes after I got up, one of the counselors knocked on my door. They said I had a phone call. That alone was strange enough. It wasn't like I had a long list of people who called me at that time in my life. I walked down the hall to the phone, still feeling unsettled, the images from the dream hanging like a shadow in the back of my mind. The call was from Charlotte. She had been our friend once, or at least I had thought so. She was the one who had planned the whole kidnapping incident, the one at the center of the mess that had dragged Seadog in with it. After everything, she had become my ex-friend, not just in name but in my heart. Hearing her voice at the other end of the line filled me with anger. "Have you heard about Seadog?" she asked. The question lit something inside me. I went off on her. I poured out all the anger and fear and frustration I'd been holding back. I asked her how she could have done this. I told her he was going to get such a long sentence because of what she dragged him into. I blamed her for what was happening to him, and in that moment, I meant every word. She let me get it out. Then she said softly, "Honey, I think you should sit down." My stomach dropped. I didn't sit down. I just stood there, frozen, gripping the phone, as she took a breath and told me that he had hung himself the night before. The same night I'd had the dream. The same way I had seen it happen. The world seemed to tilt sideways. Her voice became a buzzing sound in my ear for a moment, the words clear and yet too big to fit in my chest. I couldn't breathe properly. I couldn't think. I kept seeing that cell, that rope, those tears, the final look in his eyes. All I could think was, I was there. I saw it. I saw it, and I couldn't save him. That broke something in me for a while. I felt guilty in a way that went beyond normal grief. It wasn't just that I missed him, or that I was angry at the world, or that I hated what had happened. I felt like I had failed him. Like somehow, on some level, I had actually been there in that moment, maybe in spirit, maybe in a dream, maybe in a way I still don't have words for, and I hadn't been able to stop him. I turned it over and over in my head. If I'd yelled louder. If I'd prayed harder. If I'd done something, anything. Maybe it wouldn't have happened. Maybe he would still be alive. Instead of facing those feelings, I did what I knew best at that age. I ran. I ran away again, into another stretch of time that feels blurry in my memory even now. I ended up touring around Calgary and Edmonton, drifting from one place to another, one couch to another, one set of faces to the next. I don't remember everything I did during those 4 months. It's like my mind went foggy, protecting itself from details that were too painful to hold. At some point along the way, I met a woman people called wise. She wasn't flashy or dramatic about it. She didn't pretend to have all the answers. But she listened in a way that made you feel like your words mattered. I told her about Sea Dog. I told her about the dream, the rope, the timing. I told her about the guilt that sat in my chest like a stone. I told her how I kept thinking, if I was there, even in that strange, dreamlike way, why couldn't I save him? She looked at me gently and said something that stuck. She told me I shouldn't feel guilty. That if he had truly wanted to be saved in that moment, he would have seen me, or sensed me, or felt me there. He would have turned away from the rope. He would have chosen differently. The fact that he didn't meant that the decision he made was one he felt utterly trapped inside of, one that had nothing to do with me failing him. It wasn't your fault, she said. Those words didn't magically erase the hurt. They didn't bring him back. They didn't wipe away the image of that cell, or the sound of rain, or the headline in the paper. But they settled somewhere inside me like a soft light, flickering in the dark. Maybe she was right. Maybe all I could have done, all I did do, was care. Sometimes, as awful as it is, that's all we can do for the people we love when they're fighting battles we can't fully see. Even now, when I think about Sea Dog, I picture his smile first. Not the rope. Not the prison. Not the moment I couldn't change. I think of the way he grinned, that rugged, tired face lighting up with something stubbornly bright, even when the world didn't deserve it. I think of the tarot cards he gave me. I think of how he watched out for a lost 13-year-old kid when he could have turned away. Whatever happened at the end, that's who he was to me. And deep down, in the quietest part of me, I hope he knew that, even as he slipped away into a place I couldn't follow.
This happened when I was in the 10th grade, back when weekends meant staying up too late, eating junk food, and hanging out at whichever friend had the most relaxed parents. By then, I had already heard all the usual stories about haunted places around town. Every school seems to have its own local legends, and ours was no different. There were abandoned buildings people said were cursed, stretches of road where a ghost supposedly hitchhiked at midnight, and an old cemetery that everyone swore was the most haunted place around. Most of it just sounded like things older kids had made up to scare the younger ones. But my friend's house didn't feel like a story. It wasn't old or falling apart. It wasn't on some lonely hill or surrounded by dead trees. From the outside, it looked completely normal. Just another lived-in house with mismatched lawn chairs in the yard and a couple of bikes tossed near the front step. If you had driven past it in the daytime, you would never have guessed there was anything strange about it at all. But from the first time I walked through his front door, there was something there that made the hair on the back of my neck rise. It wasn't something you could see. It was more like a pressure in the air, a feeling that something was watching from just out of sight. Not all the time, not in every corner, but in little pockets of the house. A certain hallway. The living room, especially at night. The space near the stairs. I tried to brush it off as my imagination, but it kept happening, that silent awareness that we weren't really alone. What convinced me more than anything was his cat. His name was Willie. Willie was this medium-sized, ordinary-looking cat. The kind of cat you'd expect to see lounging in a sunbeam or slowly blinking at you from the back of a couch. He had that typical cat mix of independence and curiosity. Or at least, he should have. But in that house, Willie never seemed relaxed. His whole body always looked tense, like he was ready to bolt at any second. His ears were often flattened halfway back, his tail puffed, his eyes wide and darting around as if he could see something we couldn't. He was always on edge. At first I thought that was just his personality. Maybe he was just a nervous cat. But it didn't take long to realize that someone, or rather, something, really seemed to dislike him. Whatever lived in that house that the rest of us couldn't see seemed to go out of its way to pick on him. I say that because I didn't just hear about it. I saw it. More than once, I saw Willie simply walking through the room, minding his own business, his paws making soft little thumps on the carpet, And then, suddenly, he would be hit by something I couldn't see. It was like an invisible boot swung out of nowhere and kicked him. He wouldn't just stumble either. He would get lifted clean off the ground for a moment, his body jerking sideways in mid-air. Then he'd hit the floor with a thud, claws scrambling for traction, and take off in a terrified sprint. The first time it happened in front of me, I thought maybe he'd just jumped weird or slipped, but it kept happening. Always the same kind of motion. Always that same shocked look on his face, his mouth open in a sound that didn't quite make it out before he landed. The air around him would stay completely still. No one near him. No reason for it. Then there was the tail thing. We'd be sitting around and Willie would decide to come over, probably hoping for a pat or just wanting to be near someone who wasn't trying to torment him. He'd walk towards us, his tail up, his steps careful but hopeful. Then, out of nowhere, he'd get yanked backward. Not by us. We weren't anywhere close. It looked like someone had grabbed his tail and dragged him across the floor, fast and rough. His body would slide backward on the carpet, paws scrambling uselessly in front of him while his tail stretched out behind like it was caught in an invisible hand. He would cry out when it happened. Not a little meow, but that awful, long, drawn-out cry cats make when they're scared or in pain. It always hurt to hear. The sound went straight through you and settled somewhere in your chest. Every time it happened, my friend and I would look at each other, shaken, knowing that we had both seen something no one could really explain. I hated it. I hated seeing Willie treated like that. He'd go hide under tables or behind furniture, shaking, and sometimes I'd sit on the floor near him, talking to him softly, even though I knew he didn't understand my words. It just felt like he needed someone to be kind to him in a place that clearly wasn't. The night I'll never forget started like any other ordinary hangout. My friend, his girlfriend, and I were sitting on his couch in the living room. It wasn't anything special, a worn-out couch with a sagging cushion, a coffee table in front of us covered in empty glasses and maybe a couple of snack wrappers, and a TV that wasn't exactly new but worked well enough. The room was dimly lit, not creepy dark, just that sort of cozy, evening kind of lighting that makes you want to curl up. We had some eating contest show on TV. One of those ridiculous programs where people stuff impossible amounts of food into themselves while the audience cheers for them. We weren't even that into it. It was just background entertainment, something to watch while we talked and joked and half paid attention. Every now and then one of us would make a comment about how gross it was, or how we could never eat that much, but mostly we just watched and let our brains go a little numb. Willie, on the other hand, was not relaxed. He was acting especially skittish that night. He would dart across the room, pause like he'd heard something we couldn't, then run off again, tail puffed, ears back. At one point he hid under the table, his eyes glowing slightly from the reflection of the TV light, watching the room like he expected something to lunge at him at any second. We were aware of him, in that distant way you notice a pet moving around, but none of us really knew what to do for him. It wasn't like we could fight off something we couldn't see. So we sat on the couch, the three of us, staring at the TV while the eating contest cut to a commercial break. The commercials were just the usual stuff: cars, snacks, shampoos, that kind of thing. We weren't paying much attention, just letting them roll by, waiting for the show to come back. Someone might have said something small, like "Ooh, I hate that brand," or "Did you see the size of that burger?" But mostly we were silent, zombie staring at the screen. Then something started to happen to the TV. The picture began cutting out slightly. Not a full blackout, but little jumps and glitches, like the signal was having trouble. The sound crackled a bit. The colors shifted off for a second. It was the kind of thing you might dismiss as a bad cable connection. But in that house, with everything else that happened there, it didn't feel so ordinary. The shampoo commercial that had been playing ended, and instead of the next ad or the show coming back, the screen went completely black. For a second we just watched that black screen, expecting the show or another commercial to pop up any moment. There was that quiet, half-annoyed expectation you get when you think the TV's just lagging. Then, suddenly, for about 2 seconds, maybe less, a picture flashed onto the screen.
I will never forget that picture for as long as I live. It wasn't moving. It was just a still image, like a photograph someone had taken and held up in front of the camera. It looked almost like one of those old-fashioned family portraits. In the center of the picture, there was a young blonde mother sitting on a garden swing. She had a baby in her arms, resting on her lap. Standing to her right was a little girl holding a bouquet of flowers. All three of them were wearing white dresses, soft, old-fashioned ones, the kind you'd imagine in some peaceful family scene. Around the swing, there were flowers everywhere. Some hanging from vines, some growing up around the base, soft colors blending in like something out of a greeting card. It should have been a sweet, gentle image. The kind people frame and hang on their wall as a memory of a happy day. But it wasn't. The longer than a heartbeat moment that picture was on the screen stretched out forever in my mind because there was something horribly, violently wrong with it. The mother and the baby had no eyes. Where their eyes should have been, there were bloody, gaping holes, dark red and raw. Not thin lines, not subtle, the kind of hollowed-out emptiness that makes your stomach drop and your mind rebel. Their faces still had shape, their noses and mouths were there, but the missing eyes turned them into something that barely counted as human anymore. The little girl was worse. She stood to the right of the mother, in her white dress, holding her bouquet, but it looked like she had gotten her head blown clean off. Not like it was gently blurred or hidden, just gone in a way that the mind doesn't want to understand. The space where her head should have been was a mess of blood and ruined shape. Her dress, like the mother's and the baby's, was splattered and soaked with blood, the bright white fabric stained with sickening red. And through all of it, the mother was still smiling. That was the part that lodged in my memory like a thorn. Her lips were curved into a soft, calm smile, the kind you'd see on a mother holding her children in a picture-perfect moment. If you took away the blood, the missing eyes, the horror, she would have looked loving, maybe even proud. But with all of that still there, the holes where her eyes should have been, the destroyed face of the little girl, the bloody dresses, that smile turned into something deeply disturbing. It was like she was happy in the middle of a scene that should have been absolute tragedy. Then the image vanished. 2 seconds, maybe less, and it was gone. The screen went black again for a moment, and then, as if nothing had happened, the TV returned to normal programming. Another commercial, or maybe the show came back. I honestly don't even remember which. The only thing I remember clearly is that picture, and the way my heart was pounding inside my chest. Right after the image disappeared, Willie came running out from under the table. He bolted out like something had just chased him out of hiding. Before any of us could react, before he could even make it halfway across the room, something hit him. A swift, solid blow, like the worst of all those invisible kicks had just landed. He was lifted off the ground and sent flying across the room. His body hit the floor, skidding a little before he scrambled up and ran, wide-eyed and crying, into another corner to hide again. The timing was too perfect, and too awful, to ignore. It was like whatever had shown us that image on the screen was announcing itself, then immediately turning its attention back to the weakest thing in the room. The small, helpless cat it loved to torment. The air felt charged, like electricity had passed through the house, leaving the hair on our arms standing upright. We just sat there. None of us spoke. None of us moved. For a good 20 minutes, we all just stayed frozen on the couch, staring at the TV that was now pretending to be completely normal again. The voices of whatever show or commercial played on sounded distant and unimportant, like they came from underwater. Every now and then I would glance at my friend or his girlfriend, but we never met each other's eyes for long. It was as if saying something out loud would make it more real, would force us to admit that we had all seen the same thing. My mind kept replaying the image again and again. The mother, the baby, the little girl, the missing eyes, the blood, the horrible smile. It was burned into my memory now, as if someone had taken a branding iron and pressed it into my thoughts. I could feel my own heartbeat in my throat, in my ears, in the backs of my hands. Finally, my friend broke the silence. His voice sounded small in the thick, heavy air. "Did you see that?" he asked. His girlfriend turned her head slowly toward him. For a moment, I saw the same fear I was feeling reflected in her expression. She licked her lips like her mouth had gone dry. Then she said, "What, the dead family on the TV?" "Yeah, I saw it." They both turned to look at me. My stomach flipped. I nodded. My voice felt like it had shrunk, but I forced it to come out. "Yeah," I said quietly. "I saw it too." No one tried to laugh it off. No one said it must have been a messed up commercial, or some stray signal, or anything logical. We knew what we had seen, and we knew that it wasn't normal. It didn't feel like a glitch or an ad gone wrong. It felt intentional in a way that made my skin crawl. My friend reached for the phone after a while. He had a friend who he knew was watching the same TV program at the same time, on the same channel. If this had happened on our TV, maybe it had happened on theirs too. Maybe it was part of the broadcast somehow. Maybe we weren't alone in it. I think part of him was hoping that if someone else had seen it, it would make it less terrifying, like it would become just a documented weird moment instead of something aimed directly at us. He dialed and waited for the other end to pick up. When they answered, he asked casually, trying not to sound as shaken as he was, if they'd seen anything strange during the show. Anything weird in the commercials. Any creepy image that flashed across the screen. The friend on the other end said no. Not just the friend, but everyone in the room with him said they had seen nothing. No dead-eyed mother, no headless little girl, no bloody dresses, no gruesome family portrait. The commercials had been regular commercials. The show had glitched a little, maybe, or maybe not even that. Nothing unusual. We were the only ones who saw it. We hung up the phone and sat there, absorbing that fact. Whatever had happened, it hadn't been some widespread, accidental broadcast. It had been ours. Just ours. In that house, in that room, at that moment. The three of us and a terrified cat, staring at a screen that should have been safe and seeing something that felt like a message from somewhere we did not want messages from. After that night, I never looked at that TV, or that house, the same way again. The stories about haunted places around town didn't seem so silly anymore, not when I had my own story lodged firmly in my memory. People could argue all they wanted about what was real and what wasn't. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what had happened to Willie. And I knew that whatever lived in that house wasn't just a story somebody told for fun. It was real. And it was watching. When I was a kid, my bedroom never really felt like a safe place at night. In the daytime it was just a normal room. Sunlight came through the window. I had my toys on the floor, little posters on the walls, and everything looked harmless. But as soon as the lights went off and the house got quiet, something about that room changed for me. The shadows in the corners felt deeper, the silence felt heavier, and I always had this strange awareness that I wasn't really alone, even when I knew everyone else in the house was asleep. It didn't matter if it was a hot summer night with the air sticky and warm, or a winter evening when the heater or fire made everything toasty. I had this habit of sticking my legs out from under the covers when I got too warm. Sometimes I'd uncover an arm too and let it rest on top of the blanket to cool down a little. It was something small, something innocent. Just a kid trying not to overheat in their sleep. That was when I first started feeling it. I'd be lying there, half awake, half drifting off, my legs poking out from under the blanket, and suddenly I'd feel something stroking them. Not a faint brush like bumping into the sheets, but a clear, deliberate feeling. Fingers, or something like fingers, gently running along my shin or the back of my calf. Sometimes the touch would slide across my ankle or lightly run over my foot. Other times, it was my exposed arm that got touched, a soft stroke from elbow to wrist, almost like someone was patting me or trying to comfort me. I would try to catch it in the act. I'd open my eyes and look down toward my legs. The blanket would be there, my skin partly uncovered, the room dimly lit by whatever light came through the window or from the hallway. I never saw anything. No hand. No shadow bending over me. Nothing moving at all. Just the ordinary shapes of my furniture, and the doorway and the closet. But the feeling on my skin was unmistakable, and it made my heart beat faster every time. Back then, I didn't really understand how scary it could be. At first, I actually thought it was kind of funny. It felt like some invisible thing was petting me the way you might pet a cat. It didn't hurt. It didn't feel like it was trying to scratch or grab me. It was just there. Gentle, but weird. I told my mom about it the way a kid talks about something strange that happened, half expecting her to laugh or tell me it was all in my head. Instead, she told me it was my guardian angel. She said it like it was a good thing. Like I didn't have to be scared because angels were there to protect me. The idea of having a guardian angel was comforting in a way. It made it easier to live with the fact that invisible hands seemed to stroke my arms and legs at night. Instead of panicking, I tried to accept it. It's just my angel, I tell myself when I felt that light, ghostly touch tracing its way across my skin. But not everything in that room could be explained so easily. My mom used to help me clean my room when it got too messy. We'd go through toys, straighten books, pick clothes up off the floor, and stack things nicely in the closet. I remember one day after we just finished cleaning. Everything was tidy, the floor clear, and my closet was as organized as it ever got. I lay down in bed afterward, just resting, staring across the room. My closet was the kind with folding doors, 2 panels that met in the middle and folded outward when you opened them. They didn't slide on tracks like some closets do. Instead, they opened on hinges and always felt a little stiff. You had to pull them with a bit of effort. They did not just drift open on their own, especially not with only a few inches of movement. As I lay there watching, the room quiet, my eyes on those doors, they suddenly moved. One of the panels slid open, just a little, maybe 3 inches or more. It wasn't a gentle wobble, or a tiny shift. It was a clear, deliberate movement, as if someone on the other side had pulled it toward themselves just enough to peek through. I froze. My eyes stayed locked on that gap. The first thing I thought was that something had fallen inside and pushed against the door from the inside. But I didn't hear anything. No thump, no clatter, no sound of anything shifting. Even if something had fallen, it would have needed to be fairly heavy to move that door like that. It wasn't easy to open, it had some resistance to it. And if it had been something heavy enough to push it open those few inches, I know I would have heard it hit the floor or knock into something else. But the room stayed perfectly silent. The door just stood there, slightly open, like it was staring back at me. I didn't get up to close it right away. I just lay there, watching that dark seam of closet space, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. Eventually, either I worked up the courage to get up and push it shut, or I left it like that and tried to ignore it. I don't remember that part clearly. What I do remember is the feeling that someone, or something, had just opened the closet door a little, on purpose, while I was watching. As I grew older, I eventually moved out of that room and into the basement. The basement wasn't perfect, but it felt different. It was cooler in temperature, and in feeling. It didn't have the same heavy atmosphere as my old room. There were times when I saw or sensed things down there too, but it always felt like whatever was in the house was weaker in the basement, or maybe just less interested in that area. Compared to the tension of my old room, the basement was almost a relief. Later on, I moved out with my mom for a while. We were away from that house for some months, and in that time I got used to a different routine, different walls, a different bedroom. When we eventually came back to the house, I was older, and this time my old room upstairs was given back to me. I didn't like it, but I took it. Old memories don't really fade when you step away for a bit. They just go quiet in the background. As soon as I was back in that room, it all felt familiar again, the layout, the furniture, the position of the window, the closet doors. I tried to act like it was all in my head, that I was older now and didn't have to be scared of the same things that used to bother me. At night, though, my body remembered how it had felt. One of my habits at that age was listening to music in bed before going to sleep. I'd lie there in the dark, or in low light, headphones in or music playing quietly, letting my mind drift and my eyes wander over the ceiling. It was something calming that helped me wind down. At least, that's how it was supposed to work. Then I started noticing the shadows. They weren't the simple, logical shadows made by lamps, door frames, or furniture. I knew what those looked like. These seemed wrong somehow. I'd be lying there, looking up at the ceiling, and I'd see shapes moving that didn't line up with anything that should have explained them. They weren't sharp, clear figures, but they were too distinct to just be tricks of my imagination. It was like something was walking across the ceiling, or leaning over me, or shifting slowly in places that should have been still. I could feel that these weren't normal shadows coming from ordinary things in my room. The feeling that came with them wasn't neutral either. It made my stomach clench and my chest feel tight. My heart would start beating faster whenever I realized I was seeing them again. The music, which used to be soothing, stopped helping. Sometimes it even made it worse, because it meant the rest of the room was quieter, and all I had was sound in my ears and dark shapes above me. It scared me enough that I eventually stopped listening to music in bed at all. Instead, I'd just get into bed and try to go straight to sleep without looking at anything. No staring at the ceiling, no watching the closet, no letting my eyes wander around the dark corners of the room. I'd lie down, pull the covers up, close my eyes, and try to force myself to sleep as quickly as possible. The less time I spent looking at the room, the less I had to see what was in it. During that summer, I got into the habit of staying up late talking to friends. We'd be online, chatting, joking around, or just sharing things with each other. Time passed quickly like that, and I often wouldn't go to bed until 3 or 4 in the morning. The house would be utterly quiet by then. Everyone else would be asleep. The world outside my window felt like it belonged to stray animals and streetlights, and the occasional car heading home too late. There was one night in particular that I will never forget. It was sometime after 3 in the morning. I had finally decided to log off and go to bed. I remember the motion of getting up, switching off my light or screen, and climbing into bed the way I always did. At first everything felt normal. The room looked the same as it always did in the dark, shapes of furniture in the faint light, the familiar outline of my closet, the curve of the ceiling above me. Then I started feeling uneasy. At first, it was just a small twinge. Nothing I could pin down, just a faint sense that something wasn't right. As the minutes went on, that feeling grew stronger. It wasn't like hearing a noise or seeing a shape and getting startled. It was more like something invisible was slowly coming closer, and some part of me could sense it even if my eyes couldn't see it yet. I didn't know what I was scared of, and that made it worse. If there had been a sound from the hallway or a shadow at the window, I could have aimed my fear at that and tried to deal with it. Instead, I just lay there, my heart beating faster, the room feeling heavier and heavier. The more time passed, the more frightened I became, until the fear felt almost physical, thick in the air, pressing against my chest. I did what seemed logical at the time. I hid under my blanket. I pulled the covers up over my head and tried to make myself as still as possible. The blanket became my shield, the thin line between me and whatever it was I felt creeping closer. I thought that if I stayed completely still and covered, maybe it wouldn't notice me, or maybe it would just go away. My breathing got shallow, quiet. I was afraid to move. I stared into the darkness under the blanket and wished I could just disappear. That's when I felt it again. Something started stroking my arm and my side through the blanket. Not hard, not like an attack, but a deliberate, steady touch. It moved slowly along my arm where the blanket lay over it, then down my side, as if tracing the shape of my body underneath. The fabric shifted slightly with the movement, just barely enough for me to notice. I knew for a fact that I was awake. This wasn't one of those half-dream states where you imagine something and then snap out of it unsure if it really happened. I was wide awake, eyes open under the darkness of the covers, every nerve buzzing with fear. I didn't move because I was too scared, not because I couldn't. My mind was racing. My body was frozen. The touch continued for what felt like a long time. And then there were the sounds. I started hearing things. Whispers, maybe, or murmurs, or voices that didn't sound like anything I could explain. They weren't clear enough for me to understand words, but they had a tone, a kind of rhythm, like people talking low and mean in another room. In that moment, I honestly thought I was hearing demons talking. That was the only way my mind could explain it. The sounds didn't feel like birds or the house settling or the wind outside. They felt wrong. Angry. Dark. Time lost its shape for a while. I lay there, too terrified to bolt, too terrified to look, feeling that touch and listening to those sounds, thinking over and over again that this must be something evil and that I had somehow gotten stuck in the middle of it. Eventually, something started to change. The panic inside me slowly eased. My heart still beat fast, but the tightness in my chest loosened just enough for me to take a deeper breath. The stroking stopped. The sounds faded. It was like a storm that had suddenly decided to move on. I stayed under the blanket for a little longer, waiting, listening, trying to sense if whatever it was had really gone. The room felt a little lighter, a little less suffocating. Finally, I worked up the courage to throw the covers back and sit up. My room looked normal again. The same shapes, the same furniture, the same ceiling. Nothing out of place. I turned my head to look at the clock and saw that it was just a bit after 4 in the morning. At some point during that hour, the darkest fear had come and gone without leaving any visible trace behind. The voices and sounds I had heard were gone too. But now, with the blanket off and my ears open, I could hear birds chirping outside the window. Morning had begun. The early light was creeping up into the sky, and the birds were singing in that way they do when a new day is starting. It was such a normal, ordinary sound that it felt almost unreal compared to what I had just experienced. Sometimes I tried to tell myself afterward that maybe I had only been hearing the birds the whole time, that my mind had twisted their chirping into something darker while I was lying under the blanket, scared out of my mind. But deep down, I knew it didn't sound like birds back then. The noises had been different. The feeling that came with them had been different. It's hard to explain, but the fear knew the difference even if the logical part of my brain tried to smooth it over later. After that night, I refused to fall asleep during the hour of 3 in the morning. I didn't know at the time that people talk about 3 a.m. as some kind of bad hour, or devil's hour. Later on, I heard people mention that, but back then I had no idea. All I knew was that for some reason, that particular hour always made me feel uncomfortable. Even before that worst night, I had always felt uneasy around that time, like the world was tilted slightly wrong. After that, I treated 3 a.m. as something to be avoided at all costs. If I was still awake and I saw the clock getting close to 3, I'd either force myself to stay up until it passed, or do everything I could to fall asleep before it came. I didn't want to be lying awake in that room when that hour rolled around again. That summer wasn't done with me yet. There was another night when I had a different kind of experience with my room. I was lying awake, the light on this time because I'd already learned that darkness didn't help me much. The house was quiet. Everyone else was asleep. My door was closed. All of a sudden, I heard the sound of someone trying to open my door. It wasn't just a quick jiggle either. It sounded like something was pushing against it, testing it, as if someone was trying to come in but didn't quite understand how to work the doorknob properly. The knob rattled, turned partway, and then there was a dull thud as a weight pressed against the door itself, as if a shoulder or body had leaned into it without knowing how to actually make it open. It didn't happen just once. Every few minutes the sound started up again. Rattle, push. Rattle, push. Like something impatient or confused was standing just outside, trying over and over to get in and failing each time. The knob turned in little sharp movements, not the smooth twist of a normal hand. The pressure against the door felt, in my mind's eye, clumsy somehow. I stayed awake with my light on, holding my book like a shield, pretending to read while my eyes kept flicking to the door. Reading was just an excuse to keep my brain occupied. Whenever the noise stopped, I waited for it to start again. Whenever it started again, my heart skipped a beat. I didn't call out. I didn't get up to check. I just waited and hoped that whatever was trying to figure out that doorknob would eventually give up. Eventually, it did stop. I don't remember what time it was when it finally went quiet for good, but I know it felt like a long time. After that, even the silence sounded like it had weight to it, as if something had been standing there for so long that its absence still left a kind of imprint. That same summer, there was a daytime incident too. It was during the day, which usually felt safer. The light was bright, the house was clearly defined, and shadows didn't seem to hide as much. I was alone in the house, sitting in my room with the door closed, talking online to a friend. The mood was casual and relaxed. Nothing about that moment felt spooky at all. Then something kicked my door. Hard. It was loud enough to startle me immediately. The sound echoed through the room, a heavy thud that shook the door in its frame. I froze for a second, staring at it. My first thought was that someone had come home and was playing some kind of weird joke. But there were no other sounds, no footsteps, no voices calling my name. I sat there, puzzled, trying to decide whether to get up and check or just ignore it. Before I could decide, it happened again. Another hard kick against the door. The wood shuddered. The noise cut through the quiet house like a shout. At that point, ignoring it didn't feel like an option anymore. I told my friend online what was happening, typed it out quickly, then stood up and went over to the door. My heart was beating faster, but I wasn't as scared as I had been during the night events. Maybe the daylight gave me a bit of courage. I opened the door suddenly, half expecting to see someone standing there. The hallway was empty. There was no one there. No prankster friend. No family member. Nothing that could have delivered those kicks. The house was quiet in that familiar daytime way. I stepped out and looked around a little more, but there was nothing to find. Something in me snapped a bit then, but not in fear, in anger. I went back to my doorway, stood there, and yelled into the empty house. I told whatever it was to leave my door alone and to stop it. I wasn't polite about it. I spoke sharply, angrily, like you would to someone who had crossed a line too many times. There was a sort of raw frustration mixed with my fear. I didn't want to be pushed around in my own room anymore. Then I went back inside and closed the door again. The kicking stopped after that. There were no more sudden blows. No more loud jolts shaking the frame. The house went back to being the ordinary house it looked like from the outside, at least on the surface. I don't know if yelling at it really did something or if it was just done for the day, but either way, it left me alone after that. Since then, I've moved back into the basement. Down there, I haven't had anything strange happen, at least not yet. The basement feels different, like something upstairs doesn't quite reach that far down. Maybe it's the layout. Maybe it's just in my head. But compared to my old room, the basement feels calm. I can sleep without feeling hands stroking my skin. I can look at the ceiling without seeing strange shadows that don't belong. I can listen to music without feeling watched. I keep thinking there's something wrong with that old room. People have suggested different explanations over time. One thing I've been told is that maybe there was an incubus in my old room. The word itself sounds like something out of an old story, some kind of male demon that is supposed to attack people, especially at night. But from what I've heard, those kinds of things are usually tied to sexual attacks or experiences, and I've never had anything like that happen to me. Whatever it was in that room never felt like it was trying to be seductive or anything like that. It felt like it wanted to scare me, touch me, bother me, press against my space, and maybe feed off my fear, but not in a sexual way. The stroking, the whispers, the pounding on the door, the closet door sliding open, all of it felt wrong, but in a different way than those old incubus stories. So I don't know what it was. I just know that the room never really felt like mine. Not at night. Not when the clock got close to 3 in the morning. Not when the shadows seemed to move on their own or when invisible fingers traced lines along my skin. Even with all the logical explanations I've tried to give myself over the years, nerves, dreams, stress, the house settling, there's still a part of me that remembers how real it felt. And that part is very happy to be sleeping in the basement now, far away from that old room and whatever might still be sitting in the dark up there, waiting for someone to come back. When I think back to my first ghost experience, I always end up back in that small, ordinary hallway outside my childhood bedroom, even though what I saw that day made it feel anything but ordinary. I was around 7 or 8 years old, young enough that mornings still felt simple and safe, the kind of age where you worry more about what cartoon is on than anything in the world of spirits or the supernatural. It was about 7 in the morning, that soft part of the day when the house is just beginning to wake up. The light in my room was dim, the kind of early light that sneaks in around the edges of curtains, and makes everything look a bit gray. I opened my eyes, still groggy, turned my head on the pillow, and looked out of my bedroom door, which faced the hallway. That was when I saw her. A woman in what looked like a long white dress ran past the doorway and straight into the washroom across the hall. It wasn't a slow, drifting movement like in a movie. It was quick, enough that I saw her clearly, and then she was gone. The dress flowed around her legs as she ran. I didn't see her face properly, just the shape of her, the whiteness of the fabric, and the way she moved, like someone with a purpose. There was no sound of footsteps, no creak of floorboards, just that sudden flash of white and the knowledge that someone had just entered the washroom. I lay there, blinking. My heart beat a little faster, but I wasn't as terrified as you'd expect a child that age to be. There was something about it that felt almost calm, like my mind didn't know yet how scared it was supposed to be. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to go back to sleep, telling myself it was nothing, or that maybe it was my imagination playing tricks on me. About a week later, I learned it wasn't something I could ignore that easily. I was in the washroom, standing at the sink, brushing my teeth. The door was closed, the light was on, and everything felt normal. I leaned forward a bit, looking into the mirror, foam in my mouth, toothbrush moving back and forth. My eyes wandered from my own reflection to the space behind me. And then I froze. There, in the mirror, I saw her again. The same woman. The same long white dress. She wasn't running this time. She wasn't darting past. She was simply there, in the reflection behind me. I can't tell you every detail of her face now, but I remember the feeling of recognizing her instantly. It was like seeing a stranger you somehow know you've met before. For a moment, everything in me went very still. My hand holding the toothbrush slowed down. I stared. The breath in my chest felt tight. And then, just like that, she was gone. I spun around quickly, heart racing now, but the washroom behind me was empty. No woman. No white dress. Just the tiled floor, the walls, and the plain, ordinary door. It was as if whatever I had seen had only existed in the surface of the mirror, like she had chosen that thin, silver world to appear in, and then slipped out of it again. That was the last time I ever saw her. At least, that particular woman. She wasn't the only spirit in my house, though. Not by a long shot. One of the most well-known ones in my home is a little girl, around 7 years old, or at least that's how old she looks. I've always felt that her name is N. I can't explain why. It's not like I ever heard her say her name. It's just a feeling that sits in the back of my mind, the way you instinctively know something without being able to prove it. Whenever I think of her, that name is attached to her. The first time I saw her, I was in grade 5. Back then, I had this habit of waking up in the middle of the night and leaving my own bed to go sleep in the living room where my mother usually slept. There was something about being near her that made it easier to go back to sleep, like the presence of a parent can still make monsters seem smaller even when you're not really a little kid anymore. One night, like many others, I woke up and padded quietly down the hall, down to where my mother lay. The living room was dim, lit maybe by a streetlight sneaking through the curtains or the glow of something faint across the room. My mother was lying down, half asleep, but when she saw me, she shifted, stood up a bit to make room for me to lie near her. As she stood up, that was when I saw the girl. She was peeking out from behind my mother, as if my mom's body had been a door, and she was stepping just the tiniest bit through it. Her small face and upper body appeared, watching me. She didn't rush out. She didn't run. She simply stood there, her body half hidden, staring at me. We looked at each other for what felt like a long time, though it was probably only a few seconds. I remember the air feeling thick between us, like something meaningful was happening even though either of us said a word. Her clothes were light-colored, and even though I didn't fully register every detail at that age, I could tell there was something old-fashioned about her. Then I blinked. When my eyes opened again, she was gone. I don't know where she went. whether she slipped back behind my mother or vanished entirely. My mother didn't say anything, and I didn't say anything to her right away. I just climbed into my spot and lay down, my mind spinning around the image of that small, silent face watching me. The next time I saw her was a few years later, when I was in grade 8. By then, I had moved rooms and grown older, but the house was still the same. One day or night, I remember the moment more than the time, I saw her walking from my sister's room, which used to be my old room, and into the washroom. It wasn't a quick blur. It was a clear, steady movement. She walked with purpose, like she lived there, like walking from that room to that washroom was a normal thing for her to do. Her age seemed the same, around 7. She still looked like a little girl frozen in time. What surprised me the most was that I wasn't as terrified as I always thought I would be if I saw a ghost straight on like that. I was startled, of course. My heart jumped. But instead of full-blown panic, there was a strange familiarity. It was like seeing someone you've known from a distance suddenly up close. There was fear, yes, but also this odd feeling that she was just another part of the house now. I saw her again the following year. This time, I was in my room. I watched her walk from my bed to the bookshelf I have, as if she were moving through the space with some invisible plan in mind. On another occasion, I saw her walking around my bed, circling it quietly. She didn't look at me every time, but I always had the sense that she was aware of me, that she knew I could see her. After that, I didn't see her for a while. It was like she had decided to stay out of sight for a bit. Spirits seem to have their own timing, their own rules about when they appear and when they don't. When I finally told my mother about her, my mom was quite surprised. She didn't look at me like I was making it up. Instead, she seemed genuinely startled, as if I had confirmed something she had been quietly wondering about herself. She told me that a few years back, she had seen the same girl. Not just a similar one, not just a vague child spirit, but the same one, in the same kind of clothing I had described. She told me that when she had seen the girl, the child had been leaning over my bed while I slept, just staring at me. My mother described her clothes in more detail. A white dress with a bonnet. The outfit looked like something from the 18th century, or at least long before our time. It matched perfectly with what I had seen, the soft, old-fashioned shape of her dress, the way she seemed to come from another era entirely. My mom told me that this year, the girl had peeked her head out of the kitchen door when my mom walked in. She said the child looked at her for a split second, eyes wide and curious, and then quickly dashed back, vanishing from view. It was the same shy, yet bold pattern, showing herself, then pulling back again, like a child playing an invisible game of hide and seek. The girl wasn't the only spirit in the house. Another one is a soldier. I've only seen him a couple of times, but those few moments were enough to imprint him in my mind. There's something about the energy of a soldier that feels different, more grounded, heavier somehow. He's not like the little girl. He feels older, more serious, like he carries the weight of something behind him. One time, I was sitting at my computer. The room around me was quiet except for the soft sounds of whatever I was doing. Then I saw movement in my peripheral vision. I watched as a man in what clearly looked like an old soldier's uniform walked behind me. It wasn't a transparent blur. It was distinct enough that I could see the shape of his body, the way he carried himself. He moved with the steady gait of someone trained to march. When I turned my head to look where he had just been, expecting maybe to catch one last glimpse of him, or to find someone standing there was nothing. The space was empty. No one was behind me. My heart pounded, but the only thing I could hear now was the faint hum of the computer. Another time, I saw him near my bookshelf. I heard shuffling footsteps, the sound of boots or shoes moving on the floor, that low, steady sound that tells you someone is walking just behind you. I thought it was my dad at first, coming to see what I was doing, maybe leaning over my shoulder to check in. The footsteps got closer. I braced myself to turn and see him there. When I turned around, it wasn't my dad. It was the soldier. He walked behind me, around my space, and then disappeared, leaving behind only the echo of footsteps in my ears and the memory of his presence. It was such a strange collision of worlds. One moment thinking it's your father, the next realizing it's someone who is no longer part of the living. There was also a white figure I used to see from time to time. It never stayed long. It usually just peeked at me, almost shyly. I'd catch it looking from around a corner or from the side of a doorway. When I turned my head to look directly at it, it would hide, slipping out of sight quickly, like a child too shy to be seen for more than a second. There was something almost gentle about that figure, but it kept its distance. I haven't seen it at all in a while. Sometimes I wonder if it moved on or if it just decided to stay hidden permanently. Not all of the experiences were just visual. One time, again while I was sitting at my computer, I began to feel something touching me. It started as a tickling feeling, a light sensation like someone barely brushing their fingers against my skin. Then it became more distinct. I felt something touching my face, a soft contact against my cheek, my jaw, the side of my head. The touches weren't rough. They felt playful, almost loving, like someone trying to get my attention without scaring me. It went further. I felt what seemed like hands resting over my own, as if someone had gently placed their hands on top of mine, trying to hold them. My fingers tingled. My hands felt warm under that invisible weight. I felt touches on my feet too, little brushes and pats as if something was moving around me, checking on me from different angles. It was strange, but it didn't feel bad at first. It felt like an extremely friendly presence, like someone who liked me and wanted me to know they were there. But then, something changed. That warm, friendly feeling would suddenly be overtaken by a completely different energy. It felt darker, heavier, more threatening. The room seemed to get colder in an instant. My skin would prickle, not from the tickling touch, but from the sensation of something angry or negative pushing in. The friendly presence didn't vanish completely. It would come back, brushing against me lightly, as if trying to comfort me. Then the evil feeling presence would push in again, and then the friendly one, back and forth, like there was some kind of struggle happening around me that I couldn't see, only feel. One thing I noticed was that whenever my dad came around, the touching would stop. If he walked into the room, the sensations would vanish, like whoever was touching me had quickly let go and stepped back. The air would feel normal again. Nothing would brush my face, nothing would rest on my hands. As soon as my dad left, though, the sensations would start again. It was as if whatever it was didn't want to be caught by him, or maybe didn't want to scare him, or maybe just couldn't be around his energy. Not all the spirits in my life were human. My Nona used to have a cat named Princess. Despite the name, Princess was a male cat, and I was really close to him. He wasn't just another animal in the house to me. He was a little friend, a quiet presence that made everything feel softer. I adored him, and he always seemed to understand when I needed company or comfort. When he died, I was still very young, just in senior kindergarten, but I remember being deeply sad. There's a particular kind of hurt that comes from losing a beloved animal when you're a child, because they feel like the one being who never judges you, never argues, and is always just there. For a long time after he died, I didn't see him. I just carried the memory of him with me. Then, just this year, something happened that made me think I might have seen his ghost. I was sitting in a room, doing my own thing, when I saw a white cat walk into the room. My first thought was that it was Snowball, my Nona's other white cat. They were similar in color, and at a quick glance, it made perfect sense. I turned my head toward the cat, ready to reach out and pet him, expecting the solid weight of a living animal under my hand. The cat walked a step or two more, and then disappeared. He didn't slip under a chair or behind an object. He simply vanished into thin air right in front of me. One moment he was there, walking with that familiar feline gait, and the next there was nothing in the space where his body had been. My hand paused mid-reach, my heart giving a strange little jump. On another occasion, I saw him jump behind a chair. It was a very specific movement, one that Princess used to do all the time. He'd hop behind the chair and hide there, or nap there, thinking he was cleverly out of sight. I saw the same jump with the same kind of grace and playfulness. I waited for him to reappear or for some sign of where he'd gone. But when I went to look behind the chair, there was nothing. No cat. No furry body curled up. Just empty space. It felt like Princess had come back for a moment, in the only way he could. Then came last Monday, March 10th, 2008.
On that day, I got something I had wanted for a while, a Ouija board. My grandmother gave it to me because she knew I was curious about it and wanted one. I know a lot of people are afraid of those boards, but to me, at that time, it felt like a doorway to answers, a way to talk to what I had been seeing and feeling for so long. My cousins were interested too. They wanted to try it out with me, to see if anything would happen. So a few of us went down into a room in the basement that was supposedly haunted. The air there already felt different, a little heavier, a little more serious. We closed the door, the light low enough to feel spooky but not completely dark. Before we started, I did a prayer and a sort of protection ceremony that I'd put together from things I'd read and heard. I wanted to be safe. I wanted everyone in the room to be safe. After that, we placed our fingers lightly on the planchette and tried to talk. Nothing happened. The planchette didn't move at all. It just sat there under our fingertips, still and stubborn. Minutes crawled by. My cousins started to get paranoid and scared, not because something was happening, but because they were afraid of what might happen. Each second of silence made their nerves worse. They were sure that something invisible was watching us, waiting to do something we weren't prepared for. They finally got too freaked out and decided they had had enough. They pulled their hands away, standing up quickly, talking over each other in anxious voices. In their rush to get out of the room, they forgot something important. We all did. We forgot to say goodbye. We left the board sitting there, the session technically open. We jetted out of the room, hearts racing, even though, on the surface, nothing obvious had happened. Ever since that day, I've been seeing a figure walking around more often. It usually appears near me, sometimes just at the edge of my vision, sometimes a bit clearer. I don't get a good feeling from it. There's something about the presence that feels heavier, darker, more unsettling than some of the other spirits I've known in the house. When it walks near me, the air feels wrong. The atmosphere changes. My skin prickles in a way that isn't neutral, and I find myself on edge, watching, waiting. I can't help but wonder if that Ouija session, especially the fact that we didn't properly close it, let something in or stirred something up that had been dormant. It feels connected in a way I can't shake. At the same time, I know I have to be careful about how much power I give that idea in my own mind. I plan to use the Ouija board again, but this time in my house, and not just with whoever is around and curious. I want to use it with people who are experienced and know how to keep things as safe as possible. I know there are risks. I also know that I've been surrounded by spirits for a long time already, long before I ever touched that board. Sometimes when I am in bed, I feel like someone is on the other side of me. It's a very specific feeling, like the weight of another presence lying there beside me, just out of sight. The space feels occupied even though I know there is nothing there physically. On some nights, that feeling terrifies me so much that I can't even bring myself to turn my head and look in that direction. I lie stiff, staring the other way, my imagination racing with images of what I might see if I dared to look. On other nights, though, the presence feels different, gentler, kinder. When that happens, I don't feel dread. I feel strangely safe. I can turn my head toward that side of the bed, and even though I don't see a body or a face, I feel like something friendly is there, watching over me instead of trying to frighten me. Not every experience has been visual or tactile. Some have been physical in a different way. One time, I woke up at 3 in the morning with a nosebleed. I got up, dealt with it, and eventually went back to sleep. Then I woke up again at 6, with another nosebleed. I cleaned myself up, puzzled, a little shaken, then tried to sleep again. At 9, it happened a third time. 3 times in one night, spaced out almost evenly. All throughout that day, I noticed something strange in my house. When I walked through certain areas, my head would start to throb. The pain would come on sharply, like a heavy, pressing headache centered in my skull. At the same time, my back would have sharp pains, as if something unseen was pressing or poking at it. When I stepped out of those areas and into a different part of the house, the pain would fade. I'd feel fine again. Then I'd walk back into one of those particular spaces, and the pain would flare up once more. It was like there were invisible zones in the house, places where the air itself seemed to affect me physically. I still don't fully understand what that meant, but it added another layer to the feeling that my home was shared with more than just the living. All of these experiences, seeing the woman in white, the little girl I think is named, and the soldier, the shy white figure, the friendly yet contested touches at the computer, the ghostly cat princess, the strange figure after the Ouija board, the bedside presence, and the nosebleeds and pain zones, they all weave together into something complicated and hard to explain. I live with the sense that my world has always had more in it than what most people see. Sometimes that's comforting. Sometimes it's terrifying. And, a lot of the time, it's both at once.
It probably really began when I was 14, even though at the time I didn't realize that one night would be the start of so many strange things. I'm 24 now, but I can still feel pieces of that time like they're sitting just under my skin. That summer, my family and I had gone on a week-long camping trip. It was supposed to be a happy break from everything. Just tents, trees, the smell of smoke from the campfire, and the kind of quiet you only get far away from the city. We had our routines back then. My parents would sit in lawn chairs with coffee in the morning. My siblings and I would go exploring, playing games, skipping rocks. And there was always the thought that when we went home, Max would be there waiting. Max was our dog, the family dog, but he was especially mine. We'd gotten him when I was younger. And there's something about getting a dog when you're a kid that makes the bond different. I was small enough then that when he stood on his hind legs, he could almost knock me over, and I grew up with him always at my side. If I went outside, he followed. If I was upset, he'd sit with his head on my knee. He was just there. Constant. Solid. My best friend before I even knew what that meant. We didn't bring him on that camping trip. He'd stayed home. And I can't even remember why now. Maybe because it was easier, maybe because of park rules, maybe because someone had offered to watch him. I just remember assuming, the way kids do, that everything would be the same when we got back. You don't really expect life to change while you're trying to roast marshmallows over a fire. Then we got the news. I don't remember exactly how my parents told me. I just remember the feeling. One minute I was in that camping world of dirt and pine needles and plastic cups, and the next I was hearing that Max was gone. He died while we were away. The words didn't sound real at first. It was like I heard them through water. I couldn't understand how he could be alive when we left, and not alive now. I hadn't said goodbye. I hadn't been there. Grief hit me harder than I think my parents expected. 14 is an age where you're caught between being a kid and being a teenager, and it felt like every piece of that confusion and change crashed down all at once. I cried and cried, the kind of crying that makes your chest hurt and your head pound, the kind you can't hide no matter how much you try to swallow it down. I was devastated to the point that my family ended up cutting the vacation short. They packed everything up and took me home early because I couldn't handle being away, knowing that Max wouldn't be there when we pulled into the driveway. When we got home, the house felt different. There's a particular silence that comes when an animal isn't there anymore. You don't notice all the tiny sounds they make until they stop. No clicking nails on the floor. No jangling collar. No sleepy sighs from the corner. Just spaces where he used to be. Around that time, I had just moved into a room in my parents' basement. It felt like a grown-up thing to do, claiming my own space downstairs, slightly removed from the rest of the house. The room was simple and a bit unfinished, the way basement rooms often are. It didn't even have a door. The doorway was just an open frame that led straight out into the area where the furnace stood. From my bed, if I lay on my back and looked straight ahead, I could see out through that open doorway and down the short stretch to where the furnace sat, a big, hulking shape against the wall. During the day it looked ordinary enough. At night, with the basement light off and only faint light seeping in from upstairs or from stray streetlights outside, it took on stranger shapes in my imagination. I got used to falling asleep there, listening to the quiet hum of the house settling around me, the distant sounds of pipes, maybe the furnace kicking on now and then. It was a new room, but it became mine. My bed, my water bottle on the side, my little corner of the basement. Then, one night, something happened that I have gone back and forth on in my mind for years. I woke up in the middle of the night. It wasn't a violent jolt or a nightmare that snapped me out of sleep. I just drifted slowly awake, the way you do sometimes when your brain decides it's time. The room was dim, shadows lying thick in the corners. I reached over automatically for the water bottle I always kept beside my bed. I lifted it and took a sip, the plastic cool against my hand, the water soothing my dry throat. As I lowered the bottle and set it back down, I happened to glance toward the doorway. Sitting in the entrance of my room was Max. He sat there just like he used to, his body turned slightly toward me, his head up, his outlines so familiar it made my heart stop. For a moment, every bit of grief I had been carrying seemed to lift. There he was. My dog. My friend. The same posture, the same shape. Not a fuzzy memory, not a picture in a frame, but real and present, like he had just wandered in to check on me. I remember feeling more surprised than scared in that first instant. My brain didn't immediately leap to ghost. It leapt to recognition. To that simple joy you get when you see someone you love after you've missed them. Even now, I can still feel the way the air seemed to fill with that recognition, like the world had tilted and laid him gently back into it. I started calling to him. I remember saying his name, my voice a half whisper, half plea. Max, I called softly, invitingly, as if he were just alive and fine and had somehow padded silently down the stairs. I reached my hand out a little, the way you do when you want a dog to come closer. I wanted him on the bed with me the way he used to be, warm and solid at my side. That's when it changed. I can remember very specifically the moment when what I was seeing stopped feeling like Max and started feeling like something else. His eyes, which at first I had just seen as bright, suddenly seemed to glow red. Not the way an animal's eyes shine when light hits them from a certain angle, but an unnatural, distinct red, like something was burning behind them. And then he jumped. He leapt toward my bed, not in the playful, clumsy way he had when he was alive, but with a kind of aggression that made my blood run cold. He landed on the bed and came at me as if he were trying to attack. The movement was fast and wrong. A dog that had never hurt me, never even snapped at me, was suddenly lunging. The mattress shifted, my body tensed, and pure terror ripped through me. I don't remember what I did in those next few seconds. I just remember the fear. The way every part of me screamed that this wasn't right. That this wasn't my Max, not really. Whatever was using his shape, whatever was sitting in my doorway and now on my bed, wasn't him. That experience scared the absolute life out of me. In the days, weeks, and years that followed, I repeatedly told myself it must have been a dream. I clung to that explanation. It made everything less horrifying if I told myself my brain had just created a nightmare out of grief. The details are fuzzy around the edges now, as dreams often are, so it was easy to try to push it into that category in my mind. But deep down, some part of me remembers how awake I felt, how real the bottle had been in my hand, how true the sight of him in the doorway looked before it turned dark. And that part of me knows that what happened might have been more than just a dream. Whatever it was, one thing is certain: after that night, I never saw Max again. The dog at the doorway, with the familiar shape and the red eyes, appeared only that once. There were no more ghostly dogs padding around the basement, no more glimpses of him out of the corner of my eye. Instead, something else started to appear. Later, on different nights, I would wake up or roll over in bed and, out of habit, my eyes would drift to the doorway. The furnace was still there, its shadowy bulk visible down the short stretch of basement. But in my own doorway, framed by that gap where a door should have been, I started seeing someone. It was a man. Or at least, the shape of a man. He was huge, his form filling the doorway easily. I couldn't see his face clearly most of the time. He appeared more like a dark silhouette than a detailed person. But the outline was always the same. He looked like he was wearing a massive trench coat, the kind that falls heavy and long, with shoulders broad and imposing. On his head, he wore a hat with a wide brim, the kind of hat that casts a deep shadow over a face, disguising the features beneath it. He would just stand there. Night after night, I would open my eyes and see him in that doorway, not moving, not speaking, not stepping forward. Just standing and staring in my direction. The first time I saw him, fear shot through me so violently that I didn't dare look at him for more than a second or two. In that moment, my mind flashed back to the dog, to Max leaping onto my bed, to that sudden change from something I thought I knew into something that was trying to hurt me. I was terrified that if I stared too long or looked too closely, this man would do the same thing, launch himself at me, drag me from the bed, turn from shadow into attack. I started to see him constantly. It wasn't an every once in a while thing. For a stretch of time, it felt like he was there almost every night. I'd drift toward sleep, wake up in the darkness, and look toward the doorway to find him standing there like he belonged in that spot. It was as if my room had gotten a permanent visitor who refused to cross the threshold but also refused to leave. At first, the fear was intense. My heart would pound so loudly in my chest that I was certain he could hear it from the doorway. I'd pull the blanket up higher, close my eyes, and try to pretend I hadn't seen him. I'd tell myself it was nothing, it was my imagination, it was the furnace casting strange shapes. Anything to make the pounding in my chest slow down. But human beings can get used to almost anything, even the strangest, most unsettling things. Over time, the sight of him became less shocking. The fear dulled around the edges. He became part of the landscape of my nights, that tall figure in a trench coat and wide-brimmed hat stationed like a guard or a watcher at the entrance to my sleeping space. Somewhere along the way, something inside me shifted. Instead of shrinking back and trembling, I caught myself reacting differently. There were nights when I'd wake up, see him standing there, and instead of panicking, I would just roll over, give a small, almost resigned smile, and go back to sleep. It sounds strange to say that I smiled at him, but I did. It was the oddest mixture of defiance and familiarity. As if I were saying, "I see you. You're not going to scare me tonight." He never came any closer, never crossed the invisible line into the room. He just stood, a dark shape in the doorway, as I drifted back into dreams. One morning, after seeing him in the doorway the night before, I was sitting with my parents, talking about a bad dream I'd had. It wasn't even about the man in the doorway. It was just one of those strange, unsettling dreams that sticks with you once you wake up. I remember describing it, and my mom chuckled. She said my dad had also had a nightmare that same night, and suggested I go ask him about it. Curious, I went to my dad and asked what he had dreamed about. He looked at me, probably expecting to tell some silly story and move on, but what he said made something inside me go very still. He told me that in his dream, a man had broken into our house. In the dream, this man made his way into my sister's room and ended up killing her. That alone would have been terrifying enough. The idea of someone invading our home and harming someone we loved is a nightmare in the purest sense of the word. My dad said it jolted him awake. He woke up with that horrible image in his mind, heart racing, unsure whether it had just been a dream or if some part of it had bled into reality. When he opened his eyes and looked out into a hallway that led toward the kitchen, he said he actually saw someone leaving my sister's room. From his vantage point, he could see both my sister's bedroom door and the entrance to the kitchen connected by a short hallway. He told me he saw a figure walking out of her room and heading into the kitchen. It wasn't just an afterimage or a vague impression. It was distinct enough that it made him react. He got up quickly, heart still pounding from the nightmare, and ran into the kitchen. He reached for the light switch, flipped it on, flooding the room with brightness. No one was there. The figure he had seen was gone. The kitchen stood empty, quiet, just another room in the house with nothing out of place. He searched, but there was no intruder to find, no signs of forced entry, no sister in danger. Just the lingering sense something had been walking those halls moments before. It was then that I told him about the man I always saw in my doorway. I explained that almost every night, I'd look up and see someone standing there, watching me. I described the silhouette, the trench coat, the wide-brimmed hat. I told him how at first it had terrified me, and how now I was almost used to it. I think part of me expected, or hoped, that telling him would lead to some serious discussion. Maybe he'd admit he'd seen something too. Maybe he'd say he believed me. Instead, he brushed it off and told me it was just the furnace. To him, the shape in the dark, the impressions in doorways and hallways, were nothing more than tricks of the light and the big metal hulk of the furnace throwing strange shadows. I wanted to accept that, but the description of his dream, and the figure he saw walking out of my sister's room, lingered with me. There was too much overlap, too much similarity. The years moved forward. By the time I turned 18, I was still seeing the man. He hadn't left with my childhood. He stayed. That silhouette became such a normal part of my nights that I sometimes wondered if he'd always be there, a permanent fixture until the day I moved out for good. It wasn't just me anymore, though. Friends would come over and spend the night. We'd stay up too late watching movies, playing games, talking about things that felt important at that age. They'd crash on the floor or on whatever spare furniture we could find in the basement. The next morning, when the light was back and the night had loosened its grip on everything, they would sometimes mention something. They'd say they'd woken up in the middle of the night and seen someone standing in the room. They always thought it was me at first. "I woke up and saw you standing there in the middle of the room," they'd say. "And I wondered what you were doing." Then they'd realize the person they were seeing wasn't moving right, or wasn't quite where I should have been, or didn't disappear the way someone heading to the bathroom or upstairs would. When they described what they'd seen, the details matched what I'd been seeing for years. A tall guy. Long coat. A hat with a brim. Hearing them describe him made something tighten and relax inside me all at once. On one hand, it was unnerving, because it meant I wasn't imagining him. On the other, there was a twisted sort of relief in knowing I wasn't alone, that the silhouette in my doorway wasn't just something my own mind had conjured. Other people saw him too. Other people felt his presence in that basement room. Around that time, the activity in the house started to pick up overall. It wasn't limited to my bedroom doorway or my basement room anymore. My family and I began to see things out of the corners of our eyes more and more often. Quick flashes of movement where no one should have been, shapes slipping past doorways, shadows that seemed to duck away when you turned to look directly at them. We'd be going about our day. Someone would be in the kitchen and swear they saw someone walk past the doorway toward the hallway. Another person would be in the living room and think they saw someone standing in the corner for a split second. When they'd look more closely, there would be nothing, just the normal furniture, the normal walls. These weren't full-bodied apparitions, but they were too frequent to ignore. One night, my mother told me about something she had seen that stuck with me in a very vivid way. She said she had seen what she described as a floating person, with a tiny smile on their face, waving at her. The image is so simple, but so eerie. A person who isn't standing on the ground, whose feet aren't anchored to the floor, whose body is suspended in the air, looking at you with a small, almost polite smile, lifting their hand to give a little wave like they were greeting a neighbor across the street. The way she described it, it sounded neither overtly threatening nor entirely friendly. There's something deeply unsettling about someone smiling and floating where no one should be. It was as if the house had started to reveal more of its invisible occupants, almost like it wanted to make sure we knew we were being watched. Along with the visual stuff, there were loud, unexplained noises. Bangs, knocks, things falling when no one was near them. Sometimes they would come from rooms we knew were empty. We'd search and find nothing out of place, no reason for the sound. Other times, the noises would be followed up by actual physical changes in the house. Objects moved into new positions, things arranged in ways no one in the family would have bothered to do. One night stands out in my memory clearly. We had a collection of empty bottles, nothing special, just bottles that had been set aside, sitting near or on top of our freezer. They usually stood in a haphazard little cluster, the way things do when people are lazy about putting them away properly. That night, we heard some noise, nothing huge but enough to make us pay attention. Later, when we went to check, we saw that all of the empty bottles were lined up neatly across the top of the freezer. Every single one, arranged carefully, as if someone had taken the time to pick them up and place them in a precise row. No one in my family admitted to doing it. There was no reason for anyone to have done it as a joke, and then not claimed it. It was an odd thing for a human to bother with, but it felt exactly like the kind of thing a playful or attention-seeking presence would do. Honestly, I thought that one was kind of cool. There was something almost artistic about it, the idea of a ghostly hand moving bottles around in the night, and leaving behind this bizarre, orderly display for us to find in the morning. In a house where some things felt heavy and frightening, that detail had a strange charm to it, even if it was still deeply weird. Looking back now, I can see how that one camping trip, that one moment of losing Max, was like a crack that opened in my life. After that, the dog in the doorway, the man in the trench coat and hat, my dad's nightmare and the figure he saw leaving my sister's room, my friends waking up to a stranger in the basement, my mother's floating smiler, the lined-up bottles, the shadows at the edge of our vision, all of it started to weave together into a pattern that's hard to ignore. I grew up in a house that didn't always feel empty when it should have. And even now, years later, that impression hasn't completely left me. Easter of 2006 is burned into my memory in a way I never expected it to be. At the time, it was just supposed to be a quick trip home, a long weekend in Calgary to see my parents and my little brother Chris. I used to live in Calgary myself, but I'd moved down to Los Angeles with my girlfriend, Jerry, when I turned 19. The plan was simple: drive up, spend Easter with the family, eat too much food, catch up on everything we'd missed, and then head back to our life in California. I never imagined that visit would end with all of us leaving Calgary behind. A month or so before that Easter weekend, my parents and Chris had moved into a new place. It was closer to the city center, in an older neighborhood that never really appealed to me. The streets were narrower, the houses sat closer together, and the whole area had this tired, worn-out feel, like the kind of place that had seen better days a long time ago and never fully recovered. It wasn't my favorite part of town, but I knew my parents were trying to make things work. The place was more affordable, and they were doing what they had to do. Even before we got there, I'd been hearing about the house. Every weekend, I'd talk to Chris on the phone, and no matter what else we talked about, school, friends, games, he always circled back to the same thing: he hated being home alone in that place. He didn't just say it casually either. There was a serious edge to his voice whenever he brought it up. He'd tell me how every time he came home from school and no one else was there, the house felt wrong to him. He'd walk in, drop his bag, and instantly feel this heavy, uncomfortable vibe, like the air itself was watching him. He described little things that kept happening. Lights turning off and on by themselves. The cat suddenly freaking out, staring at empty corners and hissing at what looked like nothing at all. Footsteps when nobody was moving. He tried to laugh it off sometimes, like he knew how crazy it sounded, but underneath the jokes I could tell he was genuinely unsettled. It wasn't just that he didn't like the place. It was that the place felt like it didn't like him. I believed him at least a little, partly because I know him and I know he doesn't scare easily, and partly because I've always been open to the idea that not everything in this world can be explained away. Still, there's a difference between listening to stories over the phone in your sunny apartment in California and stepping into the house yourself. The minute Jerry and I walked through the front door, I understood exactly what he'd been trying to tell me. We didn't need anyone to point it out. We didn't need any lights to flicker or doors to slam. Just crossing the threshold was enough. It wasn't like in the movies where everything suddenly goes icy cold, but there was a weight in the air that hit us both at once. It felt thick, tense, charged with something that had nothing to do with the weather or the age of the house. If I had to put it into words, I'd say it felt angry. Not annoyed. Not sad. Angry. There was something in that house that did not want us there, or at least didn't want anyone feeling comfortable there. As I stood just inside the doorway with my overnight bag in hand, I felt the skin on the back of my neck prickle. Jerry and I exchanged a quick look, the kind that says, "Did you feel that too?" Without anyone having to speak, We tried to shake it off and smile at my parents, hug them, say hello, act like everything was normal. But underneath the small talk, that uneasy feeling stayed. Later that day, just before dinner, we were all sitting in the family room. It was one of those ordinary moments that should have felt warm and easy. My parents were on the couch, Chris in a chair, Jerry and I squeezed together, everyone holding a drink, catching up, telling stories from the past year. The TV might have been on low in the background, or maybe there was music. It's the kind of detail I can't quite remember now because of what came afterward. What I do remember clearly is the cat. He was pacing back and forth near the entrance to the family room, his body tense in that way cats get when they're on edge. Every few steps, he'd stop and stare toward the basement door. The door itself was just slightly open, maybe an inch or so. Not enough for a person to slip through, but enough to leave a thin dark line, a shadowed sliver leading down to whatever was below. At first, I didn't think much of it. Cats stare at things all the time. They jump at shadows, watch dust motes, fixate on invisible points on the wall like they've discovered some secret that humans can't see. But this was different. The more I watched him, the clearer it became. He wasn't curious. He was afraid. His body would stiffen, his tail puff up, his ears flatten. He took a few wary steps toward the door, then stopped dead, eyes locked on that narrow gap. Suddenly, he started hissing and growling, a low, deep sound that came from his chest. His hackles rose all along his spine, the first standing straight up like he was plugged into electricity. He looked ready to either attack or bolt, torn between fight and flight. Hey, Chris said, getting up quickly and grabbing the cat. He scooped him up and brought him back into the family room with us, settling him onto his lap like he was trying to reassure him. The cat stayed there, but he didn't relax. Even in Chris's arms, he kept his eyes pinned on that basement door, watching it like something might come through it at any moment. We tried to keep talking, but it was impossible to ignore the way the cat was acting. The minutes stretched on. Maybe half an hour passed, maybe less, maybe more. It's hard to measure time when you're a little on edge. The house felt quiet in a way that didn't feel peaceful. It felt like everything was holding its breath. Then we heard it. A loud, sudden slam. The sound came from the direction of the basement. The cat exploded out of Chris's arms and bolted out of the room, claws scrambling on the floor as he raced up the stairs. My heart jumped into my throat. I whipped around in my seat and stared toward where the noise had come from. The basement door, which had been left open just an inch, was now fully closed. There was no one standing near it. No one in the hall. No draft that I could feel. No obvious reason why the door should have moved at all, much less slammed with that kind of force. It wasn't a gentle swing. It was the kind of slam you'd expect from an angry person leaving a room, not from a loose hinge or a gust of wind. Chris pointed at the door and looked straight at me, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and grim satisfaction. "See?" he said. "I told you this place was up." I couldn't argue with that. For some reason, it wasn't just the door itself that got to me. It was the context. It was knowing that Chris spent a lot of his time home alone, walking into this house after school, climbing the stairs, hearing things like that happening when nobody else was around. It was one thing to witness a weird moment, while surrounded by other people. It was another thing entirely to think about him hearing that slam on a random Tuesday afternoon, with nobody there to say they heard it too. Later that night, things got worse. After a long day of driving up from Los Angeles, and then the emotional punch of the evening, Jerry and I were exhausted. At some point, we all decided to go to bed. My parents headed to their room, Chris to his, and Jerry and I to the room we were using. I don't remember exactly what time we turned off the lights, but it was late enough that the house was fully settled into quiet. I woke up around 2:30 in the morning. It wasn't the kind of waking where you drift slowly into awareness. It was abrupt, like something had tugged me out of sleep, though I didn't hear anything specific. I reached over groggily, and realized that Jerry wasn't in bed. The sheets on her side were cool and empty. For a second, My half-asleep brain panicked, then I remembered there was only one bathroom in that area of the house. She had probably just gotten up to use it. I got up, rubbing my eyes, and walked down the hall to check on her. I found her in the bathroom, hunched over the toilet with her face in the bowl, retching. The sight jolted me fully awake. Hey, I said softly, stepping closer. Are you okay? She paused long enough to answer in a strained voice. Yes, then swallowed, breathing hard. After a moment, she lifted her head a little, her hair stuck to her face, and asked me, Can't you smell that? I frowned, confused. Smell what? That rotten smell, she said, her face twisting. It's like rotting meat or garbage or something. It's so strong. I sniffed the air, expecting to catch at least a hint of what she was talking about. But at that moment, in that bathroom, I didn't smell anything out of the ordinary. No sewage, no trash, no dead animal in the walls, nothing that matched the look of disgust on her face. It was just normal bathroom air to me. I don't smell anything, I told her, trying not to sound worried. She insisted she could, though. It was making her gag, making her eyes water. I didn't know what to do except stay with her. Sometimes when you're sick, you just need someone to be there, even if they can't fix it. So I waited, leaning against the doorframe, talking to her in a low voice until the worst of it passed, and she said she felt steady enough to go back to bed. We climbed back under the covers, both of us a little uneasy now. The house felt very quiet, like it was holding its breath again. I lay there listening to the sounds of the house, trying to calm myself down enough to fall asleep. That was when we heard the cat. We heard him scampering up the stairs in that frantic, clattering way cats have when they're running from something. His claws clicked against the floor, quick and sharp. The sound got closer, then passed our room in a blur. Right after that, we heard a long, drawn-out creaking sound. It was the kind of noise you get when something heavy is slowly being pushed open, wood rubbing against wood, hinges protesting. It went on just a little too long to be dismissed as the house settling. Jerry and I both turned to look at each other at the exact same moment. We didn't even need words. The look in her eyes told me she had heard it just as clearly as I had. Then, a loud slam echoed through the house. It was that same kind of slam we'd heard earlier from the basement door, sudden and violent, cutting through the quiet like a shout. My heart started pounding all over again. My mind raced through possibilities. Maybe someone had come in. Maybe a door upstairs had been caught in a draft. But the way the sound rolled through the house made it feel different, more personal. We could hear footsteps on the main floor. Steady, heavy footsteps, not the light patter of the cat. They moved across the floor, one after another, with a pace that sounded deliberate. The boards creaked under the weight, not like something small running, but like something, or someone, walking with purpose. As those footsteps continued, I began to smell something. It started faint, like a whisper of a scent, and then grew stronger. It was a smell I recognized from other times in my life, the sour, sickening odor of rotting meat. Not just old food, but that particular smell of something dead and decaying. The kind of smell that triggers something primal in you, telling you that whatever it is, it's wrong, it's unhealthy, it's dangerous. Do you smell that? I asked in a low voice. Yes, Jerry said. Her face had gone pale in the dim light. The smell was getting worse, swelling into the room, thick and foul. It mingled with my fear and made my stomach turn. The footsteps kept moving, heading toward the stairs. We listened as they began to climb. Each step was clear. The boards groaned under the weight. With every step closer, the stench intensified, filling our noses, clinging to the back of our throats. My skin crawled. I felt pinned under an invisible weight, frozen between the urge to get up and run and the equally strong urge to stay perfectly still and hope whatever it was didn't notice us. I looked over at Jerry and saw that she'd thrown up again, this time on the comforter. Whether it was from the smell or the fear or both, I didn't know, but it was clear her body was having a very real reaction to whatever was moving through the house. When the footsteps reached the top of the stairs, they started to pass by our room. From the hallway, something large moved past the doorway. Jerry later told me she saw it. A big, black figure, tall and bulky, like a walking shadow with weight and presence. It moved by the door and continued down the hall. I didn't see it myself. My angle or my timing must have been off. But I felt it. The temperature seemed to dip for a moment. The smell of rot peaked as if it were centered right outside our room and then began to fade as whatever it was moved farther down the hall. At the end of the hallway was Chris's room. A few seconds later, we heard his voice, loud and furious. "Oh hell no!" he yelled. "I'm getting so sick and tired of this S." That's not the kind of yell you make because you had a bad dream. That's the kind you make when you've been pushed to your limit, when you're done being scared and you're just angry. His voice snapped the whole house awake. Doors opened. Lights flicked on. My parents rushed out of their room. Jerry and I scrambled out of bed. Everyone converged on Chris's doorway. When we reached his room, he was out of bed, standing there looking like he'd just been dragged through a nightmare and out into reality. His eyes were wide and unfocused, like he was still partly somewhere else. His skin was as pale as I'd ever seen it, drained of all color. "What happened?" someone asked. Maybe my mom, maybe me, maybe my dad. The room was full of questions, shouted and whispered at the same time. Chris didn't have an easy answer. He just knew he'd had enough. You could feel it in the air, anger, fear, confusion, all tangled together. And while we all stood there, hearts pounding, trying to make sense of what was going on, something else started. We heard a scraping sound. It began at the end of the hall near Chris's room, a harsh, dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled slowly across the floor. The sound traveled past us, down the hallway, toward the stairs. It moved step by step down the staircase, scraping on each one, as if something invisible with weight and edges was being hauled or dragging itself along. We all turned to look toward the stairs, but just like before, there was nothing visible there. Only the sound. It continued all the way down to the main floor, across it, and then toward the basement. The air felt charged, thick, prickling against our skin. The rotting smell lingered, but it was like it was moving away, following the noise. Then, from downstairs, we heard it again, the basement door slamming shut. This time, nobody tried to shrug it off. We all stood in the hallway for a few moments, silent, listening to the sudden stillness. No more footsteps. No more scraping. The smell began to thin, but the memory of it stayed in the back of our throats. We looked at each other and saw the same thing reflected back: fear, disbelief, and the dawning understanding that staying in that house for the rest of the night was not an option. As a family, we decided to leave and go to a motel. We didn't make a big show of it. There was no shouting or dramatic packing. It was more like a calm urgency. Everyone moved quickly, grabbing whatever they needed for the night: wallets, keys, a change of clothes, maybe some important things we didn't want to leave behind even for a few hours. The idea was simple: get out now, figure the rest out later. While we were all getting dressed and ready to go, Chris started looking for the cat. He checked under beds, behind furniture, in corners, calling his name, searching every place he could think of where the cat usually hid. He spent about 20 minutes doing this while everyone else moved around, gathering things. But no matter where he looked, he couldn't find him. The house had plenty of hiding spots, but given what had just happened, the thought of leaving the cat behind, hiding somewhere in that place, made Chris uneasy. Dad finally said, trying to sound practical, "He'll be fine until morning. We'll come back and get him. He's probably just hiding." It wasn't ideal, but we didn't feel like we had much of a choice. The priority was getting everyone out of the house as quickly as possible. So we locked up what needed locking, piled into the van, and drove off into the night toward a motel, leaving the house behind in the dark. When we returned in the morning, the first thing that hit us wasn't a sound or a sight. It was the smell. The entire house was filled with that same disgusting odor of rotting meat, thick and oppressive. It wasn't just faint hints drifting from one corner. It was everywhere, sinking into our clothes, our hair, our noses. It felt like the house itself was exhaling decay. We didn't waste time. Whatever attachment my parents had to that house evaporated in that moment. We packed up as fast as we could, grabbing clothes, dishes, photos, whatever we could throw into boxes and bags. A U-Haul was rented and backed up to the house. It didn't feel like a calm, organized move. It felt like an evacuation. Everything that could be lifted got loaded into the truck. My family didn't just decide to move to a different neighborhood in Calgary. They left the city entirely. They came back down to California with Jerry and me. For about a month, we all lived together in our place, the house suddenly much fuller and noisier, but in a good way. There was a feeling of relief in that new crowdedness, like everyone had been holding their breath in Calgary and could finally let it out. After that month, my parents found a little house on the beach. It was the opposite of the place in Calgary, open, bright, full of natural light and ocean air. No angry weight in the air, no basement door to slam, no rotten smell creeping through the halls. Just waves, gulls, and the sound of wind instead of footsteps on stairs. Chris moved in with Jerry and me. He needed the stability, and we were glad to have him. As for the cat, yes, we found him. He had been hiding so well in that old house that it took some time and a lot of coaxing, but we brought him with us. He's here, safe and sound, doing all the weird cat things that suddenly feel comforting when you've seen how much worse weird can be. The only real conflict now is between him and my Rottweiler, Harley. Harley doesn't care for him very much. There's a lot of suspicious staring, a lot of careful circling, and the occasional growl when the cat pushes his luck. But honestly, I'll take a little house pet drama over the kind of things we left behind in Calgary any day.
It was just last Friday when this happened, and it still feels fresh in my mind every time I think about it. I've had strange things happen to me over the years, little moments that made me pause and wonder, but this one was different somehow. Clearer, sharper, like it wanted to be remembered. That night, everything seemed completely normal at first. I went to bed around 1 in the morning after watching a movie on TV. It wasn't anything particularly scary or special, just something to pass the time until I got tired enough to sleep. When I finally turned the television off and got up to switch off the lights, I noticed through the window that it had started to snow. At that point it wasn't a heavy, thick snowfall like you sometimes get. Just that wet kind of snow that melts as soon as it hits the ground. You could see it drifting down, soft and lazy, only to disappear the moment it touched the pavement or the grass. It gave everything outside a faint, shimmering look without really accumulating. I went to bed with that image in mind, the soft, half-hearted snow and the quiet of the late night, and expected to sleep straight through until morning. Instead, somewhere in the small hours, I woke up because I felt cold. It wasn't just a little chill, either. It felt like the room itself had dropped in temperature, like the warmth had been sucked out of the air. I pulled the blanket up around my shoulders and turned my head toward the bedside clock, expecting to see the red glow of the numbers telling me what time it was. But when I looked, the clock was dark. For a split second I thought maybe it had broken, but then I realized the whole room was darker than it should have been. Even in the middle of the night, my room usually isn't completely pitch black because the small night light in the ensuite bathroom glows faintly and spills a little light into the bedroom. That night, the night light was off too. The darkness felt deeper than usual, as if someone had turned off not just the lights but the whole sense of normal nighttime. I got out of bed and walked over to the window to see what was going on outside. When I looked, I could see that by now there was quite a bit of snow. It had gone from the light, melting kind to something more serious. The ground was covered, the roofs were dusted, and the whole neighborhood had that muted, snowy look where sound doesn't travel quite the same way. It was only then that I realized the electricity was out. Not just our house, either. The entire neighborhood was dark. No porch lights, no street lamps, no faint glow from other windows. Everything was out. The only reason I could see at all was because of the snow. Snow has a way of catching and reflecting any hint of light that's left in the sky, even when it's the middle of the night. It made the world outside bright enough that its faint glow seeped into the house and let me find my way around, even without the usual indoor lights. Still, the house felt strange without its normal soft hum and flicker of electricity. No fridge hum, no thermostat click, No little electronic dots of light from appliances. I went back to bed and lay there, pulling the blankets up to my chin, thinking about how odd it is that we rely on electricity for absolutely everything. When it's gone, you suddenly notice how silent and vulnerable the house feels. I wondered how long the power had been off and how long it would stay that way. The longer I lay there, the more I could feel the chill settling into the walls and floor. I was lying there like that, awake, thinking, when I noticed something that made me forget all about the power outage. At first, it was just a faint awareness that something in the hallway wasn't quite right. My bedroom door opens out onto a short hallway, and at the far end of that hall there's nothing. No window, no door, just a wall with a large mirror hanging on it. Under normal circumstances, if there's any light coming from somewhere else in the house, you might catch a flicker of it reflected in the mirror. But this time, there shouldn't have been any light at all. The power was out. Everything was dark. And yet, as I lay there watching, I noticed a strange brightness beginning to appear at the end of the hallway. It was subtle at first, just a faint glow that didn't belong, like someone had slowly turned up a dimmer switch on a light that shouldn't exist. The light had a bluish tint to it, a cool, almost soft blue, not harsh like some LED lights but not warm like a lamp either. It was just there, at the end of the hall, where only a mirror hung. I watched it, half expecting it to disappear as quickly as it had appeared, but instead it grew brighter. It wasn't flickering like a candle or flashing like a faulty bulb. It increased in a slow, steady way, as if something behind that point in space was opening up and letting more light spill out. The brightness filled the end of the hall and turned the mirror into a kind of glowing patch. For a moment, it reminded me of the way a television looks when it's on in a dark room and you're standing in the hallway outside, just seeing the glow around the edges of the doorway. You don't see the picture, just that shifting light. That's what this bluish glow felt like a room at the end of the hall had a TV on, except I knew there was no such room, no such TV. There was just the wall, the mirror, and the short distance between my bedroom door and the end of the hall. The light stayed like that for a brief time. Bright, bluish, soft but definitely not natural, then it slowly began to fade. It dimmed gradually, like someone was closing the door on it again. Within a few seconds it had disappeared entirely, leaving the hallway as dark as it had been before. I lay there for a moment, my heart beating a little faster now, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. The most reasonable explanation that came to mind was that it might have been some sort of reflection from outside. Our neighbor across the street has a driveway that faces our window, and I thought maybe his truck lights had come on for some reason and reflected in the glass and then into the mirror at the end of the hall. It seemed like the sort of thing you could shrug off that way, so I decided to go and check. I got out of bed, went downstairs, and looked out the front window to see what was happening across the street. The truck was still there in his driveway, parked and silent. It wasn't running. The headlights weren't on. In fact, the way it was parked, the headlights would have faced toward his garage door anyway, not toward my house. I also remembered that our window has wood shutter blinds, and they were closed. If any light from outside had tried to come through, it would have been broken and muted by the slats. And even if some light had managed to sneak through, the only lights on a parked truck like that would be the taillights, which would glow red, not blue. This had definitely not been a red light. It was bluish, like cold fire, like the color you get from certain electronic screens or that eerie glow you sometimes see in sci-fi movies. There was nothing outside that could have made that. No vehicles moving, no house lights, no street lamps. The power was still out. The neighborhood was dark and quiet, except for the reflection of the snow.
I went back upstairs, even more puzzled. I replayed the moment in my head over and over. The way the light had seemed to come from the end of the hallway where, to the best of my knowledge, there is nothing except that large mirror on the wall. No doors. No windows. No lamps or switches. It had been like someone had opened a door made of light, let it spill out into the hall, then closed it again. I also knew that everyone else in the house was asleep. My husband was in bed beside me, breathing steadily, completely unaware that anything was happening. My younger son was asleep in his bedroom in the basement, and my older son wasn't even home. He was staying over at a friend's house that night. There was nobody wandering the halls, nobody turning anything on, nobody playing a prank. The more I thought about it, the more my earlier comparison stuck in my head. It really had looked like the glow from a television left on in another room. But there was no other room at the end of that hallway, just a wall that should have stayed dark. Later, when I told my husband about it, he suggested maybe it had something to do with the smoke alarm. I suppose he meant that maybe some tiny built-in light had reflected off something, or maybe it had somehow reacted to the power outage. But our smoke alarm is connected directly to the electrical system. It doesn't have a backup battery with a blinking LED. And even if it did, I don't see why a smoke alarm would decide to suddenly shine bright blue light down a hallway in the middle of a power outage. Smoke alarms don't need to light up entire hallways to do their job. Besides, the smoke alarm explanation doesn't make sense for another reason. There was no electricity. Whatever this light was, it appeared during a time when there was, as far as I knew, absolutely no power going to anything in the house. What made me more uneasy was that this wasn't the first strange thing involving lights that had happened recently. About a month earlier, I'd had another odd experience, this time while I was working at my computer late in the evening. It was one of those nights where you glance at the clock and realize it's much later than you intended, but you're already in the middle of something and decide to just finish it. The house was quiet. The rest of the family were doing their own things in other rooms, and I was alone in my office, staring at the glow of the monitor. I was working away when my computer suddenly started acting like it had a mind of its own. Programs opened and closed without me touching anything. Windows popped up and vanished, menus appeared, things clicked that I hadn't clicked. My first thought was that maybe something had gone wrong with the mouse or the keyboard, or that there was some strange software glitch. Then I wondered if someone might somehow be trying to hack into my system remotely. It's not the most comforting thought, but in this day and age it seems more plausible than ghosts. I checked the program I use that monitors those sorts of things, something that would have shown me if anyone was connected or trying to take control. Everything looked fine. Nothing unusual. No signs of intrusion. Yet the computer still behaved strangely, opening and closing things as if an invisible hand was moving the cursor. While I was still processing that and trying to decide whether to restart the computer or just shut it off, something else started happening. The lights in my office began to flicker. At first, it was small, a brief dip and flare that made me think, okay, maybe this is just the wind messing with the power lines outside. It was a bit windy that night, and power can sometimes get a little temperamental in bad weather. But as I sat there thinking exactly that, the lights started doing it again, more noticeably this time. They didn't just flicker. They dimmed and brightened in a very deliberate way, like someone was standing at a dimmer switch, sliding it up and down slowly. The room would grow slightly darker, then brighter again, then darker, then brighter. It did this 3 separate times. There was a pattern to it, a rhythm, as if something was trying to make sure I noticed it. The strange thing is, I don't have a dimmer switch in that room. The light fixture is controlled by a regular on-off switch. The bulb itself is a neon bulb, which normally doesn't behave like that unless there's a serious issue. If the power is bad enough to make a neon bulb dim dramatically, you'd expect things in other parts of the house to be affected too. But from where I sat, I could see the light switch clearly, and there was absolutely no one near it. The switch wasn't moving. No one was sliding anything up and down. The whole thing gave me the distinct impression that something was trying to get my attention. It felt personal, like whatever was manipulating the lights had chosen that room, that moment, on purpose. It wasn't the random flicker of bad wiring or a storm. It was too focused. The lights didn't go out completely. They just kept dimming and brightening in that weird, almost intentional way. To make sure I wasn't imagining things, I went downstairs to the basement where my son was watching television. I asked him casually if the lights had been flickering down there or if he'd noticed anything strange. He looked at me like I was asking something odd and said no, everything had been normal. No flickering. No dimming. Just regular, steady light. Apparently, whatever was going on was confined to my office alone. I've never heard of a power surge affecting just one room in a house. Usually, if there's something wrong with the electricity, multiple rooms, or even the whole house, shows signs, clocks resetting, appliances glitching, lights behaving oddly. But this was just one room, just my office, just me and the computer. We've lived in this house for 16 years now. We are the second owners, and as far as I know, nobody has died here. The house itself is only around 27 years old, not some crumbling Victorian mansion with a tragic history. On paper, it should be just another normal suburban house. And yet, from the very first day we moved in, I've had strange things happen. Not just to me, but to my children as well. Little oddities. Moments that don't line up. Things you could maybe shrug off once or twice, but that, over time, start to form a pattern you can't completely ignore. Whenever I bring these things up, my husband has a favorite explanation: the wind. To him, everything is the wind. Doors that move? It's the wind. Strange sounds? The wind. Lights doing weird things or little drafts coming from nowhere? The wind again. It doesn't matter if it's the dead of winter, all the windows are closed, and there is no obvious source for any draft. The wind, apparently, is always to blame. Inside the house, with all the windows closed, in the middle of winter. I try not to make fun of him for it, but there's only so much the wind can reasonably explain. That blue light in the hallway, for example. The way it appeared during a blackout, at the end of a 5-foot-long hall that leads directly from my bedroom door to a wall and a mirror, with no doors or windows there. The way it grew brighter, lingered for a few seconds, and then slowly faded like a door closing. It looked exactly like when someone opens a door at the end of a hallway and the light from another room spills out, then disappears when the door is closed. Only there was no door. There was nothing there that could have opened. No room behind that wall. No appliance. No lamp. No secret TV. Just a mirror and the blank wall it's hanging on. I don't know what caused that light. I don't know what made my office lights dim and brighten while my computer acted like it was being controlled by invisible hands. I don't know why, after 16 years in this house, strange little things still happen often enough that I can't quite write them off. I only know what I saw, what I felt, and how those moments make me aware that sometimes, in the quietest parts of the night, the house doesn't feel empty at all. Maybe there's a perfectly normal explanation buried somewhere in circuits and wiring and electrical oddities. Or maybe, just maybe, something else is sharing the space with us, something that occasionally sends a flicker, a glow, or a strange blue light down the hallway just to remind me that it's there. It happened back in 2005, but I can still hear that sound as clearly as if it were last night. It was one of those quiet evenings where nothing special is going on. The kids were all in bed, the house had that comfortable, settled feeling it gets after a long day, and I was propped up in my own bed, reading. The book wasn't even particularly exciting, just something to wind down with before I switched off the light and went to sleep. Everything felt normal, calm, predictable. There was no feeling that anything strange was about to happen. I don't remember what time it was exactly, but it was late enough that the house had gone completely still. You know that deep silence you get when everyone is asleep, and even the appliances seem to be quieter than usual? It was like that. I turned a page, shifted my pillow, and that was when I heard it. There was a sudden, sharp crash followed immediately by the unmistakable sound of glass breaking. It wasn't a soft clink or a tiny tinkle. It was loud and harsh, the kind of noise that snaps your attention up from whatever you're doing. My heart jumped into my throat. For a second, I just froze with the book in my hands, listening to the echo of it ring through the house. Then my mind started trying to make sense of it. I thought maybe something had fallen in the kitchen sink, a glass left too near the edge, maybe, or a mug that had been stacked poorly. That seemed like the most logical explanation. I put my book down, got out of bed, and went downstairs to check the kitchen. The lights flooded the room with a familiar glow, and everything looked exactly the way I had left it. The counters were clear, the sink was empty, and nothing seemed to be out of place. No broken glass anywhere. No spills. No mess on the floor. I opened the cupboard where we keep the glasses just in case one had slipped from a shelf. but everything was neatly lined up like soldiers in a row. Plates stacked, cups upright, everything perfectly normal. I stood there for a moment, frowning. I was sure I'd heard glass breaking. Not. Maybe. Not. Sort of. But definitely. It wasn't the kind of sound you mistake for something else. Still, with nothing obviously wrong in the kitchen, I told myself that maybe it had just been something small, like a picture frame shifting or a little rattle from somewhere in the pipes that my imagination had turned into something bigger. It was late, I was tired, and tired brains sometimes misinterpret things. So I went back upstairs and got into bed again. But once I was back under the covers, the quiet of the house seemed to press in around me more than before. It's amazing how loud your own thoughts can be when everything else is silent. I kept thinking about that noise. Crash. Glass shattering. My mind replayed it in a loop. I knew what I had heard, and the more I thought about it, the less comfortable I felt with shrugging it off. I lay there for a few more minutes, staring up at the ceiling, listening for any follow-up noises, footsteps, voices, anything. Nothing. Just that heavy nighttime stillness. Finally, I decided I was being silly and that what I really needed to do was make sure the kids were all right. Sometimes, you don't even realize that's what is bothering you until you get up to do it. I got back out of bed and went to check on them. One by one, I looked into their rooms. Each of them was fast asleep, blankets pulled up, breathing peacefully. No one was up rummaging around. No one had dropped anything. No one was sneaking late-night snacks or playing with toys after lights out. As far as they were concerned, the world was fine. They hadn't heard anything at all. That left only one place I hadn't checked, the family room in the downstairs area. I went down the stairs again, this time all the way to the family room, and flipped on the lights. The sight that greeted me made my heart stop for a moment. There was broken glass all over the hardwood floor. It glittered in the light, scattered in many small pieces across the area in front of the TV wall unit. Shards large and small were spread wider than a normal fall would have caused, like it had been thrown with some force instead of simply dropped. Lying among the pieces of glass was a 6-inch taper candle broken cleanly in half. For a second, all I could do was stare. I recognized the glass and the candle immediately. They belonged to a hurricane lamp I'd received as a gift from a friend. The lamp had a heavy, solid brass holder for the candle, and over top of that sat a clear glass cover, elegant and a bit old-fashioned. I'd liked it very much and hadn't wanted it to get knocked over by accident, so I'd placed it carefully on top of the TV wall unit, way at the back where nothing and no one could easily disturb it. In front of the lamp, closer to the edge of the unit, sat a large potted plant. It took up a fair bit of space and acted as a kind of barrier. In front of the plant, arranged along the front edge of the wall unit, was a row of bowling trophies my husband had won. They all stood there in a proud line, polished, solid, and not exactly feather-light. Between the plant and the trophies, the back of that unit was pretty well blocked off from clumsy hands or wandering elbows. The hurricane lamp, tucked behind all that, was about as safe as I knew how to make it. But now, here on the floor, were the broken glass cover and the candle. Only the glass cover and the candle. I went closer, moving carefully so I wouldn't step on any shards, and looked up at the top of the unit. The heavy brass candle holder was still sitting there, way at the back, exactly where I'd put it. Nothing else was disturbed. The plant pot hadn't moved an inch. The soil looked unchanged. The leaves weren't bent or broken. The row of bowling trophies was perfectly straight and unbroken. Not a single one was tipped over, not even slightly shifted. It was as if something had carefully lifted the glass cover and the candle out of their place behind the plant and the trophies, moved them forward, and then violently smashed the glass and broken the candle in midair before dropping the pieces onto the floor without touching anything else. I crouched down to look at the candle. It was snapped in the middle, broken into two halves. What made it stranger was that the wax around the break looked melted. You could see where the surface had softened and then reset in a distorted shape, as if heat had been applied only to that exact area. The wick, however, was still perfectly white and unburned. That candle had been brand new. I had never lit it even once. I'd put it there purely for decoration, and yet here it was, melted and broken as if it had been half burned and then blown out, but with the wick untouched. The glass was in many pieces on the floor, not just a simple crack or a clean break. It looked like someone had taken the glass cover and slammed it hard against the floor. There was a sense of force behind it, not the random, passive damage you get when something topples over accidentally. It looked intentional in a way that made the back of my neck prickle. By that time, the noise and the lights being turned on had woken everyone up. One by one, people came downstairs in various stages of half-sleep and confusion, asking what had happened. We all stood there, staring at the mess, and then up at the untouched brass holder still sitting peacefully behind the plant and the trophies. No one had any idea how the glass and the candle could have reached the floor like that without knocking over anything in front of them. It was physically difficult to imagine. If the hurricane lamp had simply fallen, it would have had to somehow hop over the plant and the trophies without disturbing them, drop neatly to the floor, and shatter. That alone would have been strange enough, but even if you tried to pretend that was possible, it still didn't explain how the brass holder, the heaviest part of the lamp, was still sitting exactly where it had always been. It definitely did not fall by ordinary means. It didn't look like a fall at all. It looked like pieces that had been selected and aggressively thrown. My husband, ever the skeptic, suggested that it was probably a mouse. I stared at him, then at the brass holder, which was still in place, then at the area the glass had been thrown across. Unless this mouse is huge and on steroids, I thought. I don't see how that's possible. For a mouse to have done what we were looking at, it would have had to climb up to the back of the unit, somehow get under or around the glass cover without being crushed, lift an 8-inch glass chimney and a solid taper candle together, carry them over the plant, over the trophies, and then fling them into the air with enough force to smash the glass and break the candle, all without knocking anything else over. If that was a mouse, then yes, I needed an exterminator, and possibly a priest. His other favorite explanation, the wind, didn't work here either. We were in the downstairs family room. The windows down there were all closed. Some of the windows in the house were literally frozen shut because it was around minus 30 degrees Celsius outside. No breezes were sneaking in. Even if there had been a draft, wind does not selectively remove glass covers from lamps, melt candles in one specific place, and then put the brass holder back where it was. Everyone had heard the crash. I wasn't the only one. The kids woke up, my husband heard it, and we all came down to the evidence of it. And yet, nobody knew how it had actually happened. We hadn't heard footsteps. We hadn't heard anyone moving through the house. As for an intruder, I had been awake and reading when the sound happened. My bedroom door was open, and anyone going downstairs would have had to pass by that open door. I would have noticed someone going down. Instead, there was just that loud crash, followed by a scene that felt wrong in a way I couldn't quite explain. It didn't line up with how things behave in the normal, physical world. It made me wonder about things I'd never really given much thought before, like poltergeists. Was it one? I don't know. Poltergeist is one of those words people throw around when something moves or breaks for no reason. All I can say for sure is that something, or someone, did that. It just wasn't any of us. For a long time after that, I kept thinking about the hurricane lamp and the melted candle, but life went on. The kids grew up. The girls eventually got married and moved out. The boys stayed home, at least for a while they went to college. They're in their mid-20s now, old enough to be more amused by ghost stories than frightened, at least in theory. About a year ago, something happened that reminded me strongly of that night in 2005. The girls were long gone from the house by then, living their own lives. Only the boys were still at home. They were downstairs one evening in the basement, entertaining some friends. It was just a casual hangout, young men talking, joking, maybe watching something, maybe playing games. The kind of low-key gathering that's so ordinary you don't think twice about it. The soccer ball was sitting on a shelf in the basement. It's just a regular soccer ball, the kind you'd kick around outside on a decent day, resting up on a shelf among other odds and ends. Nothing special about it, nothing precarious about the way it was placed. It was secure enough that it didn't roll off on its own when you bumped the shelf lightly. It had been there for a while without incident. As they were sitting there talking, the ball moved. It didn't wobble. It didn't roll. According to them, it came floating down. All of them saw it. The ball lifted off the shelf and descended slowly through the air until it reached the floor, where it landed with a soft plop. No bounce. No rolling away. Just a gentle, almost deliberate landing, as though an invisible hand had picked it up, carried it down, and placed it on the ground. If a soccer ball falls off a shelf naturally, you know what happens. It rolls. It bounces. It might bounce more than once. It doesn't drift through the air like some zero-gravity object and then stop dead on the floor as if it has weight but no momentum. When the boys told me, their choice of words made me smile in spite of the strangeness of it all. For grown young men, they were freaked out, as they put it. It takes a lot to shake guys their age, but seeing a ball float down in front of you is apparently one of those things. They weren't alone either. Their friends saw it too. It wasn't just one person's imagination making something out of nothing. The entire group watched it happen. We are still the second owners of this house. It's less than 30 years old. The original owners were a young couple with small children. It's not like there's some dramatic, gothic history of tragedy associated with the place. No famous deaths, no whispers about something awful that happened here. If you looked at it on paper, it would just be family home, 2 owners, no known incidents. And yet, this was the first time anyone had actually seen something move on its own, in broad view, with no one touching it. It added a new layer to everything else. My husband, bless him, remains the biggest skeptic in the family. It doesn't matter what happens, his first instinct is to explain it away. He's the kind of person who would need a ghost to sit down in front of him, shake his hand, and sign a contract in triplicate before he'd admit it was anything out of the ordinary. Even if he does see something with his own eyes, he'll try to twist it into something normal. Like playing tricks, faulty wiring, settling noise, and, of course, his favorite culprit, the wind. We've had footprints appear outside in the snow or in the yard, starting from nowhere in the middle of the yard and then stopping and disappearing as if whoever had been walking had simply lifted off the ground and flown away. The neighbor's kid was the one who noticed them once, tracing their path with wide eyes and pointing out where they began in a place with no logical starting point. There were no prints leading up to that starting point, no sign that someone had walked in from the sidewalk or the driveway. Just a sudden beginning in open space, a few steps, and then nothing. We've had banging on the bathroom door when someone is inside, enough to make you call out, "Who's there?" and open the door in annoyance, only to find no one on the other side, and to remember that you're home alone. Not a gentle knock, but a firm, solid banging, as if someone wants to get your attention or demand to be let in. There have been times when I've heard the distinctive sound of drawers opening and closing, the soft slide of wood, and the tinkling clink of the pull handles tapping back against the drawer fronts, all coming from a room where no one is. Dressers all have those pull-style handles, and the sound is unmistakable. You know when someone is going through drawers. And yet I've gone to check, expecting to find one of the kids rummaging for something, only to discover that the room is empty and every drawer is closed. More than once, I've been downstairs and heard voices upstairs, just faint enough that I can't make out the words, but clear enough that it sounds like people talking. I've gone up, expecting to find someone on the phone or a TV left on, only to find the floor silent, no one there, no electronics in use. I've been upstairs and heard voices downstairs, gone down with the same expectation, and discovered the same silence. It's not the creaks and groans of a settling house. It's the shape of conversation without the content. There have been strange lights too. Glows where no light source should be. Little flashes in the corner of my eye that make me turn my head, only to find nothing there. Shimmers and reflections that don't line up with any object or surface I can identify. Then there are the electrical oddities. The blender has turned on by itself in the middle of the night. Not only that, but it was unplugged. There's something especially chilling about hearing the loud roar of a blender at an hour when everyone is supposed to be asleep, marching into the kitchen ready to scold someone for a late-night snack, and then realizing the cord isn't even in the outlet. It's just sitting there on the counter, switched on, as though something had decided to toy with it. The television has a mind of its own sometimes too. It has turned on and off by itself, changed channels without anyone touching the remote. We've checked for stuck buttons, tried replacing the remote's batteries, looked for any kind of logical explanation. Sometimes, no matter what you do, the TV just decides it's going to flicker to life on its own or jump from one channel to another, as if something unseen is pressing the buttons. Taken on their own, any one of these events might be something you could shrug off or explain away, especially if you're determined not to believe in anything unusual. A skeptic can twist almost anything into something ordinary if they're stubborn enough. But after 16 years in this house, with event after event stacking up, all with that strange, not quite right feeling attached, it becomes harder and harder to pretend it's all just the wind. The hurricane lamp smashing itself without moving its own holder, the melted unburned candle, the floating soccer ball landing like it's been gently placed, the disappearing footprints, the banging on doors, the phantom drawers, the voices, the lights, the appliances that don't need electricity to misbehave, all of it adds up to a picture I can't ignore. I still don't know exactly what's here with us, or why it does what it does. I don't know if poltergeist is the right word, or if there's another label that fits better. All I know is that sometimes, in this house that looks so normal from the outside, things move, things break, things flicker and hum and talk without anyone touching them, and I'm left standing in the middle of it all, broom in hand, picking up shattered glass and wondering who, or what, threw it. Growing up in Western Canada felt like living in my own little adventure. I spent my childhood in Calgary, Alberta, the home of the Calgary Stampede, proudly called the greatest outdoor show on earth. Some of my happiest memories are tied to those July days when the city would come alive. Every year we went to the Stampede. It was almost a sacred family tradition. We'd watch the rodeo in the afternoon, cheer for riders we didn't even know, and then stay late into the night at the Midway. I loved the smell of mini donuts and popcorn, the flashing lights of the rides, the sound of people screaming from way up in the sky and then laughing when they came back down. And at the very end, when we were tired and sticky and full of junk food, we'd tilt our heads back and watch the fireworks explode over the city. Even now, I like to go back every July when I can, just to feel that familiar charge in the air and see what's changed and what's stayed the same. I always tell people who have never been that they should go at least once in their lives. It really does deserve the title the greatest outdoor show on earth. When I was 8 years old, my life shifted in a different direction. My parents started talking about moving out of the city to a house in Airdrie, a small town just north of Calgary. Airdrie wasn't huge back then, and to a kid like me it sounded exciting and a little mysterious. New streets, new kids, new routines. My dad worked in construction, and his favorite thing in the world seemed to be finding houses he could fix up. That was just the cycle of our life. Every few years there would be talk of a good deal, or a place with potential, and then we'd pack up and move. He'd throw himself into the renovations, turn everything upside down for a while, and just when the house really started to look and feel like home, we'd move on again. There was one catch with these houses he loved so much. They were almost always old. Not a little old, not built in the 80s. Old, but 60 to 100 years old sometimes. Old enough that the floors dipped a little when you walked on them. Old enough that the windows rattled in the wind. Old enough that the basements smelled like damp concrete and history. Old enough, at least to me, to be creepy beyond belief. Every house had its quirks and its shadows, and I grew up knowing how to fall asleep with strange creaks echoing through the walls. The Airdrie house sounded promising though. I remember the first night we went to see it with the realtor. It was already dark when we drove out there, but the neighborhood looked nice under the streetlights. Calm. Friendly. There was a school right at the end of the block, which felt like a little miracle. I immediately imagined myself riding my bike there, racing leaves in the fall, coasting home in the spring. We climbed out of my dad's truck and started walking around the outside of the house while we waited for the realtor to show up. The lot was big, especially to my 8-year-old eyes. It was a corner lot, which somehow made it feel even more spacious, and the backyard stretched out wide and long. I could instantly picture games of tag, made-up adventures, maybe even a treehouse one day if my dad felt ambitious enough. I was already claiming the space in my mind before we even stepped inside. When the realtor finally arrived and unlocked the door, we filed in behind him. The first thing I noticed was that it was a bi-level house. At the front landing, there was a short set of 4 or 5 steps leading up to the main floor. Just off to the left, there was a wider staircase leading down to the basement. I had never seen a layout like that before. It fascinated me. To my young brain, it felt like the house was immediately asking you to choose, up into the heart of things, or down into whatever secrets the basement might be hiding. My parents drifted up the stairs with the realtor, and pretty soon I could hear them in the kitchen talking about numbers and conditions, and whatever else people talk about when they're thinking of buying a house. Money, timelines, inspection clauses. All of it went right over my head. I wasn't interested in the adult stuff. I wanted to explore. The mystery of the basement staircase kept tugging at my attention, so finally I gave in and headed down. The basement surprised me. It was completely undeveloped. No drywall, no carpeting, no ceiling tiles. Just exposed beams, concrete floors, and bare foundation walls as far as I could see. That struck me as odd, even at that age. The house was 54 years old at the time. You'd think that in all those decades, someone would have tried to finish the space a little, put up some walls, lay down some carpet, maybe carve out an extra bedroom or rec room. But it looked like nobody had ever really done much down there. In one corner, I noticed a small cluster of forgotten things, a couple of old paint cans, dusty and dented, and an old metal toolbox. The toolbox caught my attention immediately. I wandered over and popped it open. Inside was a collection of antique tools. An old hammer with a worn wooden handle, a screwdriver with the metal darkened by age, and a folded scrap of newspaper tucked neatly among them. Curious, I reached in and picked up the newspaper. It was yellowed and brittle, the ink slightly faded but still legible. The date at the top was from 1976. I carefully unfolded it, and my eyes were immediately drawn to the bold letters of the headline. All I had time to read was the first word. Murder. Before I could take in anything more, I heard my dad's footsteps on the stairs. He came down into the basement, and saw me standing there with the clipping in my hands. "You ready to go?" he asked. I glanced up at him, and then down at what I was holding. "I found this," I said, holding out the newspaper. He stepped closer, took it from me, and scanned it quickly. I saw his expression change, not drastically, but enough to know something in the article had grabbed him. My dad has always loved old tools and artifacts. Anything with a bit of history to it seemed to call his name. When he noticed the toolbox, his face lit up a little. He picked up the hammer, turned it over in his hands, and smiled in that quiet, satisfied way. I watched as he gathered the tools and the clipping together. He made some comment about how interesting they were, but that was all. The tools ended up going with him. Years later, those same tools would sit in his display cabinet like little trophies of the past. The clipping, though, disappeared from my life. My dad took it that day, and I never saw it again. A few weeks later, it was official. We moved into the house. I was thrilled. There's something about walking into a place that has suddenly become yours. The boxes stacked in the hallway, the smell of fresh paint and old wood, the way your footsteps start to sound more familiar as the days go by. I bounced around the rooms, helping in the way kids help, passing a paintbrush here, holding tape there, mostly getting underfoot but feeling very important. My mom and I were in the middle of painting my bedroom one day when we heard my dad call up from the basement. His voice carried up the stairwell, urgent but not quite panicked. My mom paused mid-stroke with the roller and listened. She told me to finish the wall we were working on, but I begged to go with her. I was too curious to stay behind. Eventually she gave in, and we headed downstairs together. When we reached the bottom of the basement stairs, I saw my dad on his knees on the concrete floor. He was scrubbing hard at a section of the cement, his hands moving in firm, repetitive circles. There was a bucket of water nearby and a rag in his fist. His face was set in a serious expression, focused on whatever he was trying to remove. He glanced up when he noticed us standing there. For a moment there was something unreadable in his eyes, and then his expression softened. He told me to go back upstairs and watch some cartoons, his voice firm but kind. Cartoons were an easy temptation, so I didn't argue. I turned and headed back up, my mind already shifting toward the idea of lying on the couch with the TV on. I didn't give much thought to what I'd seen him doing. I assumed he'd spilled something, maybe paint or oil, and needed Mom's help or advice. I had no idea what he was actually scrubbing away, and I wouldn't find out for many years. That night, my room was still full of paint fumes, so my parents didn't want me sleeping in there yet. Instead, I slept on the couch in the living room. I remember curling up under my blanket, feeling cozy and excited to be in the new house, even if the couch wasn't as comfortable as my bed. The house had that odd quiet that comes when everything is still new and unfamiliar, but I managed to drift off eventually. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but it was still dark. The house was quiet except for one thing, a man's voice. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but as I listened, I realized I was fully awake. The voice sounded like it was coming from downstairs. It wasn't shouting, but it had a sharp, angry edge to it, like someone arguing or talking heatedly to someone else. I couldn't make out the exact words, but the tone was unmistakable. Whoever it was, he wasn't calm. I lay there for a few minutes, staring into the darkness and listening. The sound seemed to be traveling up the basement stairs, spilling into the living room. Finally, gathering my courage and assuming it had to be my dad getting frustrated with something he was working on, I called out, "Dad, are you going to be done down there soon?" The voice stopped suddenly. The silence that followed felt thick, like the air was holding its breath. I waited for an answer, but none came. The longer the silence stretched, the more uneasy I felt. "Dad? Are you?" I started again. Before I could finish, my dad's bedroom door opened at the far end of the house and he stepped out into the hallway. He was clearly just waking up, hair messy, eyes squinting a little in the dim light. He wasn't coming from the direction of the basement at all. He was nowhere near the stairs. "What's going on?" he asked, confusion clear on his face. I just stared at him, my mouth hanging open, probably looking as dumbfounded as I felt. I explained what I'd heard, how I thought he was downstairs talking, how it had sounded so real. He listened, nodded, and tried to reassure me that it was probably just the guys outside. We lived next to what can only be described as a party house. On weekends there were often loud, obnoxious teenagers outside, blasting music, yelling, laughing, arguing. It wasn't unusual to hear voices at night. But I knew deep down that the voice I had heard wasn't coming from outside. It hadn't sounded muffled or distant the way voices do through walls and windows. It had sounded like it was right there in the house, traveling up from the basement to where I lay on the couch. Still, I was just a kid, and my dad sounded sure, so I let his explanation carry me back towards sleep. Nothing else happened that night. As time went on, my dad made steady progress on the basement. Framing went up. Wires were run. Walls were built. Plumbing hooked up. You could see the skeletal outline of rooms taking shape where there had once been just open space. It should have felt exciting, the house becoming more functional, more ours. But as the basement became more complete, something else seemed to change too. The whole house started to feel tense. It was like someone had taken the calm, easy atmosphere we'd always had as a family and tightened it like a rubber band. Little things turned into arguments. People snapped at each other more than usual. There was this heaviness in the air that didn't feel like it belonged. It was especially strange because my family had always been close. We were a tight-knit bunch, and not just emotionally but spiritually. We were raised with strong Christian beliefs, and our home had never been the kind of place where you felt constant anger or bitterness. Yet in that house, as the basement neared completion, everyone seemed to have a shorter fuse. Eventually, after what felt like a long time, the basement was finally finished. The bare concrete floors were covered with fresh carpet, soft under bare feet. The walls were painted, clean and bright. The bathroom was complete, fixtures installed, everything shiny and new. It looked like a completely different space, almost impossible to reconcile with the cold, empty basement I had first walked into. To make it feel more like home, my mom and I hung a picture on one of the walls. It was a favorite of hers, one she always put up somewhere in every house we lived in. It was a beautiful framed print with a Bible verse on it. He who believes in me, as the scripture has said, out of his heart will flow rivers of living water. Jesus, John 7 verse 38. That verse mattered deeply to her. It was like a reminder of who she was and what she believed, no matter where we ended up. Seeing it on the wall made the basement feel safer somehow, anchored in something good. One day, my brother and I were playing outside in the yard. We were probably doing something simple, kicking a ball around, drawing with chalk, chasing each other. The sky was bright, the air felt normal, and I wasn't thinking about anything deeper than the game in front of me. Then my mom came outside. I knew the second I saw her face that something was wrong. She was upset, more upset than I normally saw her. Her mouth was tight, her eyes narrowed. There was a kind of controlled anger in the way she walked toward us. She told us to come inside. We followed her, confused, no idea what we had done. She led us downstairs into the basement, and pointed to the carpet. There, on the floor, was a large stain. It was a deep, deep red color, stark and obvious against the lighter carpet. It was still slightly wet, the edges darker where the liquid had soaked in more heavily. It looked like something had been spilled not too long before she found it. She looked at me first, then at my little brother, and told us we were not allowed to have Kool-Aid in the basement. Her voice was sharp but controlled. She said we had made a big mess and that this kind of thing was not acceptable. I stared at the stain and then at her, feeling a flush of confusion and defensiveness. It wasn't me, I said. I wasn't lying. I hadn't brought any drinks down there. I hadn't spilled anything. She turned her attention to my little brother, who was younger and, in her mind, more likely to be careless with a cup. She crouched down to his level and explained that we didn't bring sticky drinks like Kool-Aid into carpeted areas, especially not new ones, and that if he had an accident, he needed to tell her. He argued with her for quite a while, insisting that he hadn't spilled anything. His face was earnest and frustrated, a mixture of fear at getting in trouble and confusion at being blamed for something he genuinely hadn't done. I didn't understand what was going on either. To me, it looked exactly like a big spilled drink. But the fact that my brother was so adamant, the look on his face, something about it didn't sit right. Still, I was just a kid. I shrugged it off eventually, and life moved on. We didn't stay in that house very long. For reasons that weren't explained to me at the time, we moved back to Calgary after only about 9 months. No big renovation victory lap, no long settling in period. Just back to the city, back to another place, back to another fixer-upper. I accepted it as part of our normal, assuming my dad had simply decided it was time for another project. Years passed. I grew up. Life moved on in that way it always does. A few years ago, when I was about 20, we all gathered for Christmas dinner. It was one of those cozy family nights full of food, laughter, and stories. We were sitting around talking about our childhood, teasing each other about how cute or annoying we'd been, bringing up old memories of houses and neighborhoods and incidents we'd all half forgotten. At some point, I remembered the stain in the basement and mentioned it. I joked about the Kool-Aid stain, and how Mom had thought we were the ones who made the mess. I expected everyone to laugh and move on, but instead my dad's expression changed. He cut in and said it was time we knew what had really happened. He started by reminding us of the newspaper clipping I had found in the basement toolbox all those years ago. The one with murder as the only word I'd managed to read. He told us that the article had been about our house. According to the story, a man and his wife had once lived there. One night they got into a terrible argument. During that fight, the wife admitted that she had been having an affair and that she wanted a divorce. The husband, furious and devastated, snapped. He grabbed a gun, shot and killed his wife, and then turned the gun on himself. I sat there, stunned, my mind rushing back to that bare basement, the toolbox, the clipping, the smell of concrete. Pieces started sliding into place in my head like a puzzle. I asked my dad about that time I'd come down into the basement and seen him scrubbing the floor so intensely. I asked him what he had really been cleaning. He looked at me and quietly told me the truth. It had been an old bloodstain. I felt that same dumbfounded expression gather on my face, the exact one I must have had 12 years earlier when I stood in the living room and watched him come out of his bedroom while I was certain a man's voice was coming from the basement. Hearing that word, bloodstain, made my stomach twist. I pictured the concrete floor, the rag in his hand, the serious set of his jaw. Suddenly, it was no longer just about spilling something. He went on to tell us something he had never mentioned back then. The night after he finished scrubbing the floor, he'd gone to bed as usual. Sometime in the middle of the night, he woke up and noticed a dark figure standing in the doorway of his bedroom. He couldn't make out any details, just a shadowy shape, but he knew it was there, watching. He closed his eyes, told himself he was imagining it, and drifted back to sleep. When he woke up again later, the figure was no longer in the doorway. It was standing directly over him. Hearing that sent a shiver down my spine. The idea of something standing over you while you sleep, close enough to reach out and touch, is terrifying in a way that's hard to put into words. My brother and I stared at him, wide-eyed and silent. Then my mom joined in. She told us that she'd had her own experiences in that house. She had an old china doll, a delicate thing given to her by her grandmother. She kept it on a small rocking chair in their bedroom. It had always just been a sentimental decoration, something connected to her past. But in that house, it started behaving in ways it never had before. Sometimes she'd walk into the room and find the doll not on the rocking chair but sitting in the middle of the floor. At first, she thought maybe someone had bumped it, or it had somehow slipped off. But it started happening more and more often. The doll would be moved, placed in different spots. Eventually, it even made its way onto her pillow. The image of that doll resting on her pillow, where her head should go, made my skin crawl. It wasn't just knocked over. It was placed somewhere meaningful. That suggested intention, and intention meant something, or someone, was doing it. Then she told us her side of the stain story. On the day she had stormed outside angry and dragged us into the basement, she hadn't really believed it was Kool-Aid. She had noticed the color, the smell, the way it soaked into the carpet, and realized almost immediately that it wasn't juice at all. She called my dad down to look at it. He recognized what it was too. The stain was in the exact same spot on the floor where the original blood stain had been, the one he had scrubbed from the concrete months earlier. He knew right away it wasn't some random spill. He told her to clean it up, and that he would make arrangements for their pastor to come by and bless the house. My parents took their faith seriously, and to them, this felt like something that needed spiritual help, not just practical cleaning. That night, after my mom cleaned the stain, she experienced something almost identical to what my dad had gone through. She woke up and noticed a black figure standing in the doorway. At first, she thought maybe her eyes were playing tricks on her, but the figure didn't fade. It started to move toward her, closer and closer. As it approached the bed, she sat up abruptly and yelled at my dad to wake up. The instant she raised her voice and broke the silence, the figure vanished. For my parents, that was enough. Within a week or two, they made the decision to move back to the city. At the time, I thought it was just another normal move, another fixer-upper completed and another one waiting. I had no idea that it was fear and unease that pushed them out, not just restlessness. When we left, my mom ended up leaving her favorite picture in the basement, the one with the verse from John 7 verse 38. For years I just assumed it had been an accident, or that she'd decided to replace it. After hearing the full story, I couldn't help but wonder if leaving that verse behind had felt to her like leaving a little bit of protection in a place that clearly needed it. Sometime after all of this, when I was older and engaged, I took my fiancée to see the Airdrie house. I wanted to show her where we used to live, to give her a glimpse into that part of my childhood. I was curious too, wondering what it would look like all these years later, who lived there now, whether the yard still felt as big as it did when I was 8. When we pulled up to the house, my heart sank. The windows were all boarded up. Sheets of wood covered the glass, making the place look abandoned and wounded. There was a sign on the lawn that said, "Property for sale," but it wasn't the usual bright, inviting real estate sign. It looked tired, as if it had been there a long time. On it were a bunch of C/S stickers, conditional sales stickers, that had been ripped off or half-peeled, leaving ragged edges behind. To me, it looked like people had tried to buy the house, maybe more than once, and backed out. Maybe they felt something when they walked inside. Maybe they didn't even know why they suddenly decided it wasn't the right place. I couldn't help but imagine families standing in the living room, feeling that thick tension creep over them, or lying awake on the first night and hearing voices where there should be none. I stood there on the sidewalk and felt a deep, strange sadness. Not only for those other people who might have been scared off, but for my dad. He had poured so much time and effort into that basement. He had framed it, wired it, painted it. He had built a beautiful built-in cabinet with his own hands. He had tried to turn a cold, haunted space into something warm and livable. And now, seeing the house boarded up, knowing no one was there to enjoy what he'd done, hurt in a way I hadn't expected. I also thought of that picture my mom had left on the wall downstairs, the one with the verse about rivers of living water flowing from the heart of the believer. I wondered if it was still hanging there, covered in dust, watching over an empty basement. I wondered if the spirit, or spirits, of that house had left it alone or tried to ruin it somehow, the way they had stained the carpet and shaken the nights. Sometimes I think about going back, if the chance ever came, stepping inside that house one more time. Part of me wants to find that picture, to take it down gently and bring it home where it belongs. Another part of me wonders what else I might bring back with me if I did. And somewhere beneath all of that, there's still that 8-year-old kid inside me, standing in a dark unfinished basement with an old newspaper clipping in hand, reading the word murder, and having no idea just how deep that story really went. Growing up, I always had this quiet feeling that my house wasn't really just my house. It felt like something else shared the space with us. Most of the time it stayed in the background, like a whisper you can't quite make out, but every now and then it would move a little closer, and I would step over the line from uneasy into truly frightened. The first really strange thing that I can honestly remember happened when I was 4 or 5 years old. I can still picture my room back then. A small bed pushed up against one wall, a little dresser, and a few toys scattered in the corners that I never seemed to put away properly. At that age, everything looks bigger and more mysterious, even your own bedroom, especially when the lights are off and your imagination isn't tired yet. It was one of those nights where sleep just wouldn't come. I lay awake staring at the ceiling, my mind wandering around in that half-dreamy way kids' minds do. The house around me had settled into its quiet. Somewhere down the hall my parents were sleeping. The only sound was the soft ticking of a clock and the occasional tiny creak from the walls as they cooled. I wasn't scared. I was just restless and bored. Then, in the stillness, I heard a woman start to sing. It was a lullaby. The kind of song people hum when they're rocking a baby or smoothing a blanket over a child's shoulders. The voice was soft and gentle, not loud, but clear enough that I knew I wasn't imagining just some random noise. The melody sounded old, like something from a time before me, and there was a sadness in it that I didn't really understand back then. I sat up in bed and looked around my room. There was no one there. The door was closed. The shadows were just the same shadows I knew. I listened harder, my heart beating just a little faster. The singing continued for a short while, floating in the air like it had its own little place to sit, then faded away as if the singer had walked down a hallway I couldn't see. The only television in our house was on the opposite side, far from my room, and it was off. I knew that much. My parents weren't the type to leave it on late at night, especially not where I could hear it. And the sound hadn't been thin or distant like a TV in another room. It had been close and warm, almost as if someone had been sitting beside my bed. I wish I could remember exactly how I felt in that moment, terrified, comforted, shocked, but I was so young that all I have now are fragments. I know I was confused. I know I knew it was unusual. I know it stayed with me. Even though I can't say with complete certainty that it wasn't a dream, something inside me insists that it wasn't. The memory stands separate from my dreams. It feels like something that really happened. That wasn't the last odd thing that took place in my room. A year or two later, when I was a little older but still very much a child, something else happened that made bedtime difficult for a long time afterward. I had a habit when I was young. I always slept with a light on. Complete darkness made me uneasy, so my parents would leave a small light glowing somewhere near my room. Sometimes it was the hallway light, sometimes a lamp, sometimes just the bathroom light with the door left half open. The safety of that glow meant a lot to me. On top of that, I had started sleeping under my blanket on purpose, even when I wasn't cold. I liked the way the light shone through the fabric, turning the world under my blanket into this soft, filtered space. It was like my own private little cave, glowing gently with colors instead of being totally dark. I would lie there and watch the light shimmer through the threads, safe and hidden. One night, I was lying like that, under my blanket with the familiar glow above me, when a strange feeling crept over me. It started slowly. At first I just felt a little aware, the way you do when someone enters a room, even if you can't see them. Then it grew into this strong certainty that someone was sitting right beside my bed, staring at me. My first thought was that it might be one of my parents, maybe checking to see if I was asleep. That would have made sense, except for one thing: my door squeaked loudly whenever it opened. If anyone came in, I would hear it for sure. The house was quiet. No squeak. No footsteps. Just that heavy feeling of being observed. As I stayed frozen under the blanket, my mind began trying to give the unseen presence a shape. For some reason, I started thinking of a grandmother. It might have been because I'd recently had dreams about my dad's mother, the grandmother who had died before I was born. I had never known her in real life, but through stories and old photos she had become a sort of shadow in my head, someone connected to me, yet distant and mysterious. Maybe my mind reached for her image, because it needed something soft to wrap around the fear. Lying there, I decided that the person in my room was a grandmother. Not a monster, not some random stranger, but a grandmother. It made things slightly less frightening, but only slightly. The feeling of being watched was so intense. It was like a pressure on the air. I could almost imagine the exact spot where this invisible figure was sitting, right there by my bed. And then, after what felt like a long time, something touched my arm through the blanket. It wasn't a painful touch. It wasn't a grab or a shove. It was a gentle press, a small contact, light but clear enough that I knew I wasn't imagining it. The moment I felt that touch, the sense of being watched began to fade. The air seemed to loosen. The room felt more normal again. I did not throw the blanket off and check. I stayed under, clinging to the safety of that glowing fabric, and somewhere in the middle of my confusion and fear I must have fallen asleep. But that experience stayed in my body. After that, I gave my parents a lot of trouble at bedtime. I didn't want the lights off. I didn't want to be alone. I didn't want to walk down the hallway to my room if everyone else was already settled in theirs. As I grew older, it was as if the house itself carried a faint tilt, like everything in it was slightly off balance. Most of the time, life was completely ordinary. We ate meals, watched TV, did homework, argued about nothing, celebrated small things. But underneath that normal surface, usually in the quiet moments, there was this feeling that something else was there. Our house had a particular layout that became important in my mind. My bedroom was at one end of a hallway. At the other end was the living room. In between the two, more or less in the middle, was the bathroom. The hallway itself was long enough that walking from one end to the other gave you time to notice how you felt. Whenever I walked from the living room down to my bedroom, especially if it was later in the day, it always felt like someone was behind me, standing in the living room and watching me go. It was never a face I could see. It was just a presence, a weight at my back. During the day, when the sun was streaming in through the windows and all the lights were on, it didn't bother me too much. I'd feel it, then distract myself with whatever I was doing and move on. But at night, it was different. If I had to get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, when everyone else was asleep and the house was dark, that walk down the hallway felt like crossing a river of fear. I would step out of my room into the dimness, knowing the living room was at the far end like a dark open mouth. As I moved toward the bathroom, I could feel that presence at the other end, watching. It was so strong that sometimes I had to force myself not to run, even though every part of me wanted to. For years, until I was about 10, I had a little ritual to cope. I would bring my doll with me when I had to go down the hallway at night. It sounds silly now, but back then it made a huge difference. Somehow, having that doll in my arms made me feel like I wasn't completely alone. Like if the thing watching me decided to come closer, I'd have something, with me, some tiny bit of comfort or courage. I would clutch it, hurry to the bathroom, and then hurry back, trying my best not to look toward the living room. Even when I got older, when I was a teenager and staying up later than my parents, the feeling didn't really go away. I'd be sitting in the living room watching TV or reading, the rest of the house quiet, and at some point I'd decide it was time to go to bed. I'd stand up, turn off the lights, and suddenly the same old feeling would be there again. The moment the room went dark behind me, I would feel that presence settle into place, watching me walk down the hallway, following just behind the edge of my awareness. Most of the strange things that happened when I was a child weren't things I could see. They were things I could hear or feel. I often heard footsteps in parts of the house where no one actually was. Not the stomping of someone trying to be heard, just normal walking sounds. The creak of the floorboards, the weight of a footstep, the familiar rhythm of a person moving through a room. I'd be in my bedroom and hear someone put something down on a table in the kitchen, a little clink or thunk, and then discover the kitchen was empty. Our kitchen had a screen door that led outside to a porch. That door was old and made an unmistakable, loud, squeak whenever it opened or closed. It was one of those sounds you'd get used to, so much that you hardly notice it when real people use the door. I can't count how many times, though, I heard that noise when no one was at the door at all. Sometimes it happened when I was in another room and could convince myself I just missed whoever it was going in or out. But once, it happened while I was standing right in front of the door. I was alone, just me and the quiet of the house, when suddenly the screen door made its long, familiar screech, just as clearly as if an invisible hand had pulled it open or pushed it closed. But the door didn't move. The latch didn't rattle. Nothing changed. It was as if I heard the sound of it without the action. Strangely, the door noises never frightened me as much as some of the other things did. I think it was because, in my mind, I decided they weren't about something here and now, but something like echoes. For some reason, I became certain that those sounds were like memories of that door from some summer in the past. Me or my family going in and out when the weather was warm. Almost like the house itself was replaying bits of its own history. I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but that's how it felt to me back then. The door sounds didn't feel like a living presence the way the thing in the living room did. They felt like a recording. If those had been the only strange things that ever happened, I might look back now and write it all off as imagination. A sensitive kid in a creaky house, scaring herself with shadows and sounds. But the year I went into grade 8, things changed. It was like something stepped forward out of the corner and decided to be noticed. That year, my friend Annie and I developed a serious interest in ghosts. It started like a game. We read scary books, swapped ghost stories, watched horror movies we probably shouldn't have been watching at that age, and pored over every magazine article or website we could find about hauntings and supernatural stuff. We fed each other's curiosity, and it turned into this ongoing obsession. Part of the reason we got so into it was that we both started to feel like we weren't just reading about hauntings. We might actually be living through one. It started at school, which was weird enough on its own. We'd be sitting in class, the teacher droning on, the room full of bored students, and out of nowhere one of us would feel an icy cold breeze slide past. Sometimes it would just be a little patch of air going cold on one shoulder or the back of a neck. Other times, a small area around us would suddenly feel like someone had opened a freezer door. The rest of the classroom would be normal, and nobody else seemed to react. We'd shiver, glance at each other, and try to pretend nothing had happened. We didn't think too much of it at first. Schools have drafts, open windows, strange ventilation. But one day Annie came to school looking pale and serious. She pulled me aside and said, "I was researching those online last night, and they say cold spots are a sign of ghosts." That planted a seed of real fear. Suddenly, those little patches of freezing air didn't feel harmless anymore. They felt like something brushing past us on purpose. Around the same time, Annie had an experience at home that scared her badly. She told me about it the next day. One night she woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. At the foot of her bed, standing right by where her feet were, she saw a tall, white, glowing figure. It wasn't just a blurry light. It had shape and form, taller than the people she knew, bright enough to be undeniable. She said it didn't move, just stood there watching her. Her blankets had somehow slid down to the end of the bed. It was the middle of summer, so normally she would have been warm and maybe even kicked them off herself. But she reached down, grabbed the blankets, and pulled them back over her head. The fabric felt freezing cold against her skin, like it had been sitting in snow. She curled up under them, too scared to look again. While all of that was happening to her, I had my own moment that stuck with me. I was sitting in the living room one day, reading. It was one of my favorite things to do. I'd read for a few pages, then glance out the window, then go back to my book. The window looked out over our neighbor's yard. I liked watching the birds hop around, the way the leaves moved in the wind, the simple life outside the words on the page. One of the times I looked up, I saw someone walk behind a tree in my neighbor's yard. It happened just casually, the way people pass behind cars or around corners. The tree wasn't very big, certainly not wide enough for a person to fully disappear behind without reappearing shortly after. I caught just the side of the figure before it went behind the trunk. Thin, upright, the sort of shape that made me assume it was my neighbor, an elderly and quite slender person. I kept watching, waiting for them to come out on the other side of the tree. Seconds passed. The leaves rustled. The tree stood there. No one appeared. The space where they should have come out stayed empty. I watched for long enough that I knew there was no way they could still be behind it. No way they could have crouched or moved without me seeing something. And yet nothing came. The figure had just gone, as if the tree had swallowed them. I thought about that moment for a long time. I never found an explanation that made sense. Not too long after that, Annie came to sleep over at my place. My family was renovating our house at the time, and the usual furniture arrangements were all messed up. The old living room was in chaos, and there was a new living room that had just been finished, still mostly empty. That's where we ended up spending the night. The room was simple, a couch in the middle with its back facing the wide doorway that opened to the rest of the house, a small round table beside the couch, and a shelf along one wall. No TV, no clutter, just the bare basics. The doorway had no door yet, just an open frame. We set up our sleeping spots. Annie took the couch, and I made a bed for myself on the floor next to it. That night, as I lay there drifting toward sleep, something odd started to happen. Every time I glanced toward the open doorway, I caught this strange impression of someone just pulling away from it. It was like I saw a hint of movement, the last fraction of a second of a person stepping back or turning away. Not enough to see a face or form clearly, just enough for my brain to say, there was someone there. and then, by the time I focused, there was nothing. I was exhausted that night, so I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. The doorway and the hallway behind it were full of shadows, and tired eyes will turn shadows into anything. I tried to ignore it, turning my attention to conversation with Annie and then to the quiet hum of the house. The next morning, though, Annie asked me a question that made my stomach twist. "Did your parents come to check on us during the night?" she asked. I thought about it and shook my head. "I didn't hear them," I said. "Why?" She told me that during the night she had heard footsteps coming up to the doorway. They had stopped right there, just at the threshold. She had waited for them to come into the room, for someone to say something, but no one ever did. She never heard the footsteps walk away again either. It was as if something came to the door and stayed there, silently watching. We were already unsettled by that when we noticed the table. The night before, Annie had put a nearly full cup of water on the little round table next to the couch. It was one of those small, forgettable details you don't pay much attention to at the time. But in the morning, when we looked around the room, the table was no longer where it had been. It was upside down on the other side of the room. The cup that had been on top of it was now on the floor, on the exact spot where the table had originally stood. The cup was right side up, empty, and there was no water anywhere on the floor, not under the cup, not around it, not near the couch. The carpet was completely dry. The cup had somehow moved from the table to the floor without spilling a drop, and then the table itself had ended up flipped over somewhere far away. This had all happened right next to where my head had been while I slept. Neither of us had heard a sound. No crash, no thump, no clatter of wood or glass. Nothing. We had gone to sleep with the table upright beside the couch, water in the cup, and woken up to this silent, impossible rearrangement. That was the moment where the little things, the footsteps, the presence in the hallway, the cold spots at school, the glowing figure at the foot of Annie's bed, the woman's lullaby, the touch on my arm, stopped feeling like scattered oddities and started feeling like pieces of a pattern. Whatever was moving around at the edges of my life had stepped over one more line. What happened on the last Wednesday night of April 2008 is one of those experiences that gets burned so deep into your mind that you can replay it detail by detail, like a film you never wanted to watch but can't stop remembering. I can still see the hallway, still hear the way my name and my girlfriend's name sounded when Jen screamed them, still feel the hospital air and the weight of not knowing what was happening to someone we cared about. To explain that night properly, I have to start a little earlier, with Jen herself and the strange history that seemed to follow her. My girlfriend, Sarah, lives with her friend Jen in a house that Jen owns. We've changed their names for privacy, but the story itself is exactly as it happened. Jen has owned that house for almost 2 years now. She's one of those people who takes responsibility very seriously. When she bought it, she didn't just make the minimum payments on the mortgage like most people. She pushed herself to pay as much as she could as fast as she could, determined to get ahead and not live under debt for longer than necessary. Life didn't exactly reward that effort. She suffered an injury that left her unable to work, which meant she no longer had her full income and had to rely on compensation that was nowhere near what she was used to. The financial pressure sat heavily on her, layered on top of her worries about her job, her future, and her place in life. She was single, living alone except for Sarah, and carried more stress than anyone should have to. On top of all this, she pushed herself hard physically. She exercised often and intensely, sometimes to the point where it looked like she was trying to outrun something inside herself. Underneath all that, though, she was a good person, kind, caring, and someone we loved. That's part of why everything that followed hit so hard. Jen's family is of Ukrainian heritage. They go back to Ukraine sometimes, visiting relatives, reconnecting with their roots. It was during one of those trips, years ago, that something unusual began. According to Jen, she brought something back with her, not a physical object, but a spirit. The spirit of a little girl. Jen has always described the girl the same way, small, thin, with the kind of look about her that makes you imagine hunger and hardship. Jen believes the girl died during the famine in Ukraine in the 1930s, when millions of people starved under Stalin's policies. If you've ever heard of it, it's sometimes called the Ukrainian famine or Holodomor. Whether you know the history or not, the idea of a child dying in that kind of suffering is enough to make your chest hurt. The spirit of this girl apparently began visiting Jen in her dreams after that trip. It wasn't a one-time thing, it happened regularly. Jen would go to sleep and find herself in calm, strange, very clear dreams where the little girl appeared. The girl never frightened her. She never attacked or threatened her. She would just be there, a quiet presence in the background or beside her, and the dreams were always peaceful and oddly gentle. Jen accepted it as part of her life, as strange as that sounds. Over time, the girl became a familiar figure in her nights. Lately, though, things had begun to change. According to Jen, the spirit had started to appear not just in her dreams, but in solid form. Twice now, she had seen the little girl manifest physically in the house. And both times, the spirit had taken on the form of my girlfriend, Sarah. Imagine that for a moment, looking across a room and seeing someone you recognize, and yet knowing that underneath that familiar face is something else entirely. It would confuse and unsettle anyone, even before the events of that Wednesday night. That particular night, I was staying over at Sarah's place. It wasn't anything unusual. I did that sometimes. We had a normal evening, talk, food, maybe a bit of TV, and then went to bed around 10 o'clock. We fell asleep quickly, the way you do when you're comfortable and tired. There was nothing that hinted at what was coming. No strange noises, no weird feelings, just a quiet night. At about 12:30 in the morning, that calm snapped. Sarah and I woke up suddenly to the sound of someone screaming outside her bedroom door in the basement. It wasn't a simple shout, it was a desperate, panicked, raw scream. The voice belonged to Jen. She was yelling, "Sarah! Sarah!" over and over, her voice cracking and full of terror. We both jumped out of bed. Sarah grabbed her robe, pulling it on as she rushed to the door, and I followed right behind her, heart pounding. When we reached the downstairs landing outside Sarah's room, we found Jen on the floor. She was sitting on the ground, rocking back and forth like someone in shock. Her eyes were wide and unfocused. She kept repeating the same words over and over again in a broken, stuttering rhythm. "I don't know, I don't know." Then, "Ice, ice, ice." Then, "Thaw, thaw, thaw." Her voice shook as if she was freezing, even though the room wasn't particularly cold. It didn't take long to realize that whatever had happened upstairs in her room had completely terrified her. We tried to talk to her, to get her to breathe, to calm down enough that we could understand what she was saying. She would move between those three phrases. "I don't know, ice," and "thaw," like her brain was stuck and could only access a few words at a time. Bit by bit, through questions, yes or no answers, and putting together what she said later when she was calmer, we pieced together what those words meant. "I don't know" was about why. She was confused and frightened, and she had no idea why she had seen what she saw, or why it was happening to her. Ice referred to how she felt inside her own body. She said she was cold all over, as if something had drained the warmth right out of her. Thaw came from what happened when she grabbed her Bible. In her panic, she had clutched the Bible to her stomach and hugged it tightly. She said that in the area where the Bible lay, she felt warmth spreading from the inside, a slow, growing heat that seemed to move through her body, like ice melting. That was what she meant by thaw. Even as we tried to help her, she was shaking and still terrified. But eventually, we got her calm enough to tell us, in broken pieces, what had happened in her room just before we found her. Jen had not been able to fall asleep, which was pretty normal for her. Her mind tends to run constantly, worrying about work, money, her future, her health. She had been lying there with her eyes closed, thoughts racing, for about half an hour. At some point, she became aware of a feeling in her room that she described as evil. It wasn't a sound or something she saw at first, just an oppressive feeling, like the air had become thick and wrong. She opened her eyes. Standing beside her bed, on the floor, were 5 small shadow figures. They were about 4 feet tall each, like the size of children, but there was nothing childlike about them. She said they were completely dark, made of shadow rather than flesh, yet solid enough that she could see their outlines clearly. They weren't blurry or vague. Each one had some kind of eyes. She couldn't say exactly what they looked like, only that they were there, watching her. When she focused on their mouths, she could see small white jagged teeth. It was enough for her to know that whatever they weren't friendly. Above them, floating up near the ceiling or above her bed, she saw the spirit of the little girl. The same girl who had been in her dreams for years, the same one who had appeared looking like Sarah. Only this time, the girl wasn't calm. Her expression was unhappy, almost angry, and she wasn't looking at Jen. She was looking down at the 5 shadow people clustered around the bed. Imagine waking up to that, 5 small dark shapes beside you, teeth glinting, eyes fixed, and above them a sad, angry spirit hovering. Jen froze in terror. She pressed herself back toward her headboard, trying to get away from them even though there was nowhere to go. The shadow figures started to move closer to her. Their approach wasn't fast, but it was deliberate, like they were sure there was nowhere she could run. She was trapped. Then, without any warning that she was aware of, the little girl lifted her arm and made a sweeping motion, like she was throwing something from outside the circle inward. The next thing Jen knew, she was physically thrown off her bed. She didn't just roll or slip, she felt a force knock her clear of the mattress. She hit the floor, scrambled up, and ran. She sprinted out of her room, down the hall, and tried to call her sister. When her sister picked up, she didn't even recognize Jen's voice. That's how panicked and distorted it sounded. Still, she stayed on the line, worried by the fears she heard, even if she didn't know it was her sister yet. Jen, trying to calm herself and talk, thought a bath might help. She ran the water, hoping the routine of it, the warmth of it, would soothe her. But she couldn't manage it. Her body and mind were too overwhelmed. She couldn't talk properly and couldn't handle the simple act of turning taps and moving around. She collapsed beside the bathtub, still on the phone, still in a state of complete panic. At some point she hung up, or the call ended. She doesn't remember exactly how. Somehow, she managed to crawl to the downstairs landing and then run the rest of the way down to the basement where Sarah's room was. That's when she started screaming for Sarah, waking both of us. Even after we got her into the basement and tried to comfort her, she wasn't really okay. She was in a state I'd never seen before. She was shaking, terrified, and worst of all, breathing strangely. Her breaths were shallow and uneven. She would inhale but not exhale properly. It was like her body forgot how to do the simplest thing it needed to survive. At points, she would take in air and then just hold it, her chest stuck, her face going still. She would pass out for 5 to 15 seconds at a time without breathing out, then gasp again and repeat. It was horrifying to watch. At that point, we decided that whatever was going on, it was beyond what we could handle at home. She needed a hospital. She needed doctors. She needed someone who could deal with this medically, even if we knew there was more to it than that. Jen, though, didn't want to go. She refused the idea of an ambulance outright. The thought of paramedics showing up, neighbors seeing, sirens in the street, it embarrassed her. She didn't want people staring at her and thinking she was crazy. Still, we insisted. We told her it was either us driving her to the hospital or calling an ambulance. There wasn't a third option. We could see from her breathing and the way she kept collapsing that we were way past home remedies and calming words. Eventually, she agreed to let us drive her. The hospital wasn't far. Even so, the drive felt long because we didn't know if something worse might happen on the way. When we got there, the waiting room wasn't crowded, only about 5 other people. But Jen didn't want to sit in the main area where everyone else was. We found a spot just outside the main seating area, somewhere a little more private, where not as many eyes would be on her. Her fear of being seen and labeled as crazy was almost as strong as her fear of what she just experienced. We sat with her, trying to calm her down, to get her to breathe more normally. But her breathing kept getting worse instead of better. She was holding her breath longer and longer, her chest tightening, her shoulders hunched. Her skin looked pale and strained, and the air seemed to thicken around us. Then, After about half an hour in the waiting room, things came to a crisis point. Jen inhaled, and this time she didn't exhale at all. Her chest stayed lifted, her eyes widened, and then her eyes rolled back into her head. She went limp. Staff rushed over. She was quickly taken back to the resuscitation room. Security told me to stay in the waiting room while Sarah went with her, holding her hand as they wheeled her away. I watched them disappear through the doors, feeling helpless and rattled. It's one thing to hear someone talk about panic attacks or anxiety in an abstract way, and another to see someone you know become completely unresponsive, eyes rolled back, body not doing the basic job of breathing. In the resuscitation room, they checked everything. Jen wasn't responding at all, not even to pain. They tried pinching her, doing a sternum rub, things that normally cause anyone to flinch or groan. Nothing. She was breathing again because they'd intervened, but she wasn't there, in the way you expect a conscious person to be. She seemed locked somewhere inside herself. Sarah had a university final exam the next morning. As much as she wanted to stay glued to Jen's side, she knew she couldn't manage a full night without rest and still function at her exam. It was a painful choice, but she decided to at least step out to get some food and water and plan her next steps. She brought me back into the room so I could sit with Jen while she went to buy granola bars and drinks. That was how I ended up sitting beside Jen's bed, listening to the sounds of machines and muted hospital voices, watching her drift in this in-between state. Even though she wasn't responding to us, I could see that something was going on inside her. Her eyes would shift slowly and then suddenly fix on one point on the ceiling, as if she were watching something up there that I couldn't see. Then her gaze would slide away to another spot, and she would fixate again. It wasn't random eye movement, it looked intentional, like she was following something. She kept fidgeting too in small, restless ways. At one point she removed the breathing tube from her nose, pulling it out as if it were bothering her. She took her hair tie out, letting her hair fall, her fingers slipping through it without any apparent awareness of what she was doing. But even with all that movement, she wouldn't meet my eyes. I said her name over and over. I leaned forward so my face was right in front of hers. Her eyes moved past me as if I wasn't there. It was like I was in a different layer of reality than she was, both of us occupying the same physical space, but only one of us truly present. Sarah and I tried talking about different things to see if anything got a reaction. When we mentioned her mother, Mama, Jen stirred a little more than usual. It was enough of a difference that I noticed. It made me think that, even if she couldn't answer us or look at us, part of her might still be able to hear, somewhere deep down. After a while, Sarah left the room to grab food and water and to call people who needed to know what was happening. That left me alone with Jen. I sat next to the bed and talked to her, even though she didn't respond. I told her she was going to be alright, that we were there, that she was safe. Every so often she would move, her eyes flicking upwards or sideways, following whatever only she could see. At one point, she stirred and looked up and near where I was. I stood up quickly and leaned in so my face was directly in her line of sight. I called her name, clearly and firmly, hoping she'd latch onto my voice. Her eyes moved past me, unfocused. She didn't fix on me at all. After 2 hours of that, it was starting to feel like she might never come fully back. I have one foot in science and one foot in spirituality. I believe in medicine, in psychology, in the way the body and brain work. But I also believe in things we can't measure easily, like spirits, demons, and God's presence. Sitting there by her bed, watching her watch something on the ceiling, thinking about the 5 shadow people and the little girl in her room, I felt stuck between those two worlds. Finally, almost without thinking, I started talking to her in Ukrainian. I knew a bit of the language, enough for simple phrases. I leaned closer and spoke softly but clearly. I told her, God sees you and He sees everything. God is here. That was all I said. I didn't launch into a long prayer or a sermon. Just those simple words. I had looked down when I finished speaking, then glanced toward the door, not expecting anything dramatic to happen. A few seconds later, I felt movement and looked back. Jen was blinking. Real, normal blinking. She looked like someone coming up for air after being underwater too long. She was awake. From that point on, she slowly became more responsive. She answered questions, looked at us, and started to behave more like herself, though understandably shaken and exhausted. She ended up sleeping a bit that night, but only on the couch when we got back to the house. There was no way she was going back into that bedroom, and honestly, I didn't blame her. The doctors eventually diagnosed her with a specific kind of reaction. In plain terms, instead of having a typical anxiety attack where someone might hyperventilate or feel dizzy or shaky, Jen's body overreacts to extreme anxiety. It shuts down in a way that looks like she's unconscious, unresponsive, almost as if she's not there. So medically speaking, what happened at the hospital can be explained by her nervous system going into overdrive and then crashing. I can understand that. It fits with how her body behaves under intense stress. We didn't tell the doctor about the shadow people or the little girl's spirit. We didn't tell them about the icy feeling in the room, the Bible warming her insides, or the way she was thrown off her bed. We only told them she had experienced intense fear and then collapsed. We repeated over and over that she didn't take drugs. We wanted them to treat her physical state, and we knew that if we started talking about spirits and demons, they might not take any of us seriously in the way we needed right then. Later, when we were back home, I tried to reassure Jen. I told her that seeing shadow people doesn't automatically make someone crazy. In fact, I said, it's almost normal to hear of people seeing them. I've read enough stories, listened to enough podcasts, learned enough from others' experiences to understand that there are many types of encounters with what people call shadow people. They show up in different places, in different cultures, and whatever they are, they seem to be part of something that many people touch, not just those labeled unstable. Still, the questions don't go away. Why did the little girl's spirit throw Jen out of bed? Was she protecting her, pushing her away from the 5 shadow figures? Or did it have some other motive entirely? If that spirit can appear in the form of Sarah and physically knock someone out of bed, what else can it do? What else might it be willing to do? We began to wonder if the little girl was truly who she seemed to be. Was she really the spirit of a child who died in the famine? Or could she be something darker wearing that image, a devil in disguise, as some would say? The ability to change form is something often associated with demons in many belief systems. That thought lodged in my mind and wouldn't leave. What about the 5 small shadow people themselves? Now that they've been seen, now that they know where Jen lives and how her body reacts to fear, will they be back? If they come again, will they bring something worse with them? Will they try a different approach? And what about the Bible? Jen said that when she hugged it to her stomach in the middle of her fear, she felt warmth spreading from that point outward, thawing the cold in her body from the inside. Was that a psychosomatic response? Her mind giving her a physical sensation based on comfort? Or was it something spiritual? Was there really a kind of heat passing from that book into her, as if God Himself was answering her reach for help? Then there was the moment in the hospital, when I said, God sees you and He sees everything. God is here. Within seconds, she started to wake from a state where nothing else had reached her. Was that coincidence? Did her body simply decide that was the moment to return to normal consciousness? Or did those words, spoken in the language of her family and her heritage, open some door for her spirit to step back through? Was she, in some sense, under a kind of possession? I don't know. It's a heavy word, and not one I use lightly. Still, watching her eyes shift to unseen things on the ceiling, watching her ignore my voice and my face, thinking about the spirits she'd seen only hours earlier, it's hard not to at least consider the possibility that something more than anxiety was involved. Right now, our biggest hope is that Jen will go to see a therapist and work through some of the deep, difficult emotions that have been building in her life. The fear, the stress, the pressure, the trauma. If this is how her body responds to intense fear, then reducing that fear is crucial. Therapy can help with that, and there's no shame in needing help. But even as the doctors talk about nervous systems and anxiety reactions, and therapists talk about coping mechanisms and repressed feelings, there's still another layer. One where a little girl's restless spirit, 5 shadowy figures, a Bible that feels warm, and a single sentence about God seem to intertwine in ways science doesn't fully explain. Jen's story now lives at the crossroads of those two worlds, medical and spiritual. I stand there too, trying to make sense of both sides, praying that whatever moves in the dark has been pushed back for good, and hoping that, in the end, healing comes from every place it can. About 2 months before I was born, my parents decided they wanted a dog. They brought home a tiny black lab puppy with big paws, floppy ears, and those shiny dark eyes that always look a little too wise for their age. They named him Bear, partly because he was black and fuzzy, and partly because even as a puppy, they could tell he was going to grow into something solid and strong. By the time I came into the world, Bear was already part of the family. He was there before I took my first breath, before anyone knew what kind of person I'd be. And for some reason that I still don't fully understand, the bond between us started almost immediately. My parents told me later that from the first day I came home from the hospital, Bear seemed to decide I was his responsibility. When I was a baby sleeping in my crib, Bear would lie on the floor right beside it, his chin on his paws, watching. If I cried, he'd lift his head and look at the door, waiting for my parents to come, but he never left his spot. He'd stay there through the night, dozing and waking, making sure nothing came near me that didn't belong. When my parents bathed me, he sat by the tub, tail curled around his paws, just watching the water and the baby and the hands that held me. If someone besides my mom or dad tried to pick me up, he would stand and stare at them until he decided they were safe. Once I started crawling, everything changed again. I was slow and clumsy and always drawn toward the exact things I shouldn't go near: stairs, table legs, corners, anything wobbly or sharp. Bear appointed himself my shadow. When I crawled across the floor, I could feel his warm breath at my heels. If I wobbled toward something dangerous, he'd step in front of me or gently nudge me away with his nose. If I toppled over, he'd sniff my face and whine softly until I either started laughing or crying, and then he'd look for my parents, as if telling them, "Hey, the little one needs you." As I grew, our routine grew with me. When I took my first steps, Bear was there. When I learned to run, he raced me in the yard, careful never to knock me down. When I fell and scraped my knees, he licked my face when I cried. He was there for small things too, sitting under the table when we ate, lying on the floor at my feet when I played with toys, curling up beside me when I watched TV. He was just my dog, but he was also my first real friend. My childhood outside the house wasn't as kind as the time I spent with him. I grew up as a Christian, and for some reason that made me a target. Maybe it was the way I talked about my faith. Maybe it was the way I didn't want to join in when other kids did certain things. Maybe it was just that I was different enough to stand out, and kids can be cruel when they find a weakness. Whatever the reason, I got beat up a lot. Sometimes it was pushing and shoving. Sometimes it was punches. Sometimes it was words that hurt more than any bruise. Day after day, I'd come home from school feeling small and broken. My clothes might be dirty, my body aching, my eyes stinging with tears I tried not to let fall. But no matter how bad the day was, one thing stayed the same: Bear would be at the door, waiting. I can still see it so clearly. I'd open the front door, and there he'd be, tail wagging so hard that his whole back end wiggled. Sometimes he'd make these soft, happy grunts, like he was trying to talk to me. Sometimes he'd nudge my hand for a pat before I even took off my shoes. To everyone else, he was the family dog, but to him and to me, we both knew better. I was his person. We spent as much time together as we possibly could. If I went outside, he went outside. If I sat with a book, he lay down next to me and sighed contentedly. When I cried, I'd bury my face in his fur and talk into his neck. He didn't understand my words, at least not in the way a person does, but he understood pain and loneliness, and he understood that his job was to be there. When I laughed, he'd get more playful, bringing me toys, running circles, happy just because I was happy. I think in some ways he knew me even better than the people in my life did. Eventually my brother was born, and a new tiny human entered the house. You'd think Bear, being such a gentle dog, would spread his love around evenly. But he didn't. He didn't want much to do with my brother at all. He didn't growl or snap or act jealous exactly. He just kind of ignored him. He'd check on him briefly, but then come right back to me. There was this unspoken claim in the way he acted, like he was saying, "This one is mine. You can have the baby, but this one is my human." It sounds selfish, but I took it as a compliment. It was like he'd chosen me and was sticking with that choice no matter what. Years passed, and as I got older, he did too. It's funny how slow it feels when you're a kid, but looking back it seems so fast. One day he was racing me around the yard, and then suddenly he was moving a little slower, resting a little more, his muzzle turning gray around the edges. He still greeted me at the door. He still lay by my bed. He still followed me around. But the lines around his eyes deepened, and there was a heaviness in his bones when he stood up. On my 10th birthday, when I should have been at that perfect age where the only thing to worry about is cake and presents, everything changed. We had a party at the house. A bunch of kids were there. There were balloons, maybe streamers, the usual birthday chaos. I remember laughing, sugar on my tongue, that feeling you get when everyone is there for you. In the middle of all that, my dad came inside, and he wasn't smiling. He was carrying Bear in his arms. Bear was not a little dog. Seeing my dad holding him like that already made my stomach drop. Bear's body looked wrong, limp instead of strong, his head hanging, his paws dangling. His mouth was foaming, thick white bubbles at the edges of his lips. His breathing sounded strange, shallow and labored, as if something inside him had gone terribly wrong. His eyes, which had always been so bright and full of life, looked glazed over, cloudy and distant. "Steph," my dad said to my mom, "can you take these kids home and meet me and Marshall at the vet?" I remembered the confusion hitting first. It was my birthday. We were in the middle of the party. And here was my dad, holding my dog like a broken thing. Fear set in right behind the confusion, fast and heavy. I looked at Bear and didn't understand what I was seeing, only that it was bad. Now I know he was having serious convulsions, probably seizures caused by the brain tumor we'd learn about later. At the time, all I saw was my best friend dying in my father's arms. I ran to the front door and shoved my shoes on, my fingers clumsy, my heart pounding. My dad and I got into the truck, Bear lying between us. I remember looking down at his body as we drove to the pet hospital. His chest still rose and fell, but each breath sounded strained. His tongue hung slightly out of his mouth. His eyes were a strange, flat gray instead of the soft dark brown I was used to. I talked to him, or maybe I just called his name over and over. I don't remember exactly what I said, only that I couldn't stop looking at his face and thinking, "Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me." When we arrived at the vet, they rushed him in right away. There was no waiting room delay, no small talk. They took one look at him and knew this was serious. They led him away into the back, and I stood there feeling hollow, like part of me had gone with him. The vet told my dad and me that they would need to keep him overnight, run x-rays and other tests, and see what was going on inside his brain. They told us to go home. That night, I didn't really sleep. I lay in my bed staring at the ceiling, my eyes sore, my chest tight. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Bear the way he looked in the truck, limp, foaming, his eyes wrong. I prayed, because that's what I knew how to do. I begged God to fix him, to heal him, to let him come home and be the way he was before. I thought about every memory I had of him, and countless times I thought, what if that was the last time he did that? What if that was the last time he greeted me at the door? The last time we played in the yard? The questions felt as heavy as stones. The next morning, we went back to the vet as early as we could. Sitting in that small room, surrounded by posters of happy cats and dogs, felt strange and unfair. The vet came in and told my parents that Bear had a brain tumor. It was causing hemorrhaging, and the seizures were a result of that damage. They were going to do everything they could to save him, but there were no guarantees. I tried to hold on to hope, the way kids do. I thought, they're doctors for animals. They fix things. They'll fix him. He'll come home. Days passed. A week went by. Bear stayed at the clinic. We checked in, we got updates, but none of them were very encouraging. He wasn't getting worse, but he also wasn't getting better. He was stuck in this in-between place. Then the vet said something that, looking back, I should have understood. He said we could take Bear home for the day, since it would be his last. At 10 years old, I didn't hear the last, the way adults hear it. I didn't hear goodbye. I heard home. I thought, they're letting him come home. That must mean he's better. He's staying. I had no idea that what they were really doing was giving us one precious day to say farewell. We brought him home. He was tired and slow, but he was my Bear. I was so happy to have him back that I didn't see the signs that this was different. We took him out into the backyard and laid a blanket down in the grass. The sun was shining. The air was soft. It could have been any beautiful afternoon, except for the fact that every second of it was borrowed time. I lay down beside him on the blanket and started talking to him. I told him about school, about how much I'd missed him, about how quiet the house had felt without him there. I ran my fingers through his fur, memorizing the feel of it without realizing that's what I was doing. At one point I remember saying, "No matter what happens, I'll always love you." I don't know where those words came from. Maybe some part of me knew. Maybe I was picking up on the way my parents looked at him, on the way their smiles didn't quite reach their eyes. For me, in that moment, I was just so grateful to be bonding with him again, to have him next to me, to hear him breathing, to feel the warmth of his body against my side. I thought we were getting our old life back. The next day was one of the worst days of my life. I woke up and went straight to the kitchen. That's where Bear's bed always was, tucked into his familiar corner. I expected to see him there, curled up or stretching or lifting his head to greet me. Instead, the bed was empty. No black fur, no wagging tail, just a blanket with the shape of him still pressed into it. I asked my mom where he was. She didn't brush me off, didn't distract me with something else. She sat me down and, as gently as she could, told me the truth. My dad had taken Bear to the vet that morning to have him put down. The words didn't make sense at first. Put down sounded like something you did with groceries or a bag or a box, not with a living being who had slept by my crib and greeted me at the door and lain beside me in the yard. I felt something inside me crack. I totally broke down. Tears came in a flood I couldn't control. My chest hurt, my throat burned. I kept thinking, but I thought he was better. That's why he came home. He came home to stay. He came home to me. Grief at that age is raw and confusing. You don't really understand death, not the way adults do. You just understand that someone who was there isn't there anymore, and they're not coming back. You feel betrayed by the world for letting it happen. Everything felt wrong, like my life had been picked up, shaken, and dropped in pieces. The next day we had a small funeral for Bear in the backyard. It was simple and quiet, but to me it felt huge. We planted a small tree in the corner, something that would grow over the years and mark the place where we said goodbye. Around it we planted a bunch of little flowers, bright and cheerful, as if we were trying to bring beauty to a place that hurt. We took Bear's favorite bone, the one he chewed on for years, the one he used to bring me when he wanted to play, and buried it carefully in the earth. Then we spread his ashes, letting them mix with the soil, the roots, and the future of that little tree. I remember standing there, watching the dirt fall, feeling like a piece of my heart was going into the ground too. Part of me didn't want to walk away, as if leaving the spot would make it more real. Part of me wanted to run into the house and pretend none of this was happening. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring into the dark, my pillow damp, my body heavy from crying. Every time I thought I might drift off, a memory of Bear would flash behind my eyes. Him sitting by my crib, him racing me in the yard, him lying on the blanket that last day, and the pain would come back fresh. The house felt too quiet, The corner in the kitchen where his bed had been felt like a missing tooth, an empty, aching space. Eventually, I got up. My throat was dry, my eyes sore, and I decided to go to the kitchen and get a glass of water. Maybe moving around would calm me down. Maybe the cool water would help. I walked through the dark house, the floors familiar under my feet, but the silence somehow sharper than before. When I got to the kitchen, I flipped on the light. My gaze went automatically to the place where Bear's bed had always been. I wasn't expecting to see anything there. I'd already seen it empty that morning. But this time, when the light came on, I froze. Because there he was. Not in the way I had known him in life, solid, furry, completely real, but not as a faint imagination either. He was there, in front of me, in a way that my eyes and my heart recognized instantly. His body seemed slightly transparent, like he was made of light and shadow instead of flesh and blood, but his shape was perfect. His ears, his nose, the curve of his tail, everything. He was standing right where his bed had been, looking at me. In his mouth, he held his bone. The same bone we had buried earlier that day. That detail hit me as strange and comforting and impossible all at once. His tail was wagging back and forth in that familiar happy way, not frantic, just steady and warm. He looked joyful. Not sick, not in pain, not old and tired. Just happy. He stepped forward a little and dropped the bone on the floor between us. I watched it fall, expecting to hear the familiar clatter of it hitting the kitchen tiles. But there was no sound. It simply touched the ground without so much as a tap, like it had no weight. Then he nudged it gently with his nose, pushing it toward me, just a small, playful shove. Everything about the gesture said, "Come on. Play with me, buddy." It was so normal, so him, that for a moment the strangeness of the situation vanished. It was just me and my dog, and he wanted to play. I walked forward slowly, drawn to him, my hand reaching out toward the bone as if I could pick it up. Part of me knew this wasn't possible. Part of me didn't care. I wanted, more than anything in that moment, to feel him again, to hold that bone in my hand and feel his teeth tug on the other end. Just as my fingers were about to close around it, both the bone and Bear vanished. 1 second they were there. The next second they were gone, as if someone had flipped a switch and turned off whatever light made them visible. I dropped to my knees on the kitchen floor and broke down. The emotions I'd been holding all day poured out of me in huge, heaving sobs. This time it wasn't just grief for his death. It was the shock of seeing him again, the ache of him disappearing twice in such a short time, the strange mixture of comfort and pain wrapped up in that one meeting. My parents came rushing into the kitchen when they heard me. They found me on the floor, shaking and crying, and helped me up. I told them what I'd seen the best way I knew how, through tears and hiccups. They didn't tell me I was crazy. They didn't scold me or brush it off. They let me sleep in their room for the rest of the night, close to them, letting their presence steady me the way bears used to. That wasn't the last time I saw him. Over the years, as we moved from one house to another, as I got older and life changed, every once in a while Bear would show up again. It was never predictable. It didn't matter which house I was in or where I was sleeping. Sometimes it would be in a doorway, sometimes at the foot of a bed, sometimes in a corner of a room. I'd look up and catch a glimpse of that familiar black shape, that wagging tail, that quiet, devoted presence. Each time, he didn't stay long. Just a few seconds, enough for me to know he was there. Enough for my heart to recognize him completely. It always felt like he was saying the same thing. "I'm still here. I never really left you. One day, somehow, we'll be together again." I don't pretend to understand exactly what I saw that night in the kitchen or all the times after. Maybe some people would say it was grief playing tricks on my mind. Maybe others would say it was my faith giving me a vision to comfort me. But in my heart, I believe it was more than imagination. I believe Bear came back to let me know he was okay, to ease my pain, to remind me that the love between us didn't end just because his body did. He was my first friend, my guardian when I didn't have anyone else, my constant companion when the world outside felt cruel. And even now, years later, I still think of him that way. Somewhere, in whatever place comes after this one, I picture him waiting, tail wagging, bone in his mouth, ready to drop it at my feet and nudge it forward as if to say, "Come on, let's play." This story really starts long before I ever came along, back when my dad was 17 and still stuck in that strange, restless phase between being a kid and being an adult. He grew up in a tiny place called Alma, a little town tucked along the coast of New Brunswick on Canada's east side. If you blink while you're driving through, you might miss it. There's the smell of salt in the air from the Bay of Fundy, a main road with a few shops, some old houses that look like they've seen every kind of weather, and that's about it. It's the kind of town where everyone knows everyone, and if you don't know someone, you at least know who they're related to. Alma has been around for a long time, well over 100 years. You can tell by the way some of the houses lean a little, and by how the old buildings seem to hold stories in their walls. When my dad was a teenager living there, it was even smaller than it is now. There weren't enough kids to justify multiple schools, so the town had one big school that tried to do everything at once. Kindergarten through grade 12 were all crammed into the same building. Little kids with lunch pails and big teenagers in leather jackets all shared the same halls. Somehow it worked. The school itself was surprisingly big for such a small town. It was 3 floors high, made of that old brick that looks like it could survive anything, with tall windows and stairwells that echoed when you walked in them. Up on the roof there was a sort of lookout area, a place where you could go and see the surrounding town, the trees, the gray line of the sea in the distance. It wasn't officially a hangout spot for students, but of course that didn't stop them from sneaking up there when they could. One of the strangest things about the school, according to my dad, were the fire escapes. Instead of the usual metal staircases zigzagging down the sides of the building, this school had massive black slides bolted to the walls. They looked almost like something you'd see at a playground, except bigger and more serious. In an emergency, students were supposed to sit at the top and slide down to safety. To a kid, it probably sounded like fun. To the teachers and parents, it was a practical solution. But those slides also had a dark history. Years before my dad ever stepped foot in that school, back when the building was still fairly new, there had been a fire. It started on one of the upper floors. No one was sure exactly how anymore by the time my dad was a student there, just that it had been serious enough for a full evacuation. Smoke filled the hallways. Teachers lined up panicked students, trying to keep order in a situation where everyone just wanted to run. The slides, which had probably felt like a cool safety feature before that day, suddenly became lifelines. In the chaos, one of the slides on the upper floor somehow came loose from the side of the building. Whether the bolts weren't secured properly, or the heat had warped something, or it was just terrible luck, no one could say. All anyone knew was that when the teacher told the first student to go, trusting that the slide would carry him safely down those 3 stories, it didn't. The boy went flying out into nothing and fell all the way to the ground. He hit hard enough that he died instantly. By the time my dad attended that school years later, the fire was something that lived in the stories people told. Teachers who had been there would grow quiet when the subject came up. Other students passed along details in whispers, making the story sound even more dramatic. My dad always remembered hearing about that boy and the slide that had betrayed him. And it wasn't just that one accident. He said there had been other mishaps, other strange things that seemed to cling to the school, like tragedy had left fingerprints on the place. All of that was the before part of this story. I only heard about it secondhand through my dad's voice, years later when we drove the same streets he used to walk. I was 21 the summer we went back to Alma to visit my grandmother and see my dad's old hometown. There's something strange about visiting the place your parent grew up. It feels like you're walking through their memories, trying to imagine them small and awkward in the same spaces you're now seeing with adult eyes. For my dad, it was a nostalgia trip. For me, it was like stepping into a story I'd heard pieces of for years. We'd been staying at my grandmother's house, the same house my dad grew up in. One afternoon, as we were driving around town, my dad suddenly got a certain look in his eyes. If you know someone well enough, You start to recognize the expression they wear when their mind is drifting somewhere else. He said, almost casually, "Do you want to see my old school?" I said yes immediately. I love old buildings, and I already knew enough about the accidents and the fire to be curious. The idea of walking the hallways where all of that had happened made my stomach flutter, partly with nerves and partly with excitement. And if I was honest with myself, there was another reason, too. I've always been open to the idea of ghosts. I've had my own experiences before. The thought of visiting a place with that much history, with so much pain soaked into its walls, made me wonder if I might see something there. Maybe, just maybe, I'd be lucky enough to catch a glimpse of someone who no longer belonged to this world. As we drove toward the school, my dad started to talk, the memories loosening his tongue. He told me again about the fire, about the boy who had fallen from the slide. He gestured roughly to where it had happened, pointing in the general direction of one side of the school building, his hand tightening briefly on the steering wheel as if he could still feel the weight of that knowledge after all these years. He mentioned other accidents too, not in as much detail, but enough to give the impression that Alma School had seen more than its fair share of terrible moments. Far from scaring me away, the stories made me more eager to step inside. There's something about old tragedies that sticks to a place. I've always believed that. The thought that some part of those kids might still be there, stuck in a loop or simply watching the years go by, made my skin prickle. I knew, with that strange certainty that doesn't really come from logic, that I was going to feel something in that building. Maybe I'd only sense a presence. Maybe it would be nothing more than a new chill in my chest. But a tiny part of me hoped for more, that I might actually see a ghost. When we pulled up to the school, I could see right away that it was old. The bricks were faded, the windows lined up in neat rows, some of them slightly warped with age. The slides I'd heard so much about were still there, black and imposing, jutting out from the side of the building like strange, frozen tongues. They might have been updated or repaired over the years, but their presence alone made me think of the boy who had fallen. We went in through the front entrance and walked to the office. The hallways were decorated like any school, student artwork, achievement plaques, old sports team photos, faded banners from long-forgotten events. We met the principal, whose name was Richard, though everyone called him Rich. He and my dad recognized each other and started talking like people who hadn't seen each other in years but still shared a bond rooted in growing up in the same place. They'd gone to school together once, both walking these halls as kids. When I told Rich why I was so interested in visiting the school, that I'd heard stories about accidents and strange things, and that I'd always been fascinated by hauntings, he didn't roll his eyes or brush me off. Instead, he smiled in this knowing way. He said that if we wanted, we could come back after school hours, once all the students had gone home, and he would give us a proper tour. I could tell by his tone that he understood exactly what kind of tour I wanted. Before we left that afternoon, we wandered the hallways a little. We looked at old pictures on the walls. At one point we came across my dad's graduation photo. I stopped and stared at it. He was so young, his face thinner, with a style that definitely belonged to another decade. I'd never seen him without his current hairstyle, and seeing him frozen in that moment, smiling awkwardly at the camera, made me laugh and shake my head. It was like meeting a stranger I somehow already knew. We went back to my grandmother's place for dinner. While we were there, the phone rang. It was Rich, letting us know the school was empty now, and we could come back for our after-hours tour. The sky had started to dim by the time we drove up again. The building looked different in the evening light, quieter, emptier, somehow more watchful. We pulled into the parking lot and waited for a few minutes. Rich hadn't arrived yet. The school looked almost like it was holding its breath. I wandered a little, my eyes drifting toward the windows on the ground floor. In one of them, just for a second, I thought I saw someone standing there. It was just a shape, a suggestion of a person. I couldn't make out details. No face, no clothes, just the sense of someone being there, watching us from inside. My heart jumped. I blinked and looked again, but the figure was gone. The window showed nothing but the faint reflection of the darkening sky. Normally, I'd second-guess myself. But I already knew how this kind of thing worked. You see something out of the corner of your eye. The moment you try to focus, it vanishes. That's how it goes most of the time with spirits. They show you just enough to let you know they're there, then slip back behind whatever thin curtain separates their world from ours. A few minutes later, Rich arrived, jangling keys in his hand, and let us inside. The air in the building felt cool and still, different from the busy daytime atmosphere. Empty schools always have a certain feeling to them. Without the noise of kids, the scraping of chairs, the slam of lockers, the building feels like it's sleeping. The first place I asked to see was the room I'd just seen that figure in. Rich nodded and led us there. It turned out to be the library. It was a large room with rows of shelves, tables for students to work at, and that familiar smell of paper and dust that all school libraries seem to share. As soon as we stepped inside, I could feel a kind of charge in the air, like static, but not unpleasant. It felt like a place where things happened. Rich told us that the library was one of the hotspots for daytime activity. He said that the librarians would often be putting books away, doing their usual rounds. They'd walk down an aisle, find the right shelf, slide books into place, then move on to the next row. But sometimes, as soon as they left an aisle, they would hear a noise behind them. When they turned back, the books they just shelved would be on the floor, scattered like someone had swiped an arm along the shelf. No one ever saw the books fly or fall. They just heard the sound, turned around, and saw the aftermath. Over and over. It happened enough that it couldn't just be chalked up to the shelves being unstable or kids playing pranks. Eventually, people just accepted it. The way you accept that a building makes certain sounds at night. The way you accept the creak in an old staircase. This was just one of the library's quirks. Hearing that made me smile. There was something almost playful about it. The idea that some spirit liked to knock books down during the day, when people were around to notice, made me feel oddly reassured. It meant that whatever was there wasn't shy. If they could do that when the sun was up and the rooms were full, who knew what else might happen at night? We left the library and headed for the stairs to the second floor. As we started up, the feeling in my body changed. The air seemed to grow heavier. I felt suddenly lightheaded, like I'd stood up too quickly. My stomach rolled as if I were on a boat. I had to grab the railing and close my eyes for a moment. My dad, right behind me, said he had a small headache, but nothing too bad. For me, it was more intense. It wasn't just nerves. I know how my body feels when I'm nervous, and this was different. This felt like walking into a pocket of bad air. We paused on the landing so I could catch my breath. The sensation faded just enough for me to keep going. We stepped onto the second floor and found ourselves in a long, dim hallway. The lights were on, but they felt weak, like the shadows were thicker here. Classroom doors lined both sides of the hall, 8 rooms in total from what I could see. The emptiness made every footstep echo. As we walked down the hallway, I peeked into each classroom through the little rectangular windows in the doors. Most of them felt normal. Empty desks, whiteboards with faint marker stains, posters curling at the edges. But when we reached the second last door on the right, something in me tightened. Even before I stepped inside, my skin prickled. I felt an odd heaviness settle in my chest, like anger that wasn't mine was pressing down on me. I pushed the door open and walked in. Rich and my dad followed behind me, but stayed closer to the doorway. I walked to the center of the room and just stood there, listening. The air felt different here. It wasn't colder, exactly, but it felt thick. Like the room was holding its breath. I could feel energy in it, a low, buzzing intensity. I closed my eyes for a second, trying to name what I was feeling. "I'm getting a really strange vibe in here," I said finally, opening my eyes to look at Rich. Almost an angry sort of vibe. Rich nodded, his face growing more serious. He told me that about 5 years earlier, a student had broken into the school at night and come into this very classroom. Alone in the dark, he had hung himself from the ceiling as some kind of terrible message, a horrifying surprise for whoever came in the next morning. That was how the students and staff found him, hanging there in an ordinary classroom turned into a scene of tragedy. I didn't ask for more details. I didn't want to know his name, his reasons, what had driven him to that point. I already do volunteer work helping kids and teens, trying to make sure they have someone to turn to before they ever consider something like that. Hearing about a kid who chose to end his life in a classroom made my heart hurt in a way I didn't want to dwell on. We left that room quietly. I carried the sadness of it with me as we climbed the stairs to the third floor. I was the first one up, my hand on the railing, my feet moving slowly. When I stepped onto the third floor landing and looked down the hallway, I stopped short. At the far end of the hall, near the opposite wall, there was a little boy standing there. He was just there. His arms hung loosely at his sides. He wasn't moving, just standing in that still way kids sometimes do when they're waiting for something. The hallway lights didn't quite reach him properly, so his features were hard to make out. I couldn't see the details of his clothes or his face. I only knew that he was small, about the size of a child in the early grades. His outline was clear enough to know he wasn't a trick of the light. Something in the way he stood, in the way he seemed separate from the rest of the hallway, told me instantly that this wasn't a living kid who had somehow gotten into the school. There was a stillness to him that didn't belong to the living. I didn't call out. I didn't want to scare him, or scare him away, if a ghost can even be scared. Behind me I could hear my dad and Rich reaching the top of the stairs. I sensed them understand what was happening without having to say anything. They stopped near the door, staying back, giving me space. I took a small step forward. Then another. My heartbeat picked up, but I didn't feel afraid, exactly. I felt focused, like everything had narrowed down to that one little figure at the end of the hallway. I passed the first classroom door. Then the second. My shoes made soft sounds on the floor, but the boy didn't react. I kept moving, closing the distance slowly. I got about 10, maybe 15 yards away, close enough to see his shape more clearly, though still too far to make out his face. Just as I started to think I might call out gently or raise a hand to wave, he moved. He didn't turn around fully. It was more like his body shifted slightly, acknowledging my approach. Then, in one simple, smooth motion, he turned toward the wall beside him and walked straight through it. 1 second he was there. The next, he stepped forward and vanished into solid wall, as if it were made of mist instead of concrete and paint. I stopped walking and stared at the spot where he'd disappeared. My heart was pounding now, not from fear, but from the shock of seeing something I had always believed in suddenly behave exactly the way I'd always heard ghosts do. It felt surreal, like watching someone you know step into a mirror and not come out the other side. As I stood there, I noticed something I hadn't seen right away. In the wall where the boy had been, there was a small door. It wasn't a full-size door like the classroom entrances. It was short and narrow, the kind you'd have to duck and almost crawl through. It looked like a utility door, the kind that might lead to a maintenance space or, in this case, a fire exit. I stared at that little door and remembered my dad's story about the fire and the slides. The boy who had been told to go first. The slide that had detached. The 3-story fall. The instant death. The timing. The place. The size of the boy I'd just seen. All the pieces clicked together. I realized then that the little boy I had just seen was the same boy who had fallen all those years ago in the early 1940s. My dad and Rich came up behind me quietly, not wanting to startle me. They asked what had happened, their voices low. I told them exactly what I had seen, the boy standing there, my slow approach, the way he had turned and walked through the wall by the small door. Rich listened, then nodded. He said that the night cleaners often reported seeing a little boy in that hallway, always in the same general area. They'd be mopping floors or emptying trash cans, and they'd glance down the corridor to see him standing there, watching. When they looked again, he would be gone. He never spoke, never approached anyone. He just appeared, stood for a bit, and then disappeared again. They'd come to accept him as part of the building's nightly routine. Rich said the boy never went anywhere else in the school, at least not that anyone had observed. He'd never done anything to harm anyone or even to startle them beyond simply being there. He just seemed to linger near that doorway, near the spot where his life had abruptly ended decades before. We stayed there for a little while longer, the three of us standing in that hallway with the knowledge of what had happened there and what still remained. Then we finished our tour, walking through the rest of the third floor and eventually making our way back down the stairs, out of the library, through the front doors, and back into the cool evening air. Outside, the school looked almost normal again. Just a building of bricks and windows, slides and doors. But I knew better now. I had seen with my own eyes that there was more inside than desks and textbooks and class photos. We said our goodbyes to Rich in the parking lot. He waved, then headed off, leaving my dad and me to walk back to the truck. As we drove away, I stared out the window, watching the school shrink in the distance. My mind kept circling back to the little boy at the end of that hallway. I kept seeing him standing there, small and still, then stepping quietly through the wall as if that were the most natural thing in the world. I thought about the kids who had walked those halls when my dad was young. I thought about the boy who had fallen from the slide, about the student who had hung himself in the classroom, about all the children who had studied and laughed and cried in that building over the years. It weighed on me in a way I hadn't expected. I do a lot of volunteer work with kids, helping them navigate their lives, trying to guide them away from bad choices and make sure they know they're not alone. Hearing about children who died in fear or pain, or who felt so lost they took their own lives, hit me deeply. Back at my grandmother's house, I was quieter than usual. My dad noticed, but he didn't push. He'd grown up with those stories. For me, they had just come to life. I had no way of knowing then that my experience in that haunted school was only the beginning. At the time, I thought I'd go home with a good story about a little boy ghost in a small-town Canadian school. I didn't realize that very soon, I would be moving into a house with a ghost of a little girl. And that the world of spirits, which already felt so close that night in Alma, was going to get a whole lot closer. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I grew up in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and if you've read anything about my life so far, you probably know that already. When I started high school, I went to one of the older schools in the downtown area. It was the kind of place that already looked like it had a lot of history before you even walked inside. The brick was darkened with age, the windows were tall and a little warped, and the stairwells echoed when people used them. It felt like the kind of building that had seen generations of kids pass through, from the time of black and white photos to now. For the first while, school was just school. Classes, homework, sports, friends, the usual stuff. I heard a lot of stories from the older kids about how the school was haunted, but at first I took them as typical high school rumor material. Every old building has a ghost story, right? Still, I'd be lying if I said those stories didn't get to me sometimes. Anytime someone mentioned a particular hallway or room, naming it like it was a place everyone knew to avoid, I'd get a small jolt of fear. After that, I never felt completely relaxed walking the halls alone, especially after the final bell, when the building got quiet and sounds carried farther. By the time I got to 10th grade, those stories were just part of the background noise of the school. People would talk about footsteps in empty stairwells, lights turning off by themselves, strange shadows, things like that. Most of the time, nothing happened to me personally, and life went on. Then one day I had a reason to go somewhere the stories always seemed to circle around, the basement. It happened during a science lab. We were doing one of those messy experiments that needed lots of cleanup, and my teacher realized we were out of paper towel. She looked over at me and asked if I'd run down to the janitor's office in the basement to grab some. I agreed, thinking it would be a simple errand. Just a quick run downstairs and back up again. The basement always had a different feel from the rest of the school. Even in the middle of the day, when students filled the upper floors, the basement was usually almost empty, with a faint smell of dust, metal, and cleaning chemicals. The walls were painted a dull, fading color, and the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. As I started down the stairs, the noise from the main hallway grew muffled behind me. I was halfway down when I heard it, a sharp metallic sound from below, like a large wrench or pipe hitting a concrete floor. It was loud enough that it made me stop for a second and grab the railing. The sound echoed along the hallway beneath the stairs, then faded. I told myself it had to be one of the janitors dropping something. Tools clatter all the time. They were probably just fixing something in one of the rooms. It wasn't exactly an unusual noise for a basement. So I kept going. When I reached the bottom of the steps, the hallway stretched out in front of me, longer than it looked from upstairs. The ceiling was lower, and the lights made this constant humming sound that got under your skin. I expected to see someone as soon as I stepped off the last stair, maybe a janitor bending over a toolbox or rolling a mop bucket. But the hallway was completely empty. I walked slowly toward the end of the hall where the janitor's office was located. Each step sounded too loud. I peeked into the office, expecting to see someone hunched over a desk or putting away supplies. The room was empty. The chair was pushed in, lights were off, and there was no sign of anyone having been there recently. That unsettled me a little, but I wasn't ready to admit I was freaked out. I told myself they were probably somewhere else along the basement. There were a few other rooms down there. Maybe they were in the storage room. So I walked back down the hall to the big room where the cleaning supplies were kept. That room was filled with shelves, mops, buckets, boxes, and other equipment. I looked in. No one. Trying to stay calm, I moved on to the last room in the basement, the one that led to the boiler room. This was the part of the school that really felt like it belonged in a horror movie. Pipes lined the ceiling and walls, some of them covered in insulation, others rusted. The air was warmer and thicker in there, and there was a constant low rumble from the boiler itself. I stepped just inside, looked around, and saw nothing but machinery and empty space. No janitors. No drop tools. No sound except the regular hum of the boiler. By then, the back of my neck felt tight, and I had that strange prickling sensation you get when you're sure someone's watching you even though you can't see them. I tried to laugh it off in my head, but it wasn't working. That lonely metallic sound echoed in my memory. I didn't like being down there anymore. There was something about the stillness of the basement that made me feel out of place, like I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. I turned around and walked quickly back the way I'd come. Then quickly turned into, as fast as I could without actually sprinting. And by the time I reached the stairs, I didn't care how it looked. I all out ran up them. I pushed open the big metal doors at the top and burst back into the main hallway of the school. The light felt brighter, the noise of the students suddenly comforting instead of annoying. Since I hadn't managed to find any janitors, I decided to go to the main office and see if the secretary could page them for me or at least tell me where they were. When I stepped into the office, I glanced toward the staff room, which was just off to the right and clearly visible from the front desk. And there they were, both janitors, sitting calmly in the staff room, drinking coffee and talking. They looked relaxed, as if they'd been there for a while. I froze for a second. If they were up here, then who had dropped something heavy in the basement? And why had every room down there been completely empty? I didn't say anything to them, just asked for the paper towel like I was supposed to, but the feeling from the basement stayed with me for the rest of the day. That was my first real experience in that school that I couldn't brush off as imagination. After that, I listened a lot more carefully when people talked about the building being haunted. In 11th grade, I got another reminder that something about the place wasn't quite normal. That year, I was on the football team. Between practices, games, and meetings, I spent a lot of time in the locker rooms and halls that most students rarely saw. It was a second home in a way, a place where the noise and sweat and smell of old gym socks formed this weird kind of comfort. One evening, we had just come back from an away game at another school. It had been a long night, and everyone was tired and sore. After we unloaded the bus and dragged ourselves back inside, most of the guys were eager to head out as soon as possible. A few of us had to stay behind, though. I was one of the team captains, so I was supposed to help clean the locker room and showers. That night, it was supposed to be me and two other captains. But when it came time to start, the other two decided they'd rather take off early and go see the Stampeders game instead. So there I was, alone in the locker room, with rows of benches and metal lockers stretching out around me, the smell of sweat and damp towels heavy in the air. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. It wasn't exactly creepy under normal circumstances, but the emptiness made the place feel different. The noise and chatter that usually filled the room were gone. I could hear the sound of my own breathing as I started sweeping up mud and tape from the floor, dragging a mop through the showers, picking up bits of trash and gear. A few minutes into the cleaning, I heard something behind me. It sounded like the scuff of shoes on the floor, just a simple shuffling noise, like someone had dragged a foot on the ground while walking. I figured one of the guys had come back for something they forgot. I paused, straightened up, and looked over my shoulder around the corner of the row of lockers behind me. No one was there. The noise had seemed close, like it should have come from just a few feet away, but the row was empty. I shrugged it off. Maybe I'd dragged the mop in a weird way and mistaken the sound. I went back to work. A minute later, I heard it again. Shoes sliding slightly on the floor, 2 rows behind me now. I turned again, a little faster this time, and checked. Still no one. No movement. Just the empty locker room. The sound kept happening as I moved, always behind me, always close enough that it should have come from a person walking nearby. It was like someone was pacing behind me, staying just out of sight. The odd thing was, I didn't feel scared. Not like I had in the basement that day. I didn't feel a cold chill or a sense of threat. It was more like someone wanted me to know they were there, but not to hurt me or even to talk to me. So I made a decision. I kept cleaning. Every time the scuffling sound came, I let it be. I didn't call out, didn't demand to know who was there. I just did my job and let whatever it was do whatever it was doing. The sound followed me around the room like an invisible person walking slowly behind me. After a while, it almost became part of the background, like the hum of the lights or the drip of water from the shower heads. When I finished, I turned off the lights and left. The moment I stepped out into a hallway, the feeling of being followed faded away. Nothing happened after that for a while. I went through the rest of 11th grade with only little odd things here and there. Tiny sounds, glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, that strange sense of being watched at certain times. Then came my senior year, and with it, the experience that I still remember most clearly of all. It was February, and we got hit with a huge dumping of snow. Even for Calgary, which is famous for weird weather, this was a lot. Snow came down in thick sheets, piling up fast. By the time it stopped, there were literally 6 feet of snow in some places. On top of that, the temperature dropped to around minus 35 degrees Celsius, which is about minus 31 degrees Fahrenheit. The kind of cold that hurts your lungs when you breathe in too fast. Roads were a mess, cars were stuck, and most people were just trying not to freeze. Every school in the city seemed to be closing. Kids were celebrating at home, happy to have a snow day. You could almost feel the collective joy of everyone not having to drag themselves out of bed and into that weather. Everyone except us. For some reason I still don't understand, our high school decided to stay open that day. We were the only one in the area that didn't close. Normally I drove an old '86 Mustang. It was a car I liked, but it was definitely not built for deep snow and ice. Rear-wheel drive on slick, frozen roads is not exactly a smart choice, especially in a storm like that. I knew there was no way I was going to make it to school in that thing without ending up in a snowbank or wrapped around a pole. So I took the city bus instead. The ride was slow. Buses had to crawl down the streets, tires spinning occasionally when they hit deep patches. People were bundled up in layers, steam rising from their jackets whenever someone opened the doors and the cold wind blew in. By the time I finally got to school, I was over an hour late. When I walked into my classroom, everyone looked annoyed. Not just regular Monday morning annoyed, but genuinely frustrated. Half the class had red faces from the cold, and the other half looked like they were barely awake. I took my seat, feeling that same irritation. It was hard not to think. If it was this important that we risk frostbite to come here, we'd better be learning something groundbreaking. But we didn't. In every single class that day, the teachers put on movies. Not documentaries, not anything related to what we were supposed to be studying. Just random films to pass the time. They knew half the students were missing, people were late, and no one was really mentally present. So the day became one long movie marathon, and it felt pointless. If we were going to be treated like we didn't need to do any real work, then why make us come in at all? By the time my first class rolled around to the middle of the period, I was done pretending to care. I quietly got up, slipped out of the room, and headed down toward the main floor. I went to the vending machines, grabbed something to eat, and sat in the cafeteria for a while, listening to the muffled sounds of movies playing in classrooms all around the building. At some point, my mind drifted back to that day in the basement in 10th grade. The metallic sound. The empty rooms. The janitors sitting upstairs. I realized that this day, with hardly anyone moving around and most people stuck in their rooms, might be the perfect time to go back down there and see if anything else would happen. Part of me knew it was probably a bad idea, but curiosity has a way of pushing logic aside. So I finished my snack, stood up, and headed for the basement doors. To get there, I had to pass through a pair of big metal doors that separated the main hallway from the staircase leading down. They closed heavily behind me, cutting off some of the light and noise from the rest of the school. I started down the stairs, my hand on the railing, my footsteps sounding loud in the quiet. The basement hallway looked the same as it had years before. Long, dim, with pipes running along the ceiling and lockers lining the walls in some areas. I moved slowly, trying to step lightly even though I knew my footsteps echoed. I reached the janitor's office first and peeked inside. Empty. Just like last time. I turned around, planning to head toward the boiler room again, and that's when it happened. Without warning, the main lights went out. For a split second, I was in complete darkness. Then the emergency lights clicked on. They were dimmer, spaced farther apart, and they cast the hallway in a strange, uneven glow, with deep shadows in between. At the same time, the speakers crackled overhead and a calm recorded voice came on the PA system. Attention staff, students, and visitors. Please remain calm. There has been a problem with the power in the building. Please stay where you are until the power is turned back on. I stood there, frozen, my heart starting to race. Out of everywhere I could have been during a power problem, I was in the basement, where I already suspected something else was down there with me. The emergency lights made the hallway look longer, the shadows thicker. I could hear my own breathing, faster now, and the faint hum of whatever backup system was powering those red and white lights. For a moment I did nothing. I just stood there and stared down the hall, every instinct telling me that if anything supernatural wanted to mess with me, now would be the time. The rational part of my brain was trying to think about electrical panels and maintenance issues. The other part was already picturing shadowy figures and empty-eyed faces stepping out of doorways. Eventually I decided I couldn't just stand there waiting. I told myself I would just walk calmly back to the stairs and go up. There was no reason to stay down here. So I took a few cautious steps forward, my ears straining for any sound. Behind me, I heard a soft creak. I stopped. Slowly, I turned my head toward the janitor's office. The door, which had been slightly open when I checked it, was now moving. It creaked closed, inch by inch, until it latched with a quiet click. The sound was small, but in that moment it felt as loud as a slam. My mouth went dry. I knew there hadn't been anyone in there. I had just looked. Doors don't usually decide to shut themselves, especially not right after the power goes out in an almost empty basement. I forced myself to move again, telling my feet to keep going even though my body wanted to turn and bolt. The hallway I was in had lockers lining both sides. These weren't the regular assigned lockers most students used. They were overflow lockers, extra ones used when the main ones were full. Because they weren't assigned to many people, a lot of them were left standing open. Some of the doors were half shut, others wide open, metal edges casting sharp shadows under the emergency lights. One by one, the locker doors started slamming shut. It didn't happen in order like a neat row of dominoes. That would have almost made more sense. Instead, it was random and chaotic. A locker door slammed shut right beside me with a deafening bang, making me flinch hard. Before I could even recover from that, another door at the opposite end of the hallway slammed just as loudly. Then another, somewhere in the middle. The sound bounced off the walls and ceiling, echoing in that low hallway until it sounded like a whole crowd was slamming things just to scare me. There was no one there. I didn't wait to see if it would stop. Whatever little composure I had left vanished. I sprinted toward the stairs, my heart pounding, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. As I raced up the hallway, more locker doors kept banging shut, the noise chasing me, each slam sounding closer than the last. It felt like the building itself was waking up and snapping its jaws. Just as I reached the base of the stairs and started to climb, I heard the same sharp metallic sound I'd heard in 10th grade, the sound of something heavy and metal hitting the floor. It was followed immediately by a deeper, heavier bang from somewhere behind me. I don't know what caused it. It might have been something falling, some huge piece of equipment, or a door slamming somewhere else. All I knew was that it sounded big enough to crush a person, and it made me run even faster. I took the stairs two at a time, barely hanging onto the railing. My legs burned, but I didn't care. I pushed through the big metal doors at the top and burst into the main hallway, the normal overhead lights there still on, the emergency announcement still playing faintly in some rooms. It felt like coming up for air after being underwater too long. I stumbled to a nearby table, sat down heavily, and tried to catch my breath. My hands were shaking, and my whole body felt wired and exhausted at the same time. It took me a moment to realize that something felt uncomfortably warm and damp. I looked down. I had pissed myself. It hit me all at once. I was in my senior year. I was captain of the football team. I was supposed to be the guy who kept his cool, who didn't scare easily, who other people looked up to. And yet here I was, sitting in the hallway of my high school with wet pants like a terrified little kid. I felt my face flush hot with embarrassment even though, thankfully, no one seemed to be looking directly at me at that moment. I stood up quickly and walked as calmly as I could manage toward the locker room, forcing myself not to run. Once I got there, I grabbed my sweats from my gym bag and changed into them as fast as possible, shoving my wet clothes into the bottom of my bag. I didn't want to stay in the building any longer than I had to. The thought of going back to class like nothing had happened made me want to crawl out of my own skin. So after I changed, I walked straight out of the school, went to the nearest bus stop, and waited for a ride home. The cold outside felt almost good after the heat of fear and embarrassment. As I sat there, watching my breath fog the air, I replayed everything that had happened in the basement, the lights going out, the emergency message, the office door closing by itself, the locker doors slamming in that unnatural pattern, the metallic noise and the final bang. To this day, I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was the same presence I'd felt as a 10th grader or the one that scuffed around behind me in the locker room, or something completely different. I just know that whatever it was, it used that power outage as a chance to mess with me in a way I'll never forget. My grandpa was an amazing man, and from as far back as I can remember, we were very close. He was one of those quiet, steady people who didn't need to say much for you to feel loved. He showed it in everything he did. When my mom and uncles were young, he had worked hard to give them a good life, and by the time I came along, he poured that same love and effort into me and my brother. There was something special about the way he treated us, like we were the best thing that had ever happened to him. Whenever I think about my childhood, he is right there in the middle of almost every good memory I have. When I was little, he would take me on long walks that felt like adventures. We never just went for a walk, for no reason. Somehow, he always had a plan that he never told me about in advance. We would wander through different streets, cut across grassy fields, and sometimes stop to look at flowers or birds, or just to watch the clouds. I would hold his hand, and he would tell me stories about when he was younger, or about my mom when she was a kid, or even silly jokes that made me laugh so hard I had to stop walking for a moment. No matter which way we went, those walks always seemed to end in one of two places: a park or an ice cream store. I began to think that Grandpa had a secret map in his head, one that always led to something fun. We even had our very own special place that we called our secret park. That name made it feel like something magical, like we had our own little hidden world. It was at the end of a dead-end street that most people probably never had a reason to walk down. The park was small, nothing fancy, but it was surrounded by trees and bushes that formed a kind of natural wall. From the street, you could barely see past the thick green leaves. There was a swing, a little patch of grass, and a few old benches. It wasn't part of some big public playground. It felt tucked away, forgotten by almost everyone else. Somehow, no matter what time of day we went, no one else ever seemed to be there but us. It really did feel like the park belonged only to Grandpa and me. Sometimes we would sit on one of the benches, and he would talk about his childhood, about the hard times and the good times. Other times, we would just sit in silence and listen to the wind in the trees and the far-off sounds of traffic or dogs barking. He always seemed so content sitting there. I didn't realize it then, but those quiet moments were his way of teaching me how to slow down and enjoy simple things. Other days, we would play little games. He would pretend the swings had secret powers, or the park was part of a story we were making up together. This secret park became not just a place on a map, but a place in my heart where it always felt safe, warm, and full of love. As the years went on, Grandpa started moving more slowly. His knees weren't as strong as they used to be, and his back bothered him often. Long walks turned into shorter ones. Then, eventually, he couldn't really go on walks at all. At first, I missed those trips to the park and the ice cream shop, but we found new ways to be together. Instead of walking around the neighborhood, we would hang out in his garage or basement. Both places smelled like wood, oil, and old tools, the kind of smell that somehow felt homely and comforting. He had shelves with jars of nails and screws, old coffee tins full of things that might be useful one day. So many stories hidden in objects that looked like junk to anyone else. We'd sit out there for hours, just talking. Sometimes he would sit at his workbench, fiddling with a broken radio or some other thing he decided to fix, while I sat nearby on an old stool or upside down on a crate. The conversations changed as I got older. When I was a kid, we talked about cartoons and school and little things. As I became a teenager, we talked more about life, about choices, about mistakes and second chances. He never preached at me or acted like he knew everything. He just shared his own experiences and then listened to mine. I could tell him anything, even things I didn't want to tell my parents. I trusted him in a way I have never trusted anyone else. Because of all of that, I loved him very deeply. He wasn't just my grandfather. He was my friend, my mentor, my safe place. So when my mom called me last December to tell me that Grandpa had had a stroke and was in the hospital, it felt like the ground had been pulled out from under me. At that time, I was at school, about 800 kilometers from home and around 1,000 kilometers from where Grandpa lived. The distance suddenly felt enormous. It wasn't just a number anymore. It was this huge space between us that I couldn't cross right away. I already had a plane ticket booked to go home once my exams were done, so I kept clinging to that plan. I kept telling myself, just hold on. I'll see him soon. I'll talk to him again. I'll tell him how much he means to me. The days that followed were strange and heavy. Everyone back home kept me updated. Grandpa survived the initial stroke, which the doctors hadn't really expected. But he was half paralyzed and in a deep coma. The doctor said he might be able to hear sometimes, even though he didn't respond. I tried to imagine him lying in that hospital bed, his strong hands still, his eyes closed, and it hurt in a way that is hard to describe. It was exam week at school, and I felt like I was living in two worlds at once. On one side there were lectures and textbooks and multiple choice questions. On the other side, people I loved were sitting by my grandfather's bed, watching the machines breathe for him, not knowing if each day would be his last. I felt guilty for not being there, but at the same time I knew they wanted me to finish my semester. It was a hard kind of waiting. It was 3 weeks after Grandpa's stroke. It was a Tuesday night. I had one final exam left, scheduled for Wednesday, and I was supposed to fly home on Thursday. I went to bed early that night, or at least I tried to. I lay there in the dark, listening to the quiet sounds of the building, the faint hum of heating, little movements from the hallway. Sleep refused to come. My mind kept circling around the same thoughts. Grandpa in his hospital bed, my family gathered around him, the way his hands used to feel when they held mine on those long walks. As I lay there, staring at the ceiling, I began to feel something different. It was as if the room shifted slightly. I felt a strong sense of presence, like I wasn't alone in that small space. And not in a creepy way. It felt familiar and warm, like the feeling you get when someone you love sits beside you quietly. In that moment, I felt as though my grandpa was there with me, even though I knew his body was still in the hospital far away. The feeling didn't come with any voices or visions. It was more like an understanding, a deep knowing that somehow we were together. Instead of being scared, I found myself talking to him in my thoughts, or maybe out loud. I can't even remember if my lips moved. I began to tell him everything I had been holding inside. I told him how much I loved him, how much he had done for me, how grateful I was for every walk, every ice cream, every talk in the garage. I told him I missed him and that I was sorry I wasn't there in person. I told him that, whatever happened, he had given me so much that I would carry with me forever. After a while, I realized I was saying goodbye. Not in a dramatic, movie-like way, just quietly, honestly. It hurt, but at the same time, it felt right. It felt like something that needed to be said. The next day I woke up, went through my normal routine as best I could, and went to write my exam. It felt strange to focus on questions and answers when part of me was somewhere else entirely. Somehow I got through it. After the exam, I finished packing my things and went out with friends for a little while. It was as if I was moving around in a blur, half inside my body and half outside it. I think a part of me already knew something had changed, even before my phone rang that evening. When I got back to my place, my parents called. Their voices were soft, and I could hear the weight of the day on them. They told me that Grandpa had died. There was a quiet moment where I just breathed in and out, holding the phone, trying to understand that the man I loved so much was no longer alive in this world. They told me that the night before, my whole family had gathered in his hospital room with his priest, Reverend Paula. They had all been there, watching him, waiting with him, not knowing exactly when he would go. At one point, the priest had been talking to my mom. She said she couldn't understand what he was holding on for. "It's like he's waiting for something," she said. When my mom heard that, she remembered that she had told Grandpa earlier that I was coming home on Thursday. "Oh, Paula," my mom said. "I told him Kate would be home on Thursday. Maybe he's waiting for her." After that, they went to his bedside and spoke to him. They told him that I was with him in spirit, that even though I wasn't there physically yet, my heart was there. It was around that same time that I had felt his presence so strongly in my room and had spoken to him, telling him I loved him and saying goodbye. Hearing that connection made something inside me go very quiet. It didn't make the loss hurt less, but it made it feel less random, less like a cruel accident and more like something gently guided. After the funeral, Christmas, and the emotional storm that followed, I went back to school in January. Everything looked the same buildings, same classes, same people, but I was not the same. Part of me was still at my grandparents' house, still at the cemetery, still in that hospital room. I tried to get back into a routine. I went to class, did my readings, and hung out with friends, but there was always a kind of dull ache under the surface. I didn't know what to do with all the feelings I had, so I just tried to keep moving forward, one day at a time. One night in January, I had a dream that felt different from any other dream I've ever had. It was not vague or blurred the way most dreams are. It was sharp and clear and rich with detail. In the dream, I was at my grandparents' house, and it was summertime. I could feel the warmth of the sun on my skin and the slight roughness of the ground under my bare feet. The light was bright, the way it is on a real summer day, not washed out or strange. I could hear birds and distant traffic and the creak of an old gate. I could smell flowers from my grandmother's garden, that mix of earth and petals and green leaves. The air even felt right, warm but not too hot, carrying familiar scents. In the dream, I was cleaning out my grandpa's truck. It was something we had done together before, so the action felt natural. There were other people in the yard, moving around, doing different chores. They didn't feel like strangers, but I couldn't quite place who they were. Maybe they were family members, maybe they were just part of the dream. They were there in a calm, background sort of way, like guardians or helpers. As I wiped down the inside of the truck and shook out old floor mats, I looked up and noticed someone walking down the street in front of the house. It was my grandpa. He moved slowly but with purpose, and I could see him clearly from the side. My first thought, sharp and shocking, was, "But he's dead!" It hit me with a kind of electric jolt. My heart jumped, and for a moment I forgot that I was in a dream. All I knew was that someone I loved, someone I knew couldn't be alive, was walking right there in front of me. Then another thought followed quickly behind the first. I don't care. Instead of standing there frozen, I felt this strong need to go after him, to catch up, to hold on to him for just a little longer. I tried to follow him, stepping away from the truck. But as I moved, the other people in the yard came closer. They didn't grab me or force me back. They simply moved into my path, forming a gentle barrier. One of them put a hand on my shoulder. I still remember the feeling of that hand, solid and calm. The person spoke to me in a kind, steady voice and said, "It's not time. You can't follow him yet." The words weren't harsh. They weren't a command, more like a soft reminder. Something in the way they were said made sense, even though my heart was breaking. I began to cry, not screaming or frantic, just crying deeply because I wanted so much to run after my grandpa and couldn't. But even through my tears, I stayed where I was. I didn't push past the people in the yard. I just stood there and watched. In front of me, my grandpa kept walking slowly down the street. He didn't look back, but I didn't feel like he was ignoring me. It felt more like he knew I was watching and knew I understood. He walked toward the direction of our secret park, the little hidden place at the end of the dead-end road where we used to sit and swing and talk. In the dream, you could see the trees and bushes at the end of the street, thick and green, just the way they always were. I watched him go all the way to the end and then disappear behind the trees separating the road from the park. Once he passed behind that wall of green, he was gone. When I woke up the next morning, the dream stayed with me in a way most dreams don't. It didn't fade as the day wore on. I could still feel the warmth of the sun, smell the flowers, remember the exact way his back looked as he walked down the street. More than anything, I remembered that hand on my shoulder and the voice saying, "It's not time. You can't follow him yet." That day, for the first time, I truly accepted that Grandpa was gone. Until then, part of me had still been refusing to believe it. But that dream felt more like a visit than a simple dream. It was as if I had been given one more moment with him, one more chance to see him walking toward the place that belonged to us. When I saw him disappear into the trees, it felt like a clear message. He had moved on, and I had to stay and keep living my own life. Even with that acceptance, the months that followed were hard. In March, everything seemed to crash down on me at once. I was still trying to deal with Grandpa's death when my aunt died as well. That alone would have been a lot, but not long after that, another aunt became very ill. It felt like my family was being hit from all sides. While all of this was happening, a boy who lived down the hall from me at school killed himself. He wasn't a close friend, but we had talked a few times in the hallway. He was just there one day and gone the next. The shock of it shook everyone in the building. Death suddenly seemed to be everywhere around me, family members, classmates, people I loved, people I barely knew. It was overwhelming. One day, after hearing yet more bad news, I was walking back to my place after classes. My body felt heavy, like I was dragging around a weight that wouldn't come off. Even climbing the stairs felt like a chore. As I went up, I suddenly caught a smell that made me stop in my tracks. It was faint but clear, like it had drifted out of nowhere and wrapped itself around me. It smelled just like my grandpa's garage, a mix of oil, old wood, dust, maybe a hint of metal and something else I couldn't name. It was the exact smell I associated with sitting on a crate while he worked at his bench, or walking in there to find him looking for a tool. The smell appeared out of nowhere on a staircase that had never smelled like anything but cleaning products and student sweat before. It surprised me, but it also made me feel strangely comforted, like someone had put a warm hand on my back for a moment, telling me I wasn't alone. I kept climbing, thinking about it for a second, then pushing it aside, convincing myself it had to be some coincidence. Later that day, I was sitting at my desk in my room, trying to focus on studying, when it happened again. This time the smell didn't come from the hallway. It came from inside my room. It was even more specific now. It didn't just smell like the garage. It smelled like my grandpa himself. It was his aftershave, the soap he used, and that subtle, personal smell people have that doesn't really have a name but is totally theirs. It was like he had just walked out of the shower and come to give me a hug. The scent appeared suddenly, strong enough that I stopped what I was doing and lifted my head. It wasn't lingering from laundry or some old shirt. It didn't smell like any of my products. It smelled exactly like him, and it felt strange enough that I started sniffing around like a confused dog, moving my head from side to side trying to find where it was coming from. If anyone had seen me then, they probably would have thought I had lost my mind. The smell seemed to be concentrated behind me and slightly to the right, exactly where someone would be standing if they had approached my chair and leaned in. It didn't make me afraid. It made me feel warm and safe, like he had come into the room quietly and was just standing there with me. Over the next few days, this happened multiple times. The smell would come and go. Sometimes it lasted only a few seconds, sometimes longer. Every time it appeared, it brought with it a feeling of love and peace that washed over me like a soft blanket. On some occasions I also felt what seemed like a hand resting gently on my shoulder. It was not a heavy pressure, just a light touch, like someone standing beside me and letting me know they were there. It wasn't my imagination trying to comfort me. It felt real, solid enough to make me turn my head, expecting to see someone. At night, lying in bed with the lights off, there were moments when I heard slow, deep breathing on the other side of my room, the kind of sound a person makes when they are sleeping calmly. It was not scary. It didn't feel like a stranger hiding in my room. It felt familiar, more like the slow breathing of my grandpa when he would nap in a chair. Along with the sounds and the smells and the touch, there was a strong feeling of love and protection. It felt like being wrapped up in a hug you couldn't see but could feel with every part of you. I knew, deep down, that my grandpa had come to be with me during this horrible time, when I felt exhausted and scared and was so far away from home. This continued for about a week. Every day that passed, I felt a little bit stronger. The sharp, unbearable pain of loss slowly softened at the edges. I still missed him, still missed my aunt, still felt how heavy everything was, but the presence in my room helped me stand up straighter. It was like he was holding me up from the inside, helping me to keep going. I began to think about what that meant for him. If his spirit was visiting me, staying close to the earth to help me, I wondered if that was where he really needed to be. I started to feel that as much as I loved having him around me like that, it wasn't fair to keep him here with my need. I wanted him to be at peace, to be wherever he was meant to be after this life. One day, sitting alone in my room, I gathered up my courage and spoke out loud. My voice shook a little at first, but I kept going. I said, "Grandpa, I love you and I miss you, but I'll be alright. You don't have to stay anymore. You don't have to worry about me. I'll see you again one day." The words were simple, but they carried all the meaning in my heart. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt something shift in the room. It was as if the air became softer and warmer. I felt surrounded by love in a way that is hard to put into words. It truly felt like a hug, full, gentle, and all around me, but without arms. I closed my eyes and let the feeling wash over me. It lasted only a few moments, but it was enough. After that, he was gone. The smells faded and didn't return. The gentle hand on my shoulder didn't come back. At night, the slow breathing was no longer there. The room returned to being just a normal room, quiet and still. For a little while, I missed those signs terribly. They had been my comfort. But I reminded myself that I had told him it was okay to go, and I meant it. He had done more for me than anyone else, in life and even in death. He had come back to help me when I needed him most, and now it was my turn to let him rest. Even though I haven't felt him physically close to me since then, I still miss him. Sometimes I still cry when I think about him. Sometimes I smile instead, remembering the secret park, the taste of ice cream on a hot day, the way his laugh sounded in his garage. I carry him with me in the stories he told, in the way he taught me to be kind, patient, and strong. I believe, with all my heart, that I will see him again one day. Until then, I keep walking forward, knowing that somewhere, beyond what I can see, he is walking too, maybe down some quiet path toward a secret park, waiting for the day when we can sit on a bench together again. My name is Caitlin, and I want to tell you about something that started happening after my great-grandfather passed away in January. To really explain why all of this means so much to me, I should start by saying that my great-grandpa was not just some distant relative we only saw on holidays. In our family, he was loved deeply and respected in a way that is hard to put into simple words. To my dad especially, he was more like a father than a grandfather. My dad never really knew his own dad, so my great-grandpa stepped into that role for him. Because of that, he felt extra close to all of us too, like he was holding our whole family together with his quiet presence. We called him Grandpa, but my baby brother had his own name for him. That name was Momo. It was one of the first real words my little brother ever said. Back when my great-grandpa was still alive, my brother would light up whenever he saw him. He would point and shout, "Momo! Momo!" in that excited little voice toddlers have. Even though my great-grandpa was older and sometimes moved slowly, he always made time for him, whether that meant letting my brother sit in his lap, handing him a toy car, or just smiling and talking to him in a soft voice. It was special seeing that bond between someone so young and someone so old. It was like two ends of a family line reaching out and touching in the middle. When my great-grandpa died, it was hard on all of us. Even though he lived a long life, and in some ways we knew his time was coming, grief doesn't really care about logic. It just comes and sits in your chest. I remember the days around his passing as a blur of phone calls, tears, hushed voices, and people moving around a little slower than usual. There were pictures of him out on the table, stories shared between relatives, and that strange mix of sadness and love that hangs in the air when a family loses someone important. My little brother, though, is only 2 years old. He doesn't understand what death means. He doesn't understand, gone forever, or, we won't see him again in this life. To him, people are either there or not there in the moment. He only knows that he had someone called Momo who loved him and played with him, and he still talks about him as if they saw each other yesterday. A few weeks after the funeral, life began to slide back into something like a routine. People went back to work and school, chores had to be done, and the house went back to its usual level of noise. But under all of that, grief sat like a quiet shadow. We all missed him in our own ways. My dad would sometimes go quiet when someone mentioned him. My stepmom would pause when she passed his picture. I would get sudden waves of sadness when something reminded me of him. Even the way the sunlight came in through certain windows could make me think of afternoons he had spent with us. Then, one morning, something happened that made all of us stop and really pay attention. It started as just another early morning in our house. My little brother has always liked getting up before everyone else. While the rest of us are still trying to sleep, he will be in his room, wide awake, chattering to himself, making his toys talk to each other, crashing his cars together, and basically running his own little world. Usually he is fairly quiet, or at least not loud enough to wake anyone up fully. We're sort of used to his soft little babbling through the walls. On this particular morning, though, he was louder than usual. His voice carried down the hallway, bright and clear. He wasn't just talking. He was laughing and speaking as if he were having a full conversation with somebody. It was the kind of talking that makes you curious, like you want to know who he thinks he's talking to and what they're saying back. His voice woke both me and my stepmom. She got up and poked her head into my room, her hair a little messy from sleep, and said something like, "I'll go see what he's up to." I told her she could go back to bed, that I was already awake anyway, and I'd stay up with him. She looked relieved and went back to her room to try and grab a little more sleep. So it ended up just being me and my little brother awake. The house was still dim and calm, that quiet time before everyone else gets up and starts rushing around. I walked down the hallway to his room, rubbing my eyes, still feeling kind of tired. When I stepped into his room, I saw him sitting on the floor in the middle of his scattered toys. He had his little cars lined up, some of them upside down, some standing straight, and a few in his hands. His face was glowing with happiness, like he was having the time of his life. He looked up at me with that big smile of his, and the first thing he said was, "Hey sissy, you want to play with me and Momo?" For a second, I just stood there. My brain was still waking up, and his words kind of echoed in my head. Me and who? I thought maybe I hadn't heard him right. I was sleepy, and sometimes toddlers say things that don't make sense, so I didn't react right away. I went over and sat down with him on the floor, my legs crisscrossed, and I asked him again, more carefully this time. "Halen, who are you playing with?" He looked at me like it was the most obvious thing in the world. His eyes were clear and serious, and he said, very simply, "I play with Momo. He play cars with me." There was no hesitation in his voice, no sign that he was making a joke or pretending. He said it the way a kid would say, "Mom is in the kitchen," or "Daddy is watching TV," like he was just stating a plain fact. My heart gave a little jump. I stared at him, taking in his words, and I felt this strange mix of emotions move through me. Part of me was puzzled. Part of me was strangely excited. Another part of me felt this deep, unexpected swell of warmth, like my chest was filling up with something gentle and heavy at the same time. I wasn't scared. Not even a little. Instead, I felt like maybe, just maybe, something beautiful was happening right there on the floor of my baby brother's room. I decided to ask one more question, just to be sure I understood. In a calm voice I said, "Halen, is Momo here right now?" I didn't want to lead him or put ideas in his head. I just wanted to see what he would say all on his own. He nodded, completely confident, and replied, "Yeep." He said it with that casual certainty that small children have when they don't doubt what they're seeing or feeling. To him, there was nothing strange about it. Momo was just there, playing cards with him, as normal as anything. By this point, I could feel my heart beating a little faster. I wasn't frightened, but I was very aware that something unusual was going on. I grew up in a very religious family. We are Christian, and from a young age I have been taught to believe in God, angels, and the idea that our souls live on after we die. Along with that, I have always believed in spirits and ghosts, not in a horror movie way, but in the sense that the people we love don't just vanish completely. So the idea that my great-grandfather could still be around in some way, especially for someone as innocent and open as my baby brother, did not feel impossible to me at all. In fact, in that moment, it felt almost natural. I sat there for a long moment, just watching my brother play, listening to him chatter and laugh. Every now and then, he would pause and look at a spot in the room that I couldn't see anything in. His eyes would focus on something in the air the way you do when you're looking directly at someone's face. Then he would smile, push a little car in that direction, and laugh like someone had done something funny. Whatever he was seeing or feeling, it was making him deeply happy. After a while, I got up quietly and went to wake my dad. I felt like he needed to know what was happening, not in a panicked way but in that way you call someone over when something important is happening that you don't want them to miss. I went into his room, gently shook him awake, and said, Dad, you need to come see this. Halen says he's playing with Momo. I watched his face as he woke up, expecting surprise, maybe disbelief. Instead, my dad looked at me with a tired but soft expression and said that this wasn't the first time Halen had talked about playing with Momo. He had heard him mention it before. He told me he already believed that Halen could see him. There was no shock, no argument, no brushing it aside. He accepted it in that calm way only someone who loves and knows both people deeply can. Hearing that made everything feel even more real to me. It wasn't just a one-time thing. It was something that had been happening, something that my dad, who rarely jumps to conclusions, had already noticed and quietly believed. After that morning, I started paying more attention to the little things Halen said and did. Kids at that age are so honest. They don't say things just to sound dramatic or mysterious. They simply tell what they see and feel. A week later, we had another moment that touched me even more deeply. One afternoon, all of us were at home doing the usual weekend things. My dad and stepmom were cleaning the house. There was the sound of the vacuum in one room, the clink of dishes in the kitchen, and the normal low hum of a busy family day. My brothers and sisters were all playing in the playroom, which is filled with toys, books, and all the random things kids collect. The air had that mix of cleaning products and toys and faint outdoor smells from people going in and out. Everything felt normal on the surface. At one point, I glanced over at the doorway to the playroom. The other kids were scattered around inside, busy with their games. But Halen wasn't in the middle of them. He was standing at the door, just inside the frame, his small body turned toward the hallway as if he were facing someone who was standing there. I could only see his back and the side of his face, but I could tell from his posture and the way his head tilted up slightly that he was talking to someone. His mouth was moving, but I couldn't make out the words from where I was. He wasn't shouting or laughing loudly this time. His voice sounded softer, more serious. Curious, I walked a bit closer and called out, "Hey, Halen, what are you doing?" I expected him to spin around and show me a toy or say something simple like, "Playing." Instead, he lifted one hand in my direction without turning his head and said, "Sure, wait," in that insistent way toddlers have when they are in the middle of something important and don't want to be interrupted. It was such a grown-up kind of "sure" that it surprised me. Then he turned his attention back to the open doorway, looking up as if focusing on a face. A second later, I heard him say, clear as anything, "Okay, Momo, goodbye. I love you." It wasn't a casual, throwaway line. The way he said it carried real feeling. He sounded like someone talking to a real person he cared about, saying goodbye when they had to leave. The tone in his little voice was so full of love and honesty that my heart squeezed painfully in my chest. It was the kind of goodbye you say when you truly mean it, even if you don't fully understand what it means. Then he turned around and ran toward me, his face bright again. "I talked to Momo, sissy," he said proudly, almost like he was telling me he just finished talking to a friend on the phone. His eyes were shining, and there was no fear, no confusion, just simple happiness. I could feel tears prickling at the corners of my eyes. I had to blink a few times to keep them from spilling over right then and there. I miss my Momo so much, my great-grandpa who had always been a solid, gentle presence in our lives. Grief comes in waves, and in that moment a big wave rolled through me. But along with the sadness, there was also this overwhelming sense of wonder and gratitude. The idea that my baby brother could not only see him but talk to him, tell him he loved him, and hear something back that satisfied him enough to say, goodbye, with a smile, it was amazing to me. It made me feel like the wall between this world and whatever comes after is not as thick as we sometimes think. Since then, other small things have happened around the house. Little things that, on their own, could easily be brushed off as coincidence or imagination, but when put together, feel like gentle signs. Sometimes I will see a picture of my great-grandpa shift slightly on the shelf when no one has touched it. Sometimes I'll feel a sudden warmth in a room that was cool before, or get the sense that someone is standing just over my shoulder when no one is there. Once in a while, my dad will stop what he's doing and look up, as if he's just heard someone call his name in a familiar voice. Every now and then, a light will flicker at a moment when we happen to be talking about Momo, and we'll all glance at each other. None of these moments are big or dramatic. Nothing scary has happened. There are no slamming doors, no dark figures in corners, no cold dread. Everything that has happened has felt calm and gentle, almost loving. Because I grew up Christian, I see all of this through that lens. I believe that God watches over us, that angels are real, and that the souls of those who love us don't just disappear. I've always believed there are angels, spirits, and ghosts in the world. To me, it makes sense that someone like my great-grandpa, who spent his life caring so much for his family, might be allowed to visit us, to check in, to make sure we're alright, especially his great-great-grandson who adored him and still calls for him. When I see my brother talking to someone I can't see, when I hear him say, "Momo," so naturally, or when he looks off into a corner and smiles for no obvious reason, I don't feel afraid. I take those moments as small, precious signs that my Momo is still there in some way, watching over us, loving us, and especially keeping an eye on the little boy who only knows him as Momo, and doesn't yet understand what it means to say goodbye forever. All of these moments have left me with a deep sense of curiosity, as well as comfort. I think about it a lot when I'm lying in bed at night, or when I see my little brother playing by himself, laughing and talking to someone only he can see. I replay those conversations in my head. "You want to play with me and Momo? He play cars with me. Okay Momo, goodbye, I love you." The words are simple, but they mean so much. They make me feel like my great-grandpa is not as far away as I sometimes fear. It is like he is just in the next room of some larger house that we cannot see yet, peeking in every now and then to make sure we're okay. So I find myself asking, over and over, could it really be him? Could my great-grandpa truly be there with my brother, playing cars on the floor, listening to his little voice, letting him say goodbye properly? I hope with all my heart that the answer is yes. I hope it is him, because the thought of him being close, of him being there to watch over us, especially over my baby brother, brings me so much peace. It makes the grief feel softer. It reminds me that even though his body is gone, his love is not. It's still here, filling our rooms in quiet, gentle ways, living on in our memories, our stories, and maybe, just maybe, in the eyes of a 2-year-old who can still see his Momo when the rest of us can only feel him. When my grandma died, it felt like someone had quietly removed a piece of my world and never put anything in its place. At the time she passed, I was 15, still half a child and half trying to act like an adult. I understood death in theory, but I don't think I really accepted it in my heart. She had always been there as this gentle, steady presence in my life, and suddenly she wasn't. 2 years went by. I thought, at least on the surface, that I had dealt with it. I cried, I helped with the funeral, I looked at old photos, and then, like people always say, life went on. But grief has this quiet way of sitting in the back of your mind, waiting for certain moments to surface again. By the time I was 17, that's exactly what happened. Around that time, I started dreaming about my grandma. It wasn't like a random one-time thing. It was every single night for about a week straight. At first, I didn't think too much of it. She was important to me, so seeing her in a dream didn't feel strange. But then it kept happening. Night after night there she was. In the dreams, she wasn't doing anything scary. She wasn't sick, she wasn't angry, and she wasn't silent. But there was something urgent about the way she would look at me and try to talk to me. It felt like she was trying to tell me something important, and I just couldn't quite understand it. In some dreams, her mouth was moving but I couldn't hear any words. In others, she would say things, but I would wake up just before I could remember what she said. The feeling those dreams left behind during the day was strong. I would wake up with this heavy sense of confusion, almost like I had been pulled out of a conversation right in the middle of it. I would lie in bed staring at the ceiling, trying to force my memory to drag back a sentence, or even a single clear word from the night before, but my mind stayed foggy. During the day, I'd find myself thinking about her while I was doing normal things. washing dishes, studying, brushing my hair, it didn't matter. My thoughts kept circling back to her face in those dreams, the way she would look at me, and the feeling that she needed me to understand something. I ended up talking to my mom about it. We're a close family, and my mother's side has deep roots in Europe, both in culture and in faith. I told her, "Mom, I keep dreaming about Grandma. Every night. It feels like she's trying to tell me something, but I don't know what." My mom listened quietly, and then she sighed in that way she does when she's thinking about something serious. She told me that sometimes, when people are gone, their souls might still be unsettled. According to her, dreams can be a way for them to reach out to us. She suggested that maybe my grandma wasn't completely at peace yet, or at least that she wanted some sort of acknowledgement or prayer. My mother told me I should go to church and light a candle for her. It's a custom that's common in our family and in many European families too. You don't just say a quick prayer and walk away. You stand there quietly in front of that flame, with your thoughts focused on the person you love. The candle becomes a symbol of your prayer, your love, your hope that they are safe wherever they are now. At first, I didn't rush to the church. I thought about it. I told myself I would go, but then school and friends and daily distractions got in the way. A part of me wondered if I was reading too much into the dreams. Another part quietly believed my mom might be right. The result was that I hovered in between, either ignoring it completely nor doing something about it. I just kept living my days and going to sleep at night, wondering if I would see her again in my dreams. And for that week at least I did. Then came the night that changed everything. That evening was normal by all outward appearances. We were at home. It wasn't a holiday or a special date, it was just a regular night. My mom stayed up late that night, as she often did, talking to family members who lived in Europe. Because of the time difference, they are 6 hours ahead, so for them it was already morning while it was still the middle of the night for us. I went to bed like I usually did, feeling tired, expecting to sleep through the night like normal. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or visits or anything supernatural. My mind was full of the usual teenage stuff, school, friendships, maybe what I was going to wear the next day. At some point in the night, everything shifted. I don't know what time I originally fell asleep, but I do know exactly when I woke up, and the way I woke up is something I will never forget. I didn't drift slowly from dreaming to waking like usual. There was no hazy few minutes where you're half in a dream and half out of it. I woke up suddenly, all at once, like something had boldly shaken me or called my name, even though I hadn't heard any sound. My eyes snapped open, and I was completely conscious, fully aware. There was no doubt in my mind that I was awake. If you've ever woken up in a moment of fear before, you know the feeling. Your heart beats a little faster, your senses sharpen, and you instantly know this is real, not a dream. The room was pitch dark. The kind of darkness where you can barely even see the shape of your own hand in front of your face. I lay there for a second, listening. I could hear the faint murmur of my mom's voice somewhere in the house, talking on the phone. Other than that, the house was quiet. No TV, no footsteps, no traffic outside. Just that soft voice and the stillness of the night. Then I realized I could sense something else. Out of the corner of my eye, something bright caught my attention. It was like a small glow in the dark, something that definitely didn't belong in that black room. My heart started to pound harder. Slowly, almost afraid of what I would see, I turned my head to look. That's when I saw her. My grandma was standing there. She wasn't transparent or some vague shadow. She was there, in my room, standing and looking at me. There was a bright light around her, a glow that somehow made the darkness of the room feel even deeper in contrast. I couldn't see every detail of her face as clearly as if it had been daylight, but I knew it was her. Her shape, her height, her posture, the way she held herself, it was all completely familiar. I remember one detail very clearly. She was wearing a white sweater. It was the kind of normal, simple clothing she would have worn every day. That small detail made the whole thing feel even more real. This wasn't some caricature of a ghost in a long, flowing robe. This was my grandma, dressed like my grandma, standing still and just looking at me. I froze. Every single part of my body seemed to lock up at once. Shock hit me so hard that it felt like someone had poured ice water into my veins. My mind was racing, but my limbs wouldn't respond. I was terrified, but not in the way you're afraid of a monster. It was more like my brain couldn't handle what it was seeing. On one hand, this was someone I loved deeply, someone I had missed and dreamed about. On the other hand, she was not supposed to be in my room. She was supposed to be gone. Those two facts crashed into each other in my mind, and the result was pure, overwhelming shock. I wanted to call out to my mom. She was in the next room, still on the phone. I could hear her. She wasn't far away. The logical part of my mind said, "Just call her name. Just yell Mom, and she'll come running." I tried to open my mouth and scream, but no sound came out. My throat felt tight, like something was pressing on it. Then I thought maybe I could bang on the wall to get her attention. I lifted my hand to hit the wall beside my bed. Except I didn't. My hand rose halfway, then stopped. It was like it had frozen in midair. I could feel my muscles straining, wanting to move, but they just wouldn't. I had never experienced anything like it before. I was awake, fully conscious, and completely unable to move or speak as my grandma stood there watching me. She didn't move closer. She didn't speak. She just stood there in that soft, bright light and looked at me. To this day, I can't exactly describe the expression on her face because I couldn't see it very clearly. But I didn't feel hostility from her. I didn't feel like she wanted to hurt me. It was more that the situation itself was so unreal to me that my body reacted with pure panic. The moment felt stretched out and heavy, like time had slowed down. In reality, I think she stood there for maybe a minute, but it felt much longer. Every second felt like an eternity. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it in my ears. And then, as quietly as she had appeared, she was gone. She didn't dramatically vanish in a flash or anything like that. One moment she was there, standing in the corner of my room in that white sweater and bright light, and the next moment there was only darkness. My eyes strained against the blackness, trying to find her again, but there was nothing. No light, no figure, no movement. Just my room, as still and shadowy as any other night. The instant she disappeared, it was like the spell broke. My voice came back. My limbs suddenly belonged to me again. I bolted out of bed, flung my bedroom door open, and rushed down the hall to where my mom was. Adrenaline was pumping through me, my breathing had turned into these short, sharp gasps, and my chest felt tight. I tried to speak, to tell her what I had just seen, but the words wouldn't come out right. My tongue felt thick, and my throat wouldn't shape the sentences I wanted to say. It was like my brain and mouth had gotten disconnected. My mom looked at me and could see right away that something was wrong. My face must have been pale, my eyes wide. She dropped what she was doing and came over to me. "What's wrong? What happened?" she kept asking. I tried again to speak, but all that came out were broken sounds and shortened breaths. I realized I was having a full-blown panic attack. My hands were shaking, my heart was racing, and it felt like I couldn't get enough air into my lungs. My mom started to panic too. She thought something physically serious might be happening to me. She said she should call an ambulance. Her voice was urgent and scared. I managed to shake my head and grab her arm, trying to tell her not to call. Little by little, I forced myself to take deeper breaths, to calm down enough that the words could finally push their way through. Finally, after what felt like forever, I was able to tell her, in a shaky voice. "I saw Grandma. She was in my room. She woke me up. She was standing there, by my bed." I must have repeated myself several times, stumbling over the sentences, but the message stayed the same. I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had experienced. It was not a dream. It was not some half-asleep imagining. I had been completely awake, and my grandmother had been there. My mom listened with a serious expression, trying to make sense of what I was telling her. She has her own beliefs and experiences, but as a parent, she also leans toward practical explanations, especially when her child is in distress. After I finished, she told me that I had probably had a nightmare. She said maybe I had been in that place between sleeping and waking and thought I was awake when I wasn't. Hearing that made me feel defensive almost immediately. It's not that I wanted to believe something scary. It was that I knew, in my bones, that it hadn't been a dream. The clarity of my mind, the way the darkness felt, the way I saw that bright light in the corner of my eye, the way my body refused to move, it was nothing like any dream I had ever had. I told her over and over again that I was 100% awake. I knew what I saw. I knew it was real. After things calmed down a little and I could breathe normally again, I looked at the clock. It was 3:30 in the morning. That detail lodged itself firmly in my mind. It's strange how in moments of shock, certain small things stand out so clearly. The glowing numbers on the clock were one of those things. 3:30 a.m. For some reason that time stuck with me. I never went back to sleep that night. I stayed awake, my mind replaying the scene again and again, trying to understand what had happened and why she had come. Was she trying to finish what she had been trying to say to me in my dreams? Was she there to show me she was still around? Did she want something from me? Was she upset? I had more questions than answers. Life went on, as it always does. I never forgot that night, but I didn't see her like that again. I still thought about her dreams and that visit, especially late at night, or when I was feeling emotional. Sometimes I wondered if I should have done what my mom said earlier and gone to church sooner to light that candle for her. I did it eventually, but that night was burned into my memory in a way that nothing could really erase. Time passed. I finished school, grew older, entered a new phase of my life. Then, in January 2008, my dad passed away. Losing him was another heavy blow. It reopened all those old feelings of loss and grief. I found myself thinking not only about him but also about my grandmother all over again. About 2 months ago, after my dad died, I decided to go see a medium. She was a really well-known one in our area, someone people said had given them comfort and surprisingly accurate messages from their loved ones. I didn't go there lightly, and I didn't go there to play some sort of game. I went because I was hurting. I missed my dad and wanted, even if just for a moment, to feel like there was some connection, some sign that he was okay wherever he was now. My main focus that day was my father. My grandmother wasn't even on my mind in a big way. I was so wrapped up in the fresh grief of losing my dad that the visit from my grandma years earlier felt like something far in the past. The medium began the reading and, right away, told me things about my dad that she couldn't have known just from looking at me. Details about his personality, some small habits, the way he used to say certain things. I listened, I cried, I accepted these messages quietly, feeling both overwhelmed and comforted. I was completely focused on him, and what she would say next about him. Then, after she finished talking about my father, she looked at me and said something that stopped me cold. She said, "Your grandma visits you all the time as well. She just doesn't want to make her presence known too strongly because she knows she scared you half to death once, and she's sorry about that." The words hit me like a bolt of lightning. I had not mentioned my grandma. I had not told her about the dreams, and I had definitely not told her about that night when I woke up and saw her in my room. That experience was something I had kept mostly to myself and my mom. I stared at the medium, feeling my hands go slightly cold. She continued, "She woke you up once between 3:30 and 4 in the morning. She just wanted you to know she was there, but she didn't realize how much it would frighten you." When she said the time, my heart almost stopped. 3:30 to 4 in the morning. That was exactly the time I had looked at my clock that night. I had never told anyone the exact time. It was just a detail I carried around in my own mind, attached like a small label to that memory. Hearing this stranger say that out loud, in that exact way, shook me deeply. I couldn't believe it at first. It wasn't like I had gone there to talk about that. I had gone there to talk about my dad and my dad alone. The medium brought up my grandmother on her own, including the detail that she knew she had scared me and that she was sorry about it now. It was so specific. It wasn't vague like, "Your grandmother loves you," or "Your grandmother is around," It was direct and tied to that one night I had never been able to explain properly to anyone else. In that moment, a strange kind of relief washed over me. For years, a small part of me had wondered if maybe my mom had been right, if maybe I had been dreaming after all, and my insistence otherwise was just teenager stubbornness. But hearing that reading, hearing that detail about her waking me at 3:30 to 4 a.m. and being sorry for scaring me, made me feel seen and understood in a way I hadn't before. I wasn't crazy. I hadn't imagined it. Something real had happened that night. My grandmother had come to me. The medium said that my grandma still visits me often. She just stays gentle and quiet now, not making herself appear as strongly because she remembers how frightened I was. That simple idea, that she cares enough not to frighten me again, made me strangely happy. It felt like she was still the same person she had always been, thoughtful, caring, and respectful of my feelings. I left that session not only with a bit more peace about my dad, but also with a renewed sense of comfort about my grandma. I was happy, deeply happy, to know that she was still around in some way. I like to think that, even if I can't always see her or hear her, she's there in those quiet moments when I'm alone, in my dreams when I need guidance, and in the small unexplained things that make me think of her. Knowing that she visits me, but holds back a little so she won't scare me again, makes me feel loved and protected. It's like she's saying, "I'm here, I haven't gone completely, and I'm watching over you. I just don't want to hurt you." That night years ago will always stand out in my memory as one of the most intense and terrifying moments of my life. But now, when I look back on it, I see it differently. Yes, I was scared, and yes, my body reacted with panic. But underneath all of that was a grandma who loved me so much that she crossed whatever distance there is between this world and the next to let me know she still existed. Now, knowing what the medium told me, I can hold that memory with a little less fear and a lot more gratitude. When I was little, I used to think my house was the best place in the whole world. It was my safe space, my little kingdom. I knew every corner, every cupboard, every creaky stair. I knew where the sunlight would fall in the mornings, where the shadows would gather in the evenings, and which step on the stairs you had to skip so it wouldn't squeak and give you away if you were sneaking around at night. I loved my house. I loved the sound of my mum's voice calling me down for dinner, the smell of food, the sight of my grandma sitting at the table with her tea. Back then, a house was just a house to me. Walls, roof, rooms, warmth. I didn't think there could be anything else living in it that we couldn't see. Ghosts and spirits and all those creepy stories belonged in books, movies, and TV shows. I liked hearing those stories, but I always thought they were things that happened to other people in other places. I never imagined that anything even slightly paranormal would happen to me in the place I thought I knew best. The first time something strange happened, I was 10 years old. It started on a completely normal day. Nothing felt special or strange. It wasn't stormy, it wasn't a full moon, there was no weird atmosphere. It was just an ordinary day that could have been any other. I remember it was evening. The light outside was starting to fade, but it wasn't properly dark yet. I went upstairs to the bathroom to brush my teeth, just like I always did before bed. The bathroom was bright with the overhead light on, and the big mirror over the sink reflected my face back at me, hair a bit messy, foam at the corners of my mouth as I brushed. I could hear faint sounds from outside because my mum and my grandma were out in the garden. My mum was having a smoke and chatting, and sometimes their voices drifted up through the slightly open window. It made me feel safe and cozy, knowing exactly where they were. I was standing there in front of the sink, toothbrush in hand, thinking about nothing important. Maybe school, maybe a TV show, maybe what I was going to wear tomorrow. It was one of those simple moments you never think you'll remember. Then, all at once, everything went really quiet. The voices outside faded. It was like the whole house took a breath and held it. I didn't even notice the silence at first. I was rinsing my toothbrush when I heard it, a knock on the bathroom door. Not a loud bang, not a scratching sound. Just a clear, quick knock. 3 sharp taps. It sounded exactly like a person's knuckles on wood. My heart gave a little jump, but I didn't think anything was wrong. I assumed it was my mum or my grandma coming inside and needing the bathroom. With my toothbrush still in my hand and toothpaste in my mouth, I walked over to the door and opened it. The hallway outside was empty. There was no one standing there. I stared out into the landing, expecting to see my mum's head appear from the stairs or my grandma coming around the corner, but there was nothing. No footsteps, no shadows, nothing. Just the quiet hallway, the same as always. A strange feeling crawled slowly up my back, like a line of cold water. I swallowed the rest of my toothpaste quickly without thinking. My mind was busy going over the possibilities. Maybe they had knocked and walked away really fast. Maybe one of them was playing a joke. Maybe I had imagined the knock. But I knew I hadn't. The sound had been too clear, too real. And the silence that followed was too heavy. I stood in the doorway for a few seconds longer, my fingers tight on the handle, my heart thudding in my chest. The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I felt. I finally decided I needed to check. I hurried down the stairs, each step feeling weirdly loud and shaky under my feet. At the bottom, I opened the garden screen door and stepped outside into the cool air. The smell of smoke drifted toward me, mixed with the faint smell of plants and soil. My mum and my grandma were right there, sitting or standing as if nothing at all had happened. They turned their heads when they heard the door open. I must have looked pale or odd because my mum frowned slightly and asked me what was wrong. My voice came out in a weird, shaky stutter. Mum D did Y U J, just K, knock O, on T the B, bathroom D, door? I could hear how frightened I sounded, and I could feel my hands trembling at my sides. My mum looked at me with surprise and said calmly, No, sweetie, I didn't. My grandma shook her head too. No, love, we've been out here the whole time, she said. They both reassured me that neither of them had come inside, that they hadn't knocked on the door, and that I must have heard something else, or maybe just imagined it. But the thing was, I knew what I had heard. It wasn't a creak, or a pipe, or some random house noise. It was a knock. A normal, human knock. Still, I didn't want to argue. They told me it was nothing to worry about, told me to go finish brushing my teeth, and said everything was fine. So I nodded, tried to calm myself down, and went back upstairs. I went into the bathroom, closed the door behind me, and stood there for a second, listening. Nothing. Just the soft hum of the light and the faint sounds of night outside. I told myself over and over, It's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing. I finished brushing my teeth, rinsed my mouth, and tried to act like everything was normal. For a while after that, nothing else happened. The house went back to feeling like my house again. Days passed, then weeks, and I stopped thinking about the knock as much. Every once in a while, it would pop into my mind when I walked past the bathroom door, and I'd feel a tiny flicker of unease, but I pushed it away. I convinced myself there had to be some logical explanation. Maybe the pipes, maybe the wood settling, maybe my imagination. Life carried on. I went to school, played with my toys, watched TV, did all the normal kid things. But somewhere in the back of my mind, a little question stayed alive and waited. About 8 months later, something else happened. It was the kind of thing that might seem small to someone else, but to me it was another piece of a puzzle I didn't even know I was starting to put together. It was a quiet day. I was sitting on the floor near the basement door, playing. That was one of my favorite spots to spread out toys because the hallway there had a bit of extra room. The basement door itself was just a plain door, nothing special, but it always made the area a little darker and cooler. I had my dolls or blocks or some other toys laid out around me, and I was happily lost in whatever little world I was creating. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a sound. It was coming from the other side of the basement door. It wasn't a normal house sound, at least not one I recognized. It was a low, deep grumble. Not like a person talking, not like footsteps, not like the washing machine. It was more like a deep growl or rumble, almost as if something large was clearing its throat in the dark. It went on for a short moment, then faded away. I froze in place. My hands stopped moving. My eyes went straight to the door. All I could see was the plain wooden surface and the simple handle. Nothing moved. The house above me still sounded normal. No one was shouting, no one was calling for help, no one was opening the door from the inside. It was just me, my toys, and that sound echoing in my head. At the time, I tried not to let it bother me too much. I told myself it must have been the furnace. That made sense, right? The basement was where all the house stuff was. It had pipes and machines and maybe even the furnace. Maybe they just made strange noises sometimes. So I forced myself to shrug it off and went back to playing. Still, a part of me had heard something that didn't sit right, and I couldn't erase it completely. That night, when I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling in the dark, my mind went back to that sound again and again. My room felt different somehow, like the house was hiding something from me. I asked myself quietly, was that noise coming from the basement the furnace? I tried to imagine a furnace making a sound like that low grumble. It just didn't fit in my mind. No, I thought to myself. It couldn't have been. It's impossible for a furnace to make such a low noise like that. At least, I've never heard it before. I rolled over, pulled the covers up, and squeezed my eyes shut, trying to push the thought away so I could sleep. Eventually I did fall asleep, but it took longer than usual. When morning came, the fear I'd felt in the dark didn't seem as strong. That's how it usually works. In the daylight, shadows aren't so scary, and strange sounds feel easier to ignore. Things went back to being fine after that. I still played around the house, still walked past the basement door, still used the bathroom where the knocking had happened. Some days the house felt completely normal, like it had before anything odd took place. But every so often, if the house got a little too quiet, or if I had to go upstairs alone when it was late, I'd feel a prickle of nerves along my neck, a feeling that I was not as alone as I looked. I still didn't talk much about these moments. It felt like no one would take it seriously, and I didn't want to be told again that it was nothing. So I kept it mostly to myself and tried to pretend everything was okay. 2 years later, something else happened, and this time I wasn't alone when it did. I was almost 12, just after my 12th birthday. My friend was over for a sleepover. I remember being so excited because my mum had gotten me a new toy horse as one of my birthday presents. It wasn't just any toy horse. It was special. It had a smooth plastic body, a little mane you could brush, and a special feature. It would neigh when you touched its forehead. The sound was loud enough to be fun, but not so loud that it drove everyone crazy. I loved that horse. I'd been playing with it a lot since I got it. That night, my friend and I set up our sleeping bags in my room. We stayed up late talking, laughing, and probably being louder than we should have. At some point, we turned off the lights and decided it was time to actually try to sleep. The room settled into that soft, quiet darkness that feels safe when you're inside with someone you trust. Before lying down, I had put my toy horse on top of my toy basket. I remember it clearly. It was sitting right on top, facing out, as if watching over the room. We made sure nothing was touching it because we didn't want it going off all night while we were trying to fall asleep. Time passed. My friend drifted off first, her breathing becoming slow and steady. I was still awake, lying on my back, staring up into the dark, my mind wandering. The house was mostly silent, just the occasional creak or far-off sound. I was starting to feel sleepy, my eyes getting heavier, when all of a sudden the horse went off. Out of nowhere, in the quiet of my dark room, I heard it. Neigh, neigh, neigh. The sound sliced through the silence and made me jump violently. It felt like my heart leaped straight into my throat. For a split second, I couldn't move. Then I shot up, sitting upright in my sleeping bag, my eyes wide in the darkness, staring in the direction of the toy basket. My friend stirred beside me, half asleep, mumbling something, but I don't think she fully woke up. The horse sound stopped after a few neighs and then went quiet again, as if someone had taken their hand away from its forehead. But I knew that neither of us had touched it. We were both in our sleeping bags, across the room from the toy basket. There was no one else in the room. The door was closed. There was no reason for that horse to start making noise on its own. It had never gone off randomly like that before. It always needed someone to press or touch its special spot. So why did it suddenly start neighing at midnight when no visible hands were near it? I sat there in the dark, my heart pounding, listening to the silence that followed. My mind raced through the possibilities. Maybe the batteries were acting weird? Maybe it was broken. Maybe, just maybe, something or someone I couldn't see had touched it. The thought slid quietly into my head. Was my horse being played with by unseen hands? It was a terrifying idea, and at the same time it made a strange kind of sense when I put it next to all the other things that had happened in the house. The knock on the bathroom door. The low grumble from the basement. Now the toy horse coming to life on its own. Even after the horse went quiet, I found it hard to lie down again. Every tiny sound in the house suddenly felt louder. The darkness felt thicker. I wanted to turn on the light, but I also didn't want to see anything I couldn't explain. So I stayed sitting for a while, listening, trying to calm down, until my eyelids grew heavy again. Eventually, I had no choice but to lie down and try to sleep. But it was a light sleep, the kind where you wake up at every tiny noise. That wasn't the last of it. Other things happened after that, adding slowly to the list of strange events in the house. There were more noises from the basement, odd sounds that I couldn't link to anything normal. Sometimes they were low rumbling sounds, sometimes faint thumps or scraping noises, almost like someone moving things around down there when no one was. There were times when doors opened and closed on their own, gently swinging shut or drifting open even when there were no windows open and no drafts that we knew of. Occasionally, in the middle of the night, I'd hear what sounded like someone walking or shifting around, only to find the house still and everyone asleep when I looked. There were weird noises in the night that woke me up but had no clear source, soft tapping, distant knocks, and sometimes a sound like whispering that stopped the second I really tried to listen. And then there were the photographs. Every so often, when I took pictures in the house, especially if they were near certain places like the basement door or down particular hallways, strange things would appear in them. I'd look at a photo and see what looked like a face in the background, somewhere it shouldn't be. Not clear like someone posing, but faint, in a window reflection or the space behind a door. Sometimes it was just shapes and shadows that looked too much like a person's features to be comfortable. Those pictures made my stomach twist when I looked at them too long. None of these things on their own might have convinced someone else that something was wrong. People could always say, "Oh, it's just the house settling," or "It was just the wind," or "The camera must have glitched." But for me, living there, seeing and hearing these things over the years, it all started to feel like parts of a bigger story. A story I didn't fully understand and couldn't control. I had always been interested in ghosts and paranormal activity, reading stories, watching shows, and getting curious about what might be beyond what we can see. I just never thought it would come so close to my life, to my home, to my everyday routines. I didn't expect my own house to start feeling like one of those places people tell stories about. As I got older, I kept thinking back to all of it. The knock on the bathroom door when I was 10. The low grumble from the basement. The toy horse neighing in the middle of the night without anyone touching it. The doors that seemed to have a mind of their own. The strange faces that showed up in pictures where no one was supposed to be. All these moments together shaped the way I saw that house. It wasn't just the best house anymore, not just my safe little kingdom. It became a place full of memories, both normal and strange. I still loved it, because it was my home, but I also respected it in a different way, like maybe we weren't the only ones living our lives within its walls. Maybe, just maybe, there was something else there, watching quietly, making its presence known in little ways whenever it chose. At the beginning of May I was offered what, for me, felt like a dream summer job. I had been hoping for something even a little bit connected to history, maybe helping in a library or volunteering at some tiny archive, but I never really thought I would get anything this perfect. When they told me I would be working at my town's museum, I could hardly stop smiling. I was going to be surrounded by old things every day, giving tours, helping visitors, handling artifacts, and spending my time in buildings that had actually stood through parts of the history I loved to read about. For someone who has always loved the past more than the present, it felt like I had quietly slipped into the kind of life I used to daydream about. Our museum is small, much smaller than the big city museums with huge marble staircases and echoing halls, but I think that's part of its charm. It's made up of 3 separate buildings that stand close together on the same property. Each one has its own personality, and its own feeling when you step inside. After a few days there I started to think of them almost like 3 very different people who happen to be part of the same family. The first building is the smallest of all. From the outside it looks like a modest little structure, nothing fancy, with simple siding and a plain door. Inside, it's just one single room. There are no hallways, no upper floors, no hidden corners. At first glance, it seems like the least impressive of the 3 buildings, but it's actually more important than it appears. In that room are displays on our town's sporting history and the first settlers who came to this area. There are old photos, framed newspapers, trophies, uniforms, and bits of equipment that local teams used decades ago. Along another wall there are maps and documents about the first families who built homes here, along with artifacts they used in their daily lives. It's also the building where we keep our books and archives, which I quickly learned is basically another way of saying, this is where all the paper lives. Old ledgers, written histories, family records, folders stuffed with letters and clippings, we have them all stored there. In one corner there's a desk with a computer and a phone, which makes that little room our office as well as part of the exhibit. That's where I usually sit when there are no visitors, working on small tasks, reading up on the exhibits, or answering calls. It's the most modern feeling space in the museum, but even there, the old things around me always remind me that I'm never completely in the present. The second building is the barn. It's larger and more open, basically one big room from end to end. When you walk inside, the first thing you notice is the smell. It doesn't smell like animals anymore, of course, but it has that faint dry scent of old wood and metal, like a memory of farm work that still hangs in the air. The light inside is dimmer, slanting in through the windows and catching dust motes that drift lazily up and down whenever someone walks by. The barn is filled with old farm equipment and horse racing gear. Plows, seed drills, and strange machines with rusted blades and gears that I still don't fully understand are lined up in neat rows or pushed against the walls. There are old harnesses, saddles, and pieces of carriages, all carefully tagged with little labels. Some items are so big they seem to take up half the room on their own. Walking among them, it's easy to imagine someone hitching up a horse, pulling on gloves, and heading out into a field that no longer exists in the same way. To me, it always feels as if the barn is holding its breath, like it's waiting for someone to come in, clap their hands together, and say, "All right then, back to work." The last building is the log cabin, and for most visitors it's the favorite part of the museum. It quickly became my favorite too. The cabin is the oldest of the 3 buildings. It was built in 1860, and families lived in it for a full 100 years after that. Whenever I stand outside it, looking at the rough logs and the small windows, I feel as if I'm standing at the edge of another time. We have it set up as it might have looked in the 1880s, when it was a typical farm home. Nothing inside is plastic or fake-looking. Everything is worn and solid, the way real things become after years of daily use. To enter the cabin, visitors come in through the back kitchen. You open the door and step onto uneven wooden boards that have been worn smooth in places by long-ago footsteps. The kitchen is small but cozy, with a stove, a table, shelves, and simple tools. Everything is arranged to look as if someone has just stepped away for a moment, and might walk back in at any second to start cooking or washing dishes. From the kitchen, you walk up a few steps into the main room. This room is larger and brighter, with a big table, chairs, a stove, and other pieces of furniture that show how families lived and worked in one shared space. On the right side of the main room are 2 small bedrooms. Their doors stand open so people can peek in and see the simple beds, quilts, and trunks. On the left side of the room is the staircase to the attic. The stairs are steep and narrow, and when you step on them they creak in that particular way old wood does, like it has a voice of its own. At the top of the stairs is the attic, which is one large room now filled with displays of old clothes and other items from that time. Dresses, shoes, hats, and other garments are stood up on forms or hung from hooks. It's a quiet, shadowy space, with lower ceilings and a slightly cooler feel than the rooms below. It was in this building, the log cabin, that the strange things started to happen. Because the museum is so small, I usually work alone. Unless a big tour is booked and a second person is needed, it's just me. On my first day, after the museum director gave me some basic instructions, I spent my time walking through each building, getting familiar with everything inside. I wanted to know exactly what we had and where it was, so that if visitors asked questions, I wouldn't stand there feeling blank and helpless. I examined the displays, read labels, and tried to imagine what people might be curious about. I moved slowly, from the first building to the barn, and finally to the cabin. When I went up to the attic of the cabin for the first time, I wasn't expecting anything unusual. I climbed the creaky stairs, one hand on the rail, feeling the wood under my feet. As soon as I stepped into the attic, though, I was hit by a powerful smell. It was so strong and sudden that I stopped walking. It smelled like horses. Not just a faint, faraway whiff, but a full, rich, unmistakable smell, as if I had just walked right into a stable where several horses had been kept not long ago. It wasn't a bad smell, exactly, but it was heavy and very, very real. I stood there, breathing in that scent, completely confused. There were no live animals anywhere near the museum. We didn't keep horses, and the barn only held old equipment, not actual hay or anything like that. The attic of the cabin is filled mostly with clothes and small personal items, nothing to do with horses at all. I remember thinking, very clearly, how on earth? I turned my head slowly, looking around the room, trying to see if there was anything that could explain this sudden smell. For 5 or 10 seconds, it was as if the whole space around me had changed into a different place, one where horses lived and moved. Then, just as suddenly as it had come, the smell disappeared. One moment it was strong and thick in the air, and the next it was gone, replaced by the ordinary museum smell, dry wood, old cloth, and the faint scent of dust. I took another deep breath, almost expecting it to come back, but there was nothing. Just the quiet attic and the still displays all around me. Feeling unsettled, I walked slowly around the attic, searching for any object that might, somehow, be holding on to that scent. In one corner, tossed casually over the back of a chair, I found an old blanket. It was thick and worn, with faded patterns, the kind of blanket that would have been used in a horse-drawn carriage about 120 years ago. It was, as far as I could see, the only thing in the room that even vaguely related to horses. I picked it up and lifted it to my nose, half expecting that big horse smell to hit me again. Instead, it just smelled like old cloth. Dry, musty, a little like a trunk that hadn't been opened for years. There was nothing strong or strange about it. I stood there for a moment, holding the blanket, feeling more confused than anything else. I knew what I had smelled when I first walked into the attic. It had been clear and solid, not faint and imagined. But I couldn't find the source. I put the blanket back where it had been and told myself it was just one of those odd things that happen sometimes. A trick of my nose, perhaps, or something drifting in from outside. I had only just started my job and had plenty of work to do, so after a few minutes I pushed the whole thing out of my mind and went back down the stairs. A few days after that, I was back in the cabin again. It had become part of my routine to sweep and tidy each morning, making sure everything was clean and neat for visitors. On this particular day, I was in the main room, sweeping the floor. Dust and tiny bits of dirt gathered in small piles as I moved the broom back and forth. The cabin was quiet around me. The back kitchen was empty. The bedrooms were still. Outside, the grounds were calm. I could hear a few sounds from a distance. Birds, a car going by on the street, but nothing nearby. Then, all at once, there was a loud noise. Bang! Bang. Heavy pounding, like someone using their fist or even their whole hand to hit a door. The sound came from the front door of the cabin. Now, the front door is not the one we normally use. For everyday visitors, we use the back kitchen door. The front door is bolted from the inside and only opened when there's a large tour group and we want to use both entrances and exits. That day, as usual, it was bolted. I knew that, because I had not unbolted it. The pounding made me jump. My first thought was that maybe someone had walked up without me seeing them and decided to try the wrong door. I leaned my broom against the wall and walked quickly across the room toward the front door. There's a window beside that door, so as I approached, I looked out to see who was there. The path outside was empty. There was no one standing on the step, no one walking away, no one even on the nearby part of the grounds. I felt a little chill in my stomach. Still, I unbolted the door and opened it, just to be sure. I stepped out, looked around more carefully, and saw nothing. The yard was completely empty. The day was still. There was no sign that anyone had been there at all. I went back inside, closed the door, and rebolted it. I told myself that maybe some kids were playing a joke, knocking and running away quickly, but even as I thought that, it didn't quite fit. The way the building is positioned, I would have seen someone running away through the window if that had been the case. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling and went back to sweeping. A few minutes later, just as I was starting to relax, it happened again. Bang. Bang. The same loud pounding on the front door. My heart sped up. This time I moved even faster. I rushed to the window and looked out at once. Nothing. Not a single person in sight. The path, the yard, the nearby street, they were all completely empty. I opened the door again, stepped outside, and turned in a full circle, feeling more and more unsettled. There were no trees close enough to the door to be hitting it. There was no construction going on nearby. The day was calm, no big gusts of wind that might have rattled the door in such a deliberate, heavy way. By this point I was truly spooked. I decided I needed to find some explanation, any explanation that made sense. I walked around the outside of the cabin, inspecting the walls, looking for anything that might bump against the door. I checked for loose boards, branches, even birds that might have flown into it, though that seemed unlikely. I found nothing. The building stood solid and quiet, the door was firm, and there was no sign at all of what had caused those two sets of loud knocks. Eventually, with no real answer, I went back inside, my nerves stretched tight. The rest of that day passed without any more banging, but the memory of those sounds stayed with me. On another day, not long after that, I was walking past the barn on my way between buildings. The sun was out, and everything looked normal. As I reached the barn door, I heard voices from inside. They sounded like people having a casual conversation, a few different tones, like maybe 2 or 3 visitors chatting while looking at the exhibits. I hadn't seen anyone go into the barn, but sometimes people slip in quietly when I'm turned the other way, so I didn't think much of it. I turned and went in, preparing to greet whoever was there and asked if they had any questions. The moment I stepped into the barn, the voices stopped. The big room was completely empty. No visitors, no staff, no one at all. Just the still farm equipment and the filtered light. I walked the length of the barn, looking behind larger pieces and around corners, but there was no one. I stood in the center of the room, listening hard, but heard nothing now except my own breathing and the faint ticking of old metal cooling in the shade. The silence after those voices felt heavy, like someone had quickly pressed a mute button on a TV. I felt a familiar chill crawl over my skin. Later that same day, I was in the log cabin again, this time in the back kitchen. I was putting away a few things, straightening up, and enjoying the calm. Suddenly, from the main room, I heard footsteps. They were clear and light, the sound of someone walking across the wooden floor. The steps weren't rushed, they sounded normal, like a person casually moving from one side of the room to the other. The important thing, though, was that there was no way anyone could have gotten into the main room without passing me. The only door in use is the back kitchen door, and I was right there. No one had come in. I would have seen and heard them. I stood frozen for a moment, my heart pounding, my mind racing. A part of me wanted to stay where I was, let the sounds happen on their own, and pretend I hadn't heard them. Another part of me, the part that always wants to know what's really going on, pushed me to move. Torn between fear and curiosity, I slowly walked out of the kitchen and into the main room. The room was empty. The air felt normal. The furniture was in its usual places. No one was standing or moving anywhere. But then I glanced toward the staircase that led up to the attic, and my breath caught in my chest. At the top of the stairs, just at the point where the steps met the attic floor, I saw feet. A woman's feet. She was wearing dark shoes with a slight heel and a long dress that fell around her ankles. I could see only the bottom part of her dress and her shoes. Everything above that was hidden by the angle of the stairs and the ceiling. It was as if someone had just reached the top of the stairs and was about to step forward into the attic. For a second, the whole world seemed to narrow down to that one small detail. Those feet in those old-fashioned shoes, standing where no one should have been. I didn't see her move up the stairs. I only saw her as if she had already arrived. Without really thinking, I started up the stairs after her, my hand gripping the railing so tightly my knuckles hurt. Each step creaked under my weight, but whoever was ahead of me made no sound. I kept my eyes fixed on the top of the stairs, expecting to see the rest of her body come into view at any second. When I reached the attic and stepped up onto the floor, my eyes swept across the room. It was empty. Completely empty. Just the dresses, hats, and other old items in their usual places, sitting silently in the dim light. There was no woman, no movement, no shadow slipping away. There was no possible place she could have gone in the few seconds it took me to climb the stairs. The attic has no other door, no other staircase, no hidden corners she could have slipped behind. She simply wasn't there. Fear finally overwhelmed my curiosity. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The attic, which had always felt a little strange but harmless before, now felt full of something I couldn't see or understand. I turned around, went down the stairs as quickly as I could without tripping, and practically ran out of the cabin. I didn't stop until I was back in the first building, at the desk with the computer and phone, where everything always feels normal and safe and nothing strange ever seems to happen. Since that day, I haven't actually seen anything as clear as those feet at the top of the stairs. I haven't come face to face with a figure or watched a door swing open by itself right in front of me. But the museum hasn't gone completely quiet either. Every now and then, when I'm in the cabin or passing near the barn, I hear things. Sometimes it's light footsteps in the main room when I know I'm the only one there. Sometimes it's the soft swish of what sounds like a long dress brushing against the floor or furniture. Other times it's a murmured conversation, just at the edge of hearing, as if 2 or 3 people are talking in the next room and I can almost, but not quite, make out the words. When those things happen, I often pause and listen. Part of me is scared, of course. It's hard not to feel uneasy when you hear sounds with no visible source. But another part of me feels a strange kind of calm curiosity. This cabin has stood since 1860. Families lived their whole lives inside its walls, cooking, laughing, arguing, growing up, growing old. People were born here and probably died here. The barn once held real animals and real work. The first building holds stories and records of people who struggled and dreamed. It doesn't feel completely wrong to think that maybe, just maybe, some of those people might still be around in some way we don't fully understand. I'm working at the museum until September. That gives me the whole summer in these buildings, sharing their history with visitors and walking through their rooms day after day. I can't really say whether I hope the strange happenings continue or stop. On one hand, I'd like to see more, to maybe catch a clearer glimpse of the woman with the dark shoes and the long dress, or to hear a voice say something that makes sense. I'd love to know who she was, what her life was like, and why she still walks up those stairs. On the other hand, I sometimes think it might be nicer if everything just quieted down and went back to normal, so I could work in peace without feeling that little prickle on the back of my neck. For now, I keep doing my job. I open the buildings each morning, sweep the floors, straighten the displays, and greet the visitors who come to see a piece of our town's past. I tell them about the families who lived in the cabin, the farmers who used the equipment in the barn, and the people who played on the teams shown in the old photos. I don't mention the horse smell in the attic that came and went without a source, the banging on the bolted front door, the voices in the empty barn, the footsteps with no visible feet, or the woman I followed up the stairs only to find no one there. Those stories, for now, are mine alone. Maybe one day I'll understand them better, or maybe they'll just become another part of the museum's quiet, strange history. I suppose only time will tell. I was around 10 or 11 years old when all of this happened. My family was moving into a new house in Lac La Hatch, British Columbia, Canada. Back then it was just the new house to me. I didn't think of it as creepy or haunted or anything like that. It was just another move, another place to unpack boxes and figure out where everything would go. I remember the first day there clearly, because the house was still mostly empty, and everything echoed a little more than usual. We were still dragging in furniture, clothes, and boxes, and every room looked strange and bare, like a stage waiting for scenery and people. At one point, while everyone else was busy moving things, I decided to take a break in the living room. It was still totally empty, without a couch or table or even a lamp. The floor had an area of carpet, and there was a heat vent in the floor that connected to the basement below. I lay down on the edge of that carpet near the vent, just sort of stretching out and talking to my younger brother, who was with me. We were just chatting, nothing serious, probably about little things kids talk about when adults are distracted. As we sat there, I started to feel something. At first it was just a slight uneasiness, the kind of feeling you get when someone is staring at you from behind, and you can't see who it is. It wasn't a loud feeling, not something that made me jump up right away, but it was firm enough that I couldn't just completely ignore it. The room was bright and quiet, and there was no reason to be afraid of anything, but that strange, creeped-out sensation kept growing bit by bit. It seemed to come from around the vent, from the space below where I couldn't see. I tried to carry on talking to my brother, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I remember thinking something along the lines of, "I don't like this. I don't want to be lying here anymore." Eventually, instead of trying to tough it out, I just told him we should go outside. I made some excuse or just said I wanted some fresh air, and we got up and left the room. At the time, I didn't have any words for it beyond, "This is bothering me." But now when I think back, that was the first time I really felt that something in that house was not right. When we first got settled in, before the basement work was finished, my brother and I shared an upstairs bedroom. My parents were working hard to make bedrooms for us downstairs in the basement, which had been unfinished when we moved in. They painted the concrete walls, put up siding and trim, and generally tried to make it into a cozy living space instead of a plain, cold basement. They did a good job of it, too. My mother even painted each of us a personalized closet door, with designs that matched our personalities and interests. I remember those doors being beautiful, and the rooms themselves felt like little private worlds created just for us. The layout downstairs was pretty clear in my mind. At the bottom of the stairs, our bedrooms were set up just a few feet away. The wood stove sat directly beside the bottom of the stairs, almost like a guardian of the lower floor. Behind that wood stove was a large, empty, musty room. That was where the firewood would be stacked in winter. There was a chute built into the wall that went outside, so someone could throw wood down into that room and stack it for easy access. The air in there always smelled like old dust, dampness, and wood. Under the stairs, behind that wood room, there was a long pantry that stretched back into a narrow space. My brother and I each had a small high window in our bedrooms, up above our head level at that time, because the basement was partly underground. My parents were very practical about safety, so they put a dresser beneath each of those windows. The idea was that if there was ever a fire, we could climb onto the dresser and then out the window to escape. We even practiced this. My parents staged a few fire drills, where they would shout, "Fire!" or tell us it was a drill, and I had to help my younger brother get up on his dresser and out his window, and then go out of my own. I was proud of how quickly I could do it, and I knew exactly what order to do everything in: wake him, pull back the curtain between our rooms, get him onto the dresser, lift him out, climb up myself. I could do it all in less than a minute. The plan was that I would always make sure he got out safely, because he was smaller and had some developmental disabilities and might not react fast enough on his own. Our 2 rooms were connected with an open doorway rather than a normal door. Instead of a solid door, my parents had hung a curtain between our bedrooms. That way, I could get to him quickly without worrying about door handles or anything that might jam in a panic. I liked having that curtain. It made me feel like I could always reach him easily if something bad ever happened. It also meant that, at night, I could hear him breathing or moving around, which was strangely comforting. For about a week after we moved into the basement, everything seemed okay. The rooms were cute and cozy, and it felt a little like an adventure sleeping downstairs. Then the voices started. The first time I heard them clearly, I was lying in my bed in the basement at night. The house was mostly quiet. The sound of the wood stove sometimes cracked or popped as metal cooled or expanded, and I could hear faint noises from upstairs if anyone was still awake, but this was different. It sounded like a group of women whispering. Not 1 or 2, but many of them all at once, like a crowd, around 10 to 15 voices. The number 13 often comes to my mind when I think of how many there were, although I can't say for sure if that's exact or something I picked up later. The whispering sounded gossipy, like the way women might chatter at the edge of a room about what everyone else was doing. It wasn't friendly, but it wasn't screaming either. It was just a constant, low, whispering buzz with patterns in it that I somehow recognized as conversations. Sometimes it felt like they were talking about my family. Other times it felt like they were talking about me. I couldn't always make out actual words, but the tone was clear. I somehow knew when I was the topic. The sound came from the room behind the wood stove, the big empty wood storage room. It was as if that space, where stacks of wood should have been, was instead full of invisible women muttering and gossiping in the dark. At first, I tried to tell myself I was just hearing the wind, or air moving through the ductwork, or the sound of someone talking upstairs that was bouncing around strangely. But the longer it went on, the harder it became to believe those explanations. The voices had a shape and rhythm to them that didn't sound like pipes or vents or normal house noises. It really did sound like a group of women whispering together. Not long after the voices began, something else started to grow inside me, a fear of fire. It didn't come all at once. It built slowly, like a storm cloud forming far away and then drifting closer. I began to feel more and more certain that our house was going to burn down. It wasn't just a passing worry. It became a constant thought, something that hung over me day and night. I would picture flames in my head, see them licking up the walls or bursting across the ceiling. The idea of the wood stove in the basement started to bother me, and even though we had practiced fire drills and I knew exactly how to get my brother and myself out, I was absolutely sure that something horrible was going to happen. I remember going upstairs crying more than once, telling my parents the house was going to burn down that night. I can picture myself standing in their doorway, trembling, insisting that it was going to happen. They would reassure me, tell me everything was fine, remind me of the safety measures, and tell me I was just worrying too much. They thought it was just a phase or anxiety, maybe brought on by the move. But inside me, the feeling was strong and relentless. At the same time, I developed a phobia of fire in general. Before, I had always loved campfires and fire pits. I loved roasting marshmallows and sitting close enough to feel the warmth on my face. After the voices and the fear started, I couldn't get within a foot of an open flame. Even standing near a small fire in a fire pit made me feel like I was going to faint or burst into tears. I would back away, shaking, without really understanding why my reaction was so extreme. It felt like my whole body was telling me that fire was suddenly dangerous in a new way, beyond the usual common sense. Other things changed too. I started wetting the bed again, after having stopped for a long time before we moved there. Night after night, I would wake up and realize I had had an accident. It was embarrassing and upsetting, and I knew it was connected somehow to how scared I felt. I also had a lot of trouble sleeping. Many nights I would just lie there staring at the ceiling or turn on my night light and read novels for hours because I was too afraid to close my eyes. Before moving to that house, I had never been such a fearful child. I'd had normal kid worries, of course, but nothing like this constant, pressing dread. Some of the things that happened while we lived in that house still stand out in my memory as some of the most terrifying moments of my life. One of the first major incidents happened after a family movie night. We had watched Back to the Future 3 together, and when it ended, another TV show came on. I didn't turn it off in time and ended up seeing the end of the show by accident. The scene that caught me showed a pianist who had gotten drunk and burned his own hands so he could collect the insurance money he had taken out on them. It was a horrible image, and it lodged itself in my mind right away. That night, when I went to bed, I already had images of fire and burned flesh floating around in my head because of that scene. I think that's why I was more open to what happened next. I fell asleep at some point, despite my fear. Then, for no clear reason, I suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. I didn't ease awake slowly. I came out of sleep already terrified, like I had jolted awake straight into panic. I lay there, my heart pounding, and I was certain I heard the sound of paper rustling at the foot of my bed. The sound was very clear. It was like someone was handling sheets of paper, crinkling and moving them. I forced myself to look down toward the end of my bed, expecting to see something there. But nothing was visible. The foot of my bed was empty. The covers were undisturbed. There was nothing on the floor that could be making that noise. I swallowed hard and tried to calm myself down. Maybe it was just the house settling. Maybe it was some weird trick of the blankets. I told myself to close my eyes and try to go back to sleep. I had just put my head back down when I heard it, the clear sound of a match being struck. That small, sharp, scratchy sound, like someone sliding a match head along the matchbook. Right after it came the sound of fire. I could hear crackling and the hiss of flames. It sounded like something had caught and was burning right there at the foot of my bed. I couldn't see any light from the flames, and I couldn't feel any heat, but the sounds were absolutely real to my ears. Terrified, I pulled my feet up away from the bottom of the bed as if the fire was actually there and might touch me. I stared down, expecting to see glowing embers or flickering fire, but the bed looked exactly the same as before. There was no smoke, no glow, no charred spot on the blankets. Just darkness and the vague shape of my covers. Still, the crackling sound continued in my mind. I don't remember it stopping. I only remember that after a long stretch of fear and listening, I must have eventually fallen asleep again from pure exhaustion. Another major incident happened not long after that night with the imaginary flames. I was lying in my room and the whispering voices in the wood room were louder than usual. They rose and fell and blended together in that same gossip-like murmur. I tried to use all the explanations I had been given. I told myself it was just the sound of heat moving through the vents, or my parents talking in their room upstairs. But it didn't fit. The sound wasn't coming from above me. It was coming from that room behind the wood stove, through the wall and the air. Then something changed. The whispers that had been separate started to tighten together into one sound. It was like all the voices merged and spoke at once in perfect unison. When they did, they suddenly felt directed at me with a clear intention. That combined voice told me to go into my brother's bedroom and hit him. I didn't hear those exact words spoken clearly like a sentence in my ear, but that was the thought that appeared in my mind, pushed there by that voice. It was clearly not just my own normal thought. It came with a strong, unnatural pressure. In my mind's eye, I saw an image, me walking through the curtain between our rooms, standing by his bed, and hitting him hard in the face with my fist. My brother, my little brother with developmental disabilities, was my best friend. Growing up, he was my only constant playmate. I loved him deeply and had always felt protective of him, especially because he was more vulnerable than most kids. The idea of hurting him on purpose was completely against everything I felt and believed about him. It was the last thing in the world I wanted to do. Still, the voices kept pushing. The sense of, go do it, was strong. I lay there for a while, filled with dread and anger. I was scared of the voices for trying to make me do something so horrible. At the same time, I was angry at them. How dare they try to use me to hurt him? Finally, I gathered my courage. I stood up, walked through the curtained doorway between our rooms, and approached his bed. As I moved softly toward him, the voices seemed almost excited, like they were encouraging me. Yes, yes, they seemed to say. My brother was lying on his bed, completely at peace, breathing slowly in his sleep. I leaned over him, and I could feel the expectation of those unseen voices pressing on me, waiting for me to do what they wanted. Instead, I reached down, pulled the covers up a bit to tuck him in more securely, and kissed him gently on the forehead. As soon as I did that, the voices stopped. They seemed to just vanish. There was no more whispering, no more combined urging. It was silent again, except for the normal sounds of the house. They did not start again that night. For the first time in a long while, I felt like I had pushed back against whatever was in that house, even if only a little, and chosen something loving instead of something cruel. The last and most terrifying experience in that house happened in a place I usually avoided, the pantry under the stairs. One day my mother asked me to go downstairs and get some vegetables from the pantry. The pantry was in a long, narrow room that stretched behind the wood room, tucked under the stairs and beyond them. I didn't like that area, but I loved my mum and I was used to doing small chores, so I went. As I walked down the stairs and moved toward the pantry door, I was suddenly overwhelmed by a feeling I can only describe as pure terror. It wasn't the normal kind of fear a child feels, like being afraid of the dark or worried about a test. It was deep, primal, and suffocating. The closer I got to the pantry, the worse it became, until it felt like all the air in my chest wanted to turn into a scream. I flipped on the light switch, and the bulb inside the pantry turned on, but the room still looked strangely dim, as if the light wasn't fully allowed to do its job. The space felt wrong. The air was ice cold, so cold that my teeth began to chatter and I felt the hair on my arms stand on end. It wasn't just a little chilly, the way basements can be. It was the kind of cold that feels unnatural, like stepping into a walk-in freezer without proper clothes. Every step I took into that room made the feeling worse. It was as though something inside that pantry hated me. Not just disliked me, but truly hated me with an intensity that was almost physical. As I walked in, the feeling became sharper. I felt like my skin was being sandpapered all over, like something was scraping along my arms and legs and face, not quite cutting, but hurting. At the same time, it felt like my insides were twisting. The best way I can describe it is that it felt like being flayed alive, but with the pain turned down just enough so I could still move. The emotional and spiritual part of it was just as bad as the physical sensation. I knew, without question, that whatever was in that room wanted me dead. This was different from the women's voices that gossiped and tried to influence me. Those voices were petty and mean, but this thing was pure malice. I didn't see anything with my eyes, but I felt it surrounding me, pressing in, and hating me so strongly that it almost had its own weight. I grabbed the vegetables as fast as I could, my hands shaking, slammed the pantry door shut, and fled up the stairs, taking them two at a time. My heart was racing. I remember feeling like if I didn't get out of there quickly enough, something terrible would happen to me. To this day, I sometimes wonder if I was right. Out of all the strange things that happened in that house, there was one single experience that I can almost call positive. I was outside one day, eating an apple. When I was done, I tossed the core onto the compost pile, which is something we always did. As the core landed, I heard a faint whisper, like a voice carried from far away on the wind. It simply said, "Thank you." It was quiet and almost gentle, nothing like the voices in the basement. I looked around, but there was no one nearby. That little "thank you" felt different from everything else that had happened. It was the only time I ever heard anything out there, and it was the last unusual thing I experienced on that property. We moved out of that house not long after that. The move had nothing to do with the ghosts or the strange feelings. It was for regular life reasons that had to do with family and circumstances. At the time, no one in my family admitted to having had any experiences down there besides me. They just thought I had a vivid imagination, or I was sensitive, or maybe going through a difficult phase. Years went by, and I kept telling the same stories in the same way. I didn't embellish them. I didn't forget them. Eventually, I suppose my consistency made an impression on my family. My mother and some of the other women in my extended family finally admitted that they had felt uneasy in that basement too, especially in the places I had always talked about, near the woodroom and around the pantry door. They said they hadn't wanted to scare me or encourage my fear by telling me at the time. None of the men or boys in the family ever felt anything unusual there. My younger brother had no idea what I had been going through. To him, the basement was just our bedrooms and a wood stove. About 2 years after we moved out of that house, my almost phobic fear of fire started to fade. I could finally stand closer to campfires again without wanting to run away. I stopped thinking every night that the house would burn down. The bedwetting stopped completely and never came back. Slowly, I began to feel normal again, the way I had before we moved to Lac La Hatch. Even now, all these years later, I still think about that house sometimes. I wonder what happened there to make it feel the way it did. I used to ask my mother about the woman who had lived there before us. I always wanted to know if her husband had died in the house, or if something tragic had happened there. My mom told me that as far as she knew, the woman had been an elderly lady who had never had a husband, or at least not one who lived there with her. That only made things more mysterious in my mind. I've sometimes thought about trying to research the history of the house. Maybe there are old records, or news articles, or something in local archives. But I don't really know how to start. It all happened over a decade ago, and I'm not sure what information would still be easy to find. Part of me is curious, and another part of me wonders if it's better to leave it alone. Since that house, I've had other strange experiences in my life, but they've mostly been more gentle. Some have even been comforting or pleasant. I've seen or felt things that I would call ghostly, but none of them have spoken to me the way those voices did in that basement. I haven't heard a ghost speak since that house in Lac La Hatch, and honestly, I'm not sure I ever want to again. When I think back on that house, it always feels like I am opening a door in my mind that still doesn't want to stay open for very long. I was 9 years old when everything really began. My parents had divorced a few years earlier, and for a while my mother, my sisters, and I had been moving from one rented place to another while she tried to save enough money to buy a home of her own. Life felt unstable, and the idea of finally having a house that was ours sounded like a dream. I remember being excited when Mum told us we were going to look at a place she might buy. I had no idea that the house we stepped into that afternoon would stay with me for the rest of my life in ways I could never have expected. The day we first saw it, a young family was still living there. They were hunters, and the moment we walked in, I noticed the walls. I can still see them, stuffed animals mounted everywhere. Deer heads, something that looked like a bear, and smaller animals I didn't even recognize, all staring with glassy eyes that never blinked. I remember thinking it was grotesque, like walking into some kind of frozen zoo where nothing was alive anymore. The air smelled faintly of dust and old smoke, and the whole feeling of the house was strange, but I tried to ignore it. I was a child and more interested in choosing which room might be mine than in reading the atmosphere of the place. It was a split-level home, with 3 bedrooms upstairs and a partially finished basement down below. There were windows that let in a decent amount of light, and a backyard that seemed nice enough. On paper, it looked like the perfect place for a single mother with 3 daughters. Once the hunters moved out, my mom and my aunt went over before we officially moved in to make it feel more like ours. They painted the kitchen this shocking, almost painful shade of yellow. At the time I thought it was just an ugly color choice. It was loud and too bright, the kind of yellow that somehow managed to feel both cheerful and sickly at the same time. They did some basic touch-ups around the place to make it cozy, covering old marks, cleaning, replacing small things. It was supposed to be a fresh start. We moved in, placed our furniture, unpacked our boxes, tried to settle. But from the very first night, that house felt anything but peaceful to me. It didn't take weeks or months for things to start happening. It was as if something was already awake and waiting. I started hearing footsteps in the hallway at night, steady and distinct. They weren't like the creaking of old wood or the house settling. These sounded like actual footsteps, as if someone was walking back and forth outside the bedroom doors. Sometimes they would stop outside my door, and I would lie there holding my breath, waiting for the handle to turn. It never did. But the feeling that there was someone standing just out of sight, on the other side of the door, would linger for a long time. There was also this strange sound that would come at night, over and over, like a pencil rolling slowly back and forth on a table. It was such an oddly specific noise. Not loud, not crashing, just a constant, soft, rolling sound that kept repeating, like something light and round hitting the same surface again and again. I would lie in bed and listen to it, and try to picture where in the house that sound could even be coming from. It never made sense. During the day it was easy to dismiss, but in the dark, when you are 9 and already on edge, it made me feel like the house had its own quiet heartbeat, ticking and rolling in the dark. Then there was the feeling of being watched. It was not vague or harmless. It was focused and specific. In my bedroom, it always felt as if someone or something was up in the left-hand upper corner of the room, near the ceiling, watching me. Not from the doorway or from under the bed like in normal childhood fears, but from that one particular spot high above. I became so aware of it that I would try not to look there. I would pretend to busy myself with a book or with getting changed, all the while my skin prickling like someone's eyes were on my back. Sometimes I would glance up suddenly, hoping to catch something, but there was never anything there to see. Only that heavy feeling that I was not alone. As time went on, the activity didn't fade. If anything, it grew more obvious. I would hear someone calling my name at night when I was trying to fall asleep. The voice would be clear enough that I would open my eyes and turn my head, expecting to find my mother or one of my sisters standing at the door. But the hallway would be empty, and the house would be quiet. It wasn't like the muffled sound of someone talking in another room. It sounded close, as if the person was right there, just out of my line of sight. Objects started behaving strangely too. Things would fall off the walls for no apparent reason. A picture that had hung securely for weeks would suddenly crash to the floor when no one was near it. We would hear knocking on the walls at odd times and in places that didn't make sense. Once or twice something would be moved just slightly from where we knew we had left it. None of these things were big enough alone to prove anything, but together they built up a feeling that something unseen was moving around in that house with us. I tried to talk to my mother and sisters about it. I would tell them about the footsteps, about the strange rolling sound, about hearing my name whispered in the dark. They would laugh, or they would tell me I just had an overactive imagination. And to be fair, I did have a vivid imagination. I loved stories and daydreams, and I know now that made it easy for them to dismiss what I was feeling. But to me, this was different. These weren't stories I told myself to be entertained. These were things I experienced when I didn't want anything strange to be happening at all. The energy in the house seemed to shift even more when we got a dog. She was a sweet animal, friendly and loving, and also very alert. At first, she seemed fine in the new house, exploring the rooms, finding her favorite spots to lie down. Then, every so often, she would suddenly start to whine and shiver in the middle of the day for no apparent reason. She would try to hide, pressing herself against furniture or trying to get under blankets or behind people's legs. Her whole body language screamed fear. As this happened more often, I began to notice a pattern. Her strange behavior was like a warning. When she started trembling and trying to hide, something usually followed. The television might suddenly switch off. A loud bang would echo through the house. There might be pounding on the walls with no one near them. It got to the point where the moment the dog reacted, I would brace myself, because I knew something was about to happen. It was as if she was reacting to someone entering the room that we couldn't see but she could. One winter evening stands out more than any other from that time. It was snowing outside, the kind of soft, heavy snow that makes everything quieter. My mother, my sisters, and I were sitting in the living room watching television. The show was Dallas, for anyone old enough to remember it. The living room felt relatively normal for once. The dog was with us, lying near the couch. Then she suddenly began to whine and cower as if someone had kicked her. She pushed herself as close to us as she could, her body shaking. Before we had a chance to calm her down, we heard it, the sound of our front doors opening. First we heard the outer screen door move, its particular rattle impossible to mistake. Then we heard the heavier inner door open, and it really did sound like someone had come inside. The noise traveled up from the front entrance, which was down a flight of stairs because of the split-level layout. We all froze. No one said anything at first. We just sat there looking at each other, eyes wide, our attention fixed on the space at the top of the stairs where someone might appear. My mother finally got up and went to check. She went down the stairs and opened the entrance area, and there was no one there. No coat being taken off, no boots, no voice calling hello. The dog continued to shake. At first we could not quite put our finger on what exactly was wrong besides the fact that there was no visitor. Then it hit us slowly, like a puzzle sliding into place. To reach our front door, anyone would have had to open the gate that led into our yard. Every time that gate opened, our dog would bark without fail. She was our little alarm system, and she never stayed quiet when that gate creaked. This time, we had heard no gate. No barking. Just the doors opening by themselves. On top of that, it was snowing heavily. My mother looked outside at the steps and the path leading from the gate to the door. There were no footprints in the snow except our own from earlier. No one had come in or out. Yet we had heard those doors open clearly. I know it sounds like a cliché ghost story detail, but it genuinely happened. I did not talk about that house to many people. I already felt like my own family thought I was exaggerating, and I didn't want to be the weird kid everyone avoided. Still, one day I finally told a friend about it. She knew the neighborhood well because she had lived on the block before we moved there. I remember confessing to her that our house felt strange and that odd things kept happening. I expected her to laugh or look uncomfortable. Instead, she told me that she never wanted to come over to my place because she already knew something bad had happened there. She said that before we moved in, someone had killed themselves in the house. According to her, the woman who had lived there, the same mother I had met with the hunters and the stuffed animals, had her brother living with them. He had shot himself in the kitchen. Hearing that was like a puzzle clicking together in my mind. It explained how my mom, as a single mother, could afford to buy a house in such a nice neighborhood. It explained certain odd things about the kitchen I had noticed but never understood. When I asked my mother about it, she didn't deny it. She confirmed that there had been a death in the house, that the previous owner's brother had indeed taken his own life there. She kept her voice calm and matter-of-fact and told me that there was nothing to fear, that I was safe, that I was reading too much into things. Then she admitted something else. That awful shade of yellow in the kitchen that I had always hated? She and my aunt had chosen it to cover the stains. They didn't say it in great detail, but I understood what they meant. The bright yellow had not just been about making the room cheerful. It had been used to hide something grim. Even after that, she continued to reassure me that my imagination was getting carried away, that there was nothing in the house that could hurt me. I tried to believe her, because she was my mother and I wanted to feel safe. But the house had its own opinions about that. As the years passed, some things in my life changed. My older sisters eventually moved out, and as they left, the dynamics in the house shifted again. I was in my teenage years by then, and I finally graduated into the basement bedroom that had originally been one of my sister's rooms. It was down near the bottom of the stairs, in the partially finished area, and it had one of those partition ceilings made of rectangular tiles sitting in a grid. The kind you see in offices or basements, where the panels lift slightly when air moves or when a door opens quickly. When the window was open and a breeze blew in, the tiles would make a gentle whooshing sound as they moved. The same thing would happen if the door was opened with force, a kind of soft lifting and settling. I knew what that sound meant in normal situations and was used to it. One night, a friend of mine came over for a sleepover. We were both a bit older by then, and staying up late talking felt like a normal teenage thing to do. We sat in my basement room, chatting about regular things: school, boys, family, music. The lights were on, and the room felt as normal as it was ever going to feel. The dog was with us, lying on the bed, warm and relaxed. It was late, but we weren't especially tired yet. Then it started. First, we heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Not the soft creaks of a house settling, but firm, human-like steps on each stair, one after the other. If it had been my mum coming down to tell us to quiet down or go to bed, we would have heard her getting out of her own bed first. There's a particular sound older houses make when someone moves around upstairs, and we had all grown used to recognizing who was going where by the pattern of their steps. This time there was nothing, no sound from her room, no footsteps pacing above us. The steps simply began at the staircase itself, as if someone had appeared halfway through the house. My dog reacted before either of us could move. She began to whine and push herself under the blankets, trying to bury herself completely. Her fear was immediate and intense, and I knew by then that she did not react like that to nothing. The footsteps continued, coming down the stairs and across the basement floor toward my door. Every hair on my arms and neck stood up. My friend and I looked at each other, and neither of us spoke a word. We didn't need to. Our faces, our wide eyes, said everything. Then the ceiling tiles lifted with that familiar whooshing sound. Only this time there was no open window, and no door swinging suddenly inward. It was as if something invisible had just walked straight into the room, displacing the air as it came in. The tiles above us shifted and rustled, responding to a presence we could not see. The feeling that washed over me in that moment is hard to explain in ordinary words. It was not just fear. It was something deeper and older, something in my body that felt like it belonged to a much more primitive time. It was a primal, animal reaction. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. My muscles tensed as if I was about to run or fight for my life. I felt an electric charge in the room, like the air itself had thickened and was humming. It seemed as though everything stopped for a heartbeat, as if the house itself was holding its breath with us. We didn't wait to see what happened next. The dog was shivering under the blankets, my friend and I were still locked in each other's gaze, and then we exploded into motion. We roared out of that room together, racing up the basement stairs as fast as we could. We didn't look back. We didn't go down again that night. We slept upstairs where the walls didn't feel like they were pressing in, and the ceiling didn't move on its own. Years later, long after we had moved out of that house and my sisters and I were fully grown, my mother finally told me the truth of what she had experienced there. We didn't live in that house anymore, and time had softened some of the sharp fear, so she was more willing to talk. She admitted that she had known all along that the house was active. That was the word she used. Not haunted, not evil, just active. She told me about one night when she had been asleep in her room. She woke with a sudden, intense feeling that someone was staring at her. It wasn't just a vague sense of being watched. It was so strong it forced her eyes open. When she looked toward the corner of the room, she saw a human-shaped form made of light. It moved quickly backward, away from her, and then disappeared straight through the wall. It didn't linger. It didn't approach her. It just retreated and was gone. She also explained, more clearly this time, why she and my aunt had picked that dreadful color of yellow for the kitchen. It hadn't just been about making things look fresh. It had been specifically chosen and applied to cover blood stains from the suicide. They had painted over the evidence of someone's last awful moments, and then moved their 3 daughters into that space, hoping it would be a new beginning. I understand why she didn't tell us then. She was trying to protect us, trying to keep us from being even more afraid. My sisters, for their part, never really had obvious experiences the way I did, or at least they don't remember them. At the time, they didn't see anything strange, and they thought I was being dramatic. But now, as adults, they believe me when I talk about it. They look back at the house and admit that, even if they didn't see clear events, the feeling in that place had always been a little off. They also knew how often the dog reacted to things they couldn't explain. There were other strange times too, like one night when another friend stayed over and ping-pong balls started rolling across the floor by themselves in the middle of the night, clicking and bouncing with no one near them. After a while, people didn't want to have sleepovers at my place anymore, and the kids at school started to think I was a bit odd. I can't say I blamed them. Looking back now, with more years and more understanding, I find myself trying to make sense of it all. I have come to believe that at least some of what happened there was probably poltergeist activity, stirred up by all the emotional energy in the house. We were a family of women, a single mother doing her best under a lot of stress, and 3 daughters of different ages dealing with divorce, growing up, and all kinds of feelings that didn't always have a place to go. That kind of energy can do strange things. But there are other events from that house that I don't think can be explained away so easily. The footsteps that began halfway through the house with no one upstairs. The doors opening with no gate, no footprints, and no person. The ceiling tiles lifting when the door hadn't moved. The electric, primal terror in the pantry of that house, and the bright human-shaped form my mother saw vanish through a wall. Those moments feel like something else. Something older and more deliberate than just stress and hormones. What I do know is that the longer we lived there, the more the atmosphere changed. At first it was just odd, then unsettling, then openly frightening. The activity grew harsher and more negative as time passed, as if something was feeding on everything we were going through. By the time we finally moved out, the house felt heavy and dark in a way I still struggle to describe. Even now, when I think about it, I feel that same old chill, like the house is still standing somewhere, still full of echoes and footsteps and the color of that terrible yellow paint. I had never really thought much about ghosts or spirits, or anything like that before last summer. I wasn't the kind of person who read tons of ghost stories or watched every horror movie that came out, and I wasn't walking around saying, "Ghosts aren't real," either. I was just kind of in the middle. If someone talked about the paranormal, I would listen politely, maybe be curious, but then I'd move on with my day. I always figured that if something truly strange ever happened, I'd decide what I believed then. I never expected that moment to come, but last July it did, and it changed how I think about all of it forever. It happened on a Tuesday night. It was summertime, so even though it was around 9 o'clock, it still wasn't fully dark outside. There was that soft, fading evening light leaking in through the windows, and the house had that quiet, winding down feeling it always got at the end of the day. My family was doing the usual nighttime routine. Someone was locking the doors, someone else was turning off lights, and everyone was slowly heading upstairs to get ready for bed. I was in the kitchen at the time, rinsing something in the sink or putting a dish away, just doing some last small thing before going up to my room. That was when I heard it, this strange whining sound coming from downstairs, from the basement. At first I thought I'd imagined it, but then it came again. It wasn't a normal whine like a dog makes when it wants attention. It was longer and sharper, like something between a whine and a cry. It cut through the quiet of the house in a way that made my skin prickle. I walked over to the top of the basement stairs and looked down. The basement lights were off, so from the top step I could mainly see the darker space below, and the faint outline of things at the bottom. The sound came again, and my eyes adjusted enough to make out our chocolate lab, Hershey, standing at the bottom of the stairs. He was just 8 months old then, still pretty much a big, goofy puppy. But he wasn't acting goofy at all. He wasn't running around or wagging his tail or sniffing things like he usually did. He was standing perfectly still, his body tense, staring into the open door of our laundry room. The sound coming from him was like nothing I'd ever heard him make before. It was a low, distressed whine that kept rising and breaking, as if he couldn't decide whether he wanted to whimper or bark. Then, suddenly, he did bark. He started barking furiously, over and over again, his whole body braced and his fur standing up. The barking echoed up the stairwell and into the kitchen, and I just stood there watching him, frozen for a moment, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The thing is, up until that night, Hershey had never barked. Not once. We'd had him for months, and we had even joked about it as a family. We wondered if maybe he just wasn't a barky dog, or if he needed to grow into his voice. He would make little playful sounds sometimes, but never a full bark. And yet here he was, at the bottom of the basement stairs, barking his head off at the empty doorway of the laundry room as if he was warning something away or trying to scare something off. My mother heard the noise from the kitchen and came over. She looked down the stairs and saw Hershey barking toward the laundry room. She frowned and shook her head a little, then said something like, "He's probably just scared of the washing machine." There was a load running down there, and the machine sometimes made a weird clunking noise when it got off balance. She sounded calm, like there was a simple explanation, and part of me wanted to latch onto that and say, "Yes, of course, that's all it is." But standing there and watching him, I didn't think that was it. Hershey had been in that basement before. He'd watched us do laundry, he'd sniffed at the machine, he'd walked past it a dozen times. He had never reacted like this. His ears were flattened back against his head, his body stiff, his tail low, and that is not what a dog looks like when it is just mildly spooked by a machine. That is what a dog looks like when it is afraid of something it considers a threat. Finally, still growling and whining, Hershey backed away from the laundry room doorway, turned, and shot up the stairs. He rushed past me so fast his fur brushed my leg, and then he tore through the kitchen and into the living room, where he tried to press himself against someone, anybody, for comfort. I just stood there alone at the top of the basement stairs for a moment, looking down into the darkness, listening to the washing machine rattling, the house creaking softly, and the echo of what had just happened ringing in my ears. My mother, still thinking practically, grabbed a couple of dishcloths from the counter. She had some towels already in the wash and wanted to toss in the dishcloths with them. She asked me to take them down to the laundry room and put them in the machine. It was a simple request, something I'd done 100 times before, and normally I wouldn't have thought twice about it. But after what I had just seen with Hershey, the idea of going down there made me feel uneasy in a way that was hard to explain. Still, I didn't want to seem childish or dramatic. I told myself I was being silly, that there was nothing wrong, that the dog had just been startled by a sound, and that everything would be fine. I took the dishcloths in my hand and started down the stairs. Each step felt heavier than it should have. The basement, with the lights off, felt darker than usual. That darkness didn't feel empty, it felt like something was sitting in it, waiting. I reached the bottom step and stopped. The laundry room door was open, and inside it was so dark I couldn't even see the outlines of the washer and dryer. I took one small step closer and suddenly, without warning, a cold shiver rushed down my arm and across my shoulders. It was the kind of chill that goes deeper than your skin, like when someone suddenly walks over your grave, except I was very much alive and standing at the bottom of my own stairs. I stood there, staring into that dark room, and every instinct in my body screamed not to go in. I couldn't hear anything unusual. The washing machine was still running, and the house was quiet otherwise. But that feeling was so strong, so sharp, I couldn't ignore it. My fingers loosened, and I let the dishcloths drop onto the floor at the bottom of the stairs. Then, without even trying to force myself to take another step, I turned and ran back up into the kitchen, my heart beating a little faster than normal, my mind trying to shrug it off. I didn't say much about it. I just told myself again that I was overreacting, that it was probably just because I'd watched Hershey act so terrified and it had rubbed off on me. The rest of the family was finishing up their nightly routines, and the usual noises of a house getting ready for bed filled the air. I went upstairs to the second floor before long, went to my room, and tried to push the whole thing out of my mind. I didn't want to lie there thinking about laundry rooms and strange dog behavior all night. I remember telling myself, "Just forget it, go to sleep, nothing else is going to happen." Time passed. I lay in bed, drifting in and out of that light, half awake, half asleep state where you can hear the house settle and your own thoughts feel a bit fuzzy. I'm not sure if I ever fully fell asleep during those first couple of hours. I only know that by around 11 o'clock I was wide awake again. My throat felt dry, and I was really thirsty. I tried to ignore it for a few minutes, thinking I would fall back asleep, but the thirst didn't go away. Finally, I sighed and decided I'd have to get up and go downstairs for a drink of water. I opened my bedroom door and stepped into the upstairs hallway. It was dark, but some light from the lower floor was spilling up, so I could see the shadows and outlines of things. As I stood at the top of the stairs, I was surprised to see that some lights were on downstairs. There was a glow from below that wasn't there when I had gone to bed. For a moment I relaxed. I assumed my mother couldn't sleep and had gone down to watch TV in the living room or maybe make herself some tea in the kitchen. The idea that she was down there made me feel safe again. With that thought in mind, most of the fear I had felt earlier faded, and I started down the stairs without much hesitation. I got to the bottom step and felt my foot land in something wet. I paused, confused, and looked down. The hall light was on, the bright one near the front door. That was strange in itself. It wasn't a light we usually switched on, not for everyday things. It was very bright, almost harsh, and we mostly only used it when we had guests coming or going, so people wouldn't trip by the door. That night, though, it was shining down on the floor, making everything clear and sharp. The floor by the stairs, all the way down the hall, was wet. I stared at it, my mind trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There were footprints on the floor. Not little wet spots here and there, but distinct, clear, wet footprints. They were large, like a grown man's, and they were barefoot prints, not shoe prints. You could see the shape of the toes and the ball of the foot and the heel. They looked so much like my father's footprints that my first thought was that he must be downstairs, walking around barefoot after rinsing something, maybe cleaning up a spill or working on something. The footprints weren't just in one place. They went all through the hallway, and as I looked around, I saw them leading towards the living room and into the kitchen. The living room itself was dark, the TV wasn't on, and there was no one sitting on the couch. The only light came from that bright hall light and the glow from the kitchen ahead. I walked toward the kitchen, still half expecting to see my father there at the sink or near the cupboards, maybe fixing something or wiping the counters. But when I stepped into the kitchen, my father wasn't there. The room was empty. The overhead light was on, shining down on the center of the floor, and in the middle of that floor were the 2 dishcloths I had dropped at the bottom of the basement stairs earlier in the evening. They weren't in a heap like they would land if someone just tossed them aside. They were laid out neatly, side by side, as if someone had placed them there with some care. And those wet footprints were everywhere. They circled the kitchen, went around the island, then back toward the hallway. When I followed them with my eyes, it looked very much like whoever had made them had come from the direction of the basement stairs. I just stood there for a moment, staring at the dishcloths and the footprints and the shining floor. My brain tried to latch onto a normal explanation. Maybe my father came down to get something, went into the laundry room, picked up the cloths, and brought them up. Maybe he had wet feet for some reason. Maybe he had stepped in a puddle or spilled water. Maybe there was some leak. But it didn't really fit. There was too much water for a small little drip, and it seemed weird that anyone would carry the dishcloths upstairs just to lay them out in the middle of the kitchen floor and then leave without turning off the lights. Still, I didn't want to jump straight to something supernatural did this. I wanted to believe there was a simple answer. So I did the obvious thing. I called for my parents. At first I called quietly, just saying their names into the quiet house. No one answered. The silence felt heavier after that. I raised my voice and called again, this time louder, my words echoing up the stairs. I heard footsteps then, quick ones, from the second floor. My father rushed down the stairs, his face showing that sleepy, slightly worried look people get when they have just been woken up and something sounds wrong. He asked what was going on, and I pointed to the floor, then to the kitchen, and asked him if he had been downstairs a few minutes ago. He said no. He had been in bed the whole time. I showed him the footprints and the dishcloths, my voice a little more shaky now as I explained what I had seen. My mother called down from upstairs, asking what was happening, and then she came down too. I asked her if she had been down here recently, maybe to get a drink or something. Her answer was the same as his. No. She had been upstairs in bed, trying to fall asleep. My father didn't waste time debating or shrugging it off. His expression changed. I could see it in his eyes that he understood something wasn't right. He said very little, but the way he moved suddenly became very deliberate and serious. He started searching the house. He checked the living room, the kitchen, the bathrooms, the closets, the basement, and every corner where someone could hide. He even went outside into the yard, in the dark, to see if there was any sign of someone having been there. My mother followed behind him, or stood in doorways watching, her face tightening with each passing minute. The longer they searched and the more they found nothing, the more my own nerves stretched thin. When you think someone might be in your house physically, it's one kind of fear. When you realize there is no one there, no intruder you can chase away or call the police about, but something still clearly happened, that is a different kind of fear altogether. It settles in deeper, because you don't know where to aim it or how to defend yourself from it. My father checked the doors. They were all still locked from the inside. The windows were shut. There was no sign of forced entry, no broken glass, no open back door, nothing out of place except the footprints and the cloths. He checked outside for footprints in the yard or on the porch, anything that might tell us someone had come up out of the laundry room door or in from anywhere else. There was nothing. It was as if whoever left those marks had appeared in the laundry room, taken the cloths, walked around for a while, and then vanished back into the same place, leaving only wet prints as proof that they had ever been there. My parents had stopped laughing it off by then. This wasn't something they could blame on the dog, or the washing machine, or on me being imaginative. My father's silence, the focused look on his face as he walked through each room, told me he was taking it seriously, even if he didn't say exactly what he was thinking. My mother's worry was thick in the air. Whatever this was, it wasn't a joke and it wasn't in my head. The strangest part, the detail that keeps echoing in my mind even now, is that connection to the laundry room. Hershey had stood at the bottom of those stairs earlier that evening, staring into that dark space, making that horrible distressed sound, as if he knew something or someone was there. He had barked for the first time in his life, his first standing on end, warning something off. When I tried to go down, I had felt that icy, creeping fear in my arm and in my chest, and dropped the cloths rather than going inside. I had left them at the bottom of the stairs, and now, hours later, they were lying side by side in the kitchen like someone had carried them up and placed them there. We never figured out exactly what happened that night. We never caught anyone in the house. There was no rational trail of clues we could follow to prove that a real person had done it. The only clear facts were that the doors had stayed locked, my parents had not come downstairs, the dog had sensed something in the basement before any of us had, and at some point between 9 and 11, wet, bare footprints from an unseen man had walked through our home, starting from the direction of the laundry room, carrying the cloths I had been too afraid to pick up. Before that night, I would have said I was just a neutral observer when it came to ghosts and the paranormal. After that night, it's not so simple anymore. I still don't claim to know exactly what was in that laundry room or whose footprints those were, but I know what I saw, and I know what I felt. And once you've stood barefoot in the middle of your own kitchen at midnight, staring at a trail of wet, impossible footprints that no living person admits to leaving, it becomes very hard to tell yourself that everything in this world can be explained away. When I was 13, I finally worked up the courage to tell my best friend Susan about the strange things that had been happening in my house for years. I had carried those experiences around inside me like a heavy secret. Whenever I tried to talk to my family about them, they would roll their eyes or smile in that tight way adults do when they are trying not to encourage something they don't understand. I would get told I had a wild imagination, or that the house was just old, or that it was the pipes, or the furnace, or the wind. After a while I stopped bringing it up. I started to feel like maybe I was the odd one, or like there was something wrong with me for noticing things nobody else wanted to admit were there. But the feelings never really went away. The footsteps in the hallway at night, the faint tapping on walls, the sense of being watched when I was alone, especially downstairs. I learned to live with all of it silently, but it made me feel isolated, like I was living in a different version of the same house as everyone else. They got the cheerful, ordinary version, and I got the one that had invisible layers underneath. With Susan it was different. She and I had been friends since we were little kids, the kind of friends who shared everything from homework answers to crushes to stupid private jokes. She was the person who knew when I was lying just from the way I breathed. One afternoon we were sitting together in my room, sprawled on my bed with the door half closed, doing what we usually did, talking about school, about teachers we didn't like, swapping silly stories about the boys we secretly thought were cute. The usual 13-year-old things. At some point, there was a lull in the conversation. I don't know what made me do it right then, but the words came out of my mouth almost without planning. I said something like, "Do you ever feel like weird things happen in your house? Like things you can't explain?" Susan turned over onto her stomach and propped her chin on her hands, looking at me with genuine interest. That look gave me the little push I needed, and I started to tell her. I told her about the footsteps, about hearing my name called when no one was home, about small objects that wouldn't be where I left them. At first I spoke quickly, like I had to get it out before I lost my nerve. Then, as she kept listening and not laughing, I slowed down and added details I had never said out loud to anyone. She didn't dismiss me. She didn't crack a joke or change the subject. Her eyes got bigger, and I could see goosebumps appear along her arms. But she stayed with me through the whole story. When I finished, she was quiet for a second, then she said in a soft voice, "That's freaky. But I believe you." It was such a simple sentence, but hearing those words felt like someone had opened a small window inside my chest. I hadn't realized how badly I needed someone to say that until she did. Of course, we were still 13-year-old girls. As much as we were fascinated by all things spooky, most of our daily life still revolved around much lighter things. Within a few minutes we were back to giggling about some boy in our class and making fun of the way our math teacher always wore the same tie. But that conversation stayed between us like a thread. She now knew there was another side to my house, another layer of my life. And being believed made me feel just a little bit braver. Not long after that talk, I invited her over for a sleepover. It was a pretty normal thing for us to do. Sleepovers were our escape from parents and little siblings, our chance to stay up as late as we wanted, whispering in the dark about everything we were too embarrassed to say in the daylight. I remember being excited but also slightly nervous about having her spend the whole night in my house, now that she knew what I believed was happening there. Part of me was afraid something strange might happen and scare her away forever. Another part secretly wondered if maybe something would happen and she would experience it too, and then I would know for sure that it wasn't just in my head. We decided we would sleep downstairs in the partially finished family room in the basement. That room was our favorite place for sleepovers because it was more separate from the rest of the house. We could talk and laugh and have the TV on without worrying too much about waking anyone upstairs. The room itself was a work in progress. The walls were up and painted, but the floor was still bare concrete. It was always a bit cold down there, no matter what time of year it was, the kind of chill that crept through your socks if you forgot to bring slippers. The room was cluttered in that classic family way, with toys scattered around, stacks of books in one corner, and random pieces of clothing draped over chairs. Against one wall stood the old ping-pong table. We never played on it anymore. It had become a sort of horizontal shelf, collecting folded laundry, boxes that didn't have a home yet, and assorted junk that nobody wanted to deal with. There were no ping-pong paddles or balls on it anymore, not since our dog had turned any ball that entered the house into a chew toy. If there had ever been ping-pong balls left, they had long since been crushed, punctured, or thrown out. At the time it was just another piece of background information about the room, something I didn't think was important at all. At the far end of the basement, past the family room, was the laundry area. It was darker there, lit by a single ceiling bulb that hummed when it was on. During the day I tried not to think too much about that end of the basement, but at night I never liked looking in that direction for too long. Still, this was where the best sleepovers happened, so I pushed those feelings aside. I really believed that if anything unusual was going to happen, it probably wouldn't be that night. The strange things in the house were never on a schedule. They came and went at random, sometimes with long stretches of nothing in between. Besides, I think a part of me was desperate for a normal night, one that would prove to both of us that it was all just overactive imagination after all. When Susan arrived, we dragged blankets and pillows downstairs and set up our little nest on the floor. We had snacks, a couple of rented movies, and a stack of magazines. The TV glowed in front of us while we talked through half the plot, pausing only to laugh at the funny parts or make comments about the actors. The muffled sounds of the rest of my family moving around upstairs slowly died down as everyone went to bed. By the time we turned off the TV, the house was quiet except for the occasional creak and the distant hum of the refrigerator. We changed into our pajamas and crawled under our blankets, lying side by side on the floor. The only light still on was a small lamp in the corner, casting a soft pool of yellow on the wall. We turned it off eventually, letting the room sink into darkness. It wasn't pitch black. Some faint light seeped in from the small basement windows, but everything was muted and shadowy. That's how sleepovers always were, that strange in-between of feeling safe because you're with your friend, and feeling a little scared because everything is more intense in the dark. We lay there whispering about the latest gossip from school, our voices low and quick, with bursts of quiet giggling. It was all so ordinary and comfortable that I started to relax. The conversation drifted and slowed. I could hear Susan's breathing deep and slightly beside me, the way it does when someone is starting to get sleepy. I turned over, wrapped myself tighter in my blanket, and let my own thoughts begin to float. I remember thinking that it was nice to have her there, that I was glad the evening had been uneventful so far. It couldn't have been more than an hour after we turned out the last light when the sound started. At first it was faint, just a soft rolling noise somewhere in the distance. It sounded like something small and hard was moving across a smooth surface. The noise came from the end of the basement where the laundry room was, past the edge of the family room where we were sleeping. I heard it and froze for a moment, holding my breath without even meaning to. I hoped it was just the house shifting, or a pipe, or some other harmless explanation I could accept without thinking too hard. The sound came again, clearer this time. It was unmistakably the sound of a ball rolling. Not a heavy ball like a basketball or something made of rubber, but a small, light ball that clicked and rattled faintly against the floor. If you have ever heard ping-pong balls rolling or bouncing, you know that very specific sound. It is hollow and sharp and a little echoey. That was exactly what it sounded like, as if someone had dropped a handful of ping-pong balls and they were spreading out and rolling across the concrete. I lay completely still, staring into the darkness, my heart beginning to thump a little faster in my chest. I didn't want this. Of all the nights, it had to be the night when my best friend was sleeping over, the night when I had secretly hoped nothing strange would happen. The thought that shot through my mind was so clear it was almost like a prayer. Not tonight. Please, not tonight, not while Susan is here. The sound continued. It wasn't just one or two rolls. It was a series of them, one after another, as if a ball would roll, stop, and then another would start from a different direction. It seemed to be coming closer, moving slowly down the length of the basement toward the family room. I couldn't see anything, but my ears followed the invisible path. The rolling would grow a little louder, then fade, then return again from somewhere slightly nearer. Beside me, I heard Susan's breathing change. She inhaled sharply, then whispered in a small, urgent voice. "Are you awake? Do you hear that?" There was no sleepiness in her tone now. She sounded frightened. I swallowed and whispered back, "Yes." I didn't trust myself to say more because my voice felt tight, as if saying anything else might make me lose control and start shaking. For a moment we both listened. The rolling sounds kept up their strange pattern, never coming into the room completely but always hovering right at the edge of where we were. I pictured the dark open space between us and the laundry room, and the idea of something invisible playing with balls out there made my skin crawl. I knew there was nothing out there that could actually be making that sound. We didn't own anything that would roll that way. I pulled the blanket up over my head, a childish instinct I hadn't outgrown. There was something about being under the covers that always felt like a tiny bit of protection, as if the thin layer of fabric could shield me from whatever was out there. I heard Susan rustle beside me and felt the edge of her blanket bump mine. She had done the same thing. We lay there, hidden under our duvets like two little kids, listening to the sound of the ping-pong balls rolling somewhere just beyond what we could see. Time moved strangely. When I look back on it, it feels like the noise went on forever, stretching and stretching until my nerves felt frayed at the edges. In reality, it was probably only a few minutes, but when you are lying in the dark with your best friend, both too scared to move, every second feels twice as long. The sound would start, stop, and start again. Each time it did, a fresh wave of fear washed through me. It wasn't the loudness of it that scared me. It was the way the sound made no sense. The basement was full of random junk, but there were definitely no little plastic balls rolling around down there. Our dog had seen to that a long time ago. For as long as we had owned that ping-pong table, the set that came with it had been slowly destroyed. We used to play upstairs with the balls, batting them around the living room until our dog discovered how fun they were to chase. He would leap at them, teeth snapping, and crunch them to bits the second he managed to corner one. The first few times it happened we tried to save them or hide the remaining ones, but eventually we gave up. Ping-pong balls were no match for his jaws. In the end, any ball that was left became a dented, useless piece of plastic and got thrown away. After that, the table just sat downstairs, collecting dust and laundry. It hadn't seen a real ping-pong game in ages. That's why, even as I lay there under my blanket telling myself not to panic, another part of my mind kept repeating the same thought over and over. We don't have any ping-pong balls anymore. There is nothing that should sound like that down here. Eventually, finally, the rolling stopped. The silence that followed felt even heavier than the noise had. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick, and Susan's, which was hitching slightly like she was trying not to cry. We both stayed very still, waiting to see if it would start again. It didn't. After a while, my body began to relax a tiny bit, enough for me to realize how stiff my muscles had become. My heart was still thudding, but it wasn't pounding against my ribs anymore. We didn't go get up and turn on the lights. Neither of us suggested it. We were too afraid that if we moved we might attract attention, as if whatever had been out there might decide to come closer and show itself. Instead, we stayed where we were, buried under the covers, and slowly exhaustion did what it always does. It dulled the edges of our fear just enough that at some point, without meaning to, we both drifted off to sleep. The next morning, daylight made everything look ordinary again. Bright sun poured in through the small basement windows, making dust motes spin lazily in the air. The concrete floor looked as it always did. The laundry room door stood half open, showing the edge of the washing machine and some baskets. There were no balls in sight, no sign at all of anything having rolled or moved. If someone had walked in right then with no idea of what had happened the night before, they would think it was just a slightly messy basement in a regular family home. Susan and I sat up, our hair sticking out in every direction, eyes puffy from lack of sleep. For a moment we just looked at each other in awkward silence, as if not sure who would bring it up first. Then she said, "Did you hear that all night? Those balls?" Her voice had that tightness in it again, the one I had heard under the covers. I nodded. "Yeah, I heard it." I could see relief flash in her eyes that she hadn't imagined it. Then I added, "We don't even have ping-pong balls. My dog chewed them all up ages ago. We never bought more." She stared at me like I had just told her the worst possible thing. Her face went pale, and she looked over at the table, as if expecting to suddenly see a box of balls appear there and prove me wrong. But there was nothing there, just folded clothes and an old cardboard box with Christmas decorations. The fact that there was no obvious explanation made it worse, not better. Knowing it was real and knowing there was no quick way to explain it pushed her into that same uncomfortable space I had been living in for a long time. We went upstairs and tried to act normal in front of my family, but the night had shaken us. After she went home, the story spilled out. Susan told another friend, and that friend told someone else, and before long what had happened at my sleepover started to make its way through our little circle at school. The story probably grew as it traveled, as stories like that always do. Soon the version making the rounds was that my house was haunted, that we had heard ghostly ping-pong games in the middle of the night, that strange things always happened around me. Some kids thought it was the coolest thing they had ever heard. They would ask me for details at lunch, lean in close like I was telling them a campfire story. Others looked at me differently after that, like I was somehow connected to something they didn't want to mess with. A few kids made nervous jokes about not wanting to come over to my house in case something followed them home. It was strange suddenly being the weird one, the girl with the haunted house. I was somewhere between embarrassed and defensive. Part of me wanted to deny everything so people would stop whispering. Another part stubbornly held on to the truth of what I knew we had heard that night. The biggest change was in sleepovers. They pretty much stopped happening at my place. Susan came over during the day, of course, and we still hung out like always. But whenever we talked about having another sleepover, we both got quiet and then changed the subject. She never came right out and said, "I'm too scared." But she didn't need to. I understood. In her position, I might have felt the same way. Years have passed since that night, and I've had a lot of time to think about it. I've read more about strange experiences and the different theories people have about them. Some people talk about poltergeists, about how they seem to show up in places with teenagers, especially girls, where there is a lot of hidden emotion and tension. They say sometimes the energy in a person or a house can somehow translate into odd movement or noise, like someone's bottled up feelings rattling around in the physical world. Other people insist it is spirits, or ghosts, or something else entirely. There are always a dozen explanations and never a way to prove one for sure. When I look back on that age, I can see how much emotion was flowing through that house. A divorced parent trying to hold everything together, 3 daughters going through big changes, awkward feelings, unspoken stress. There was a lot of energy swirling around even before you add in the possibility of a spirit or a haunting. Maybe that night with the ping-pong balls was some kind of poltergeist activity, stirred up by all of that. Maybe it was connected to whatever else I had been sensing in the house for years. Maybe it was a combination of both, the environment and our expectations feeding into each other until something actually happened. I still don't know exactly what rolled in the dark that night. I only know there were no actual balls in the house, and that 2 wide-awake 13-year-old girls heard the same thing at the same time and were scared enough to hide under the covers. That experience, simple as it sounds when reduced to some noises in a basement, left a mark on me that has never really faded. It was the night my best friend stepped into my strange world for a few minutes and came back out again, changed. Even now, when I hear something roll or rattle on a hard floor unexpectedly, a little part of me is instantly 13 again, lying on cold concrete, wishing with all my heart that nothing unusual would happen, and listening to things that absolutely should not have been there move through the dark just beyond where I could see.